Chapter 1. Be welcome at the hearth tree, Richter of the Mist Village, Hisako said with a smile. And welcome home, my son. I see you have grown in strength, hopefully in wisdom as well, the lass said with a wry arch of her eyebrow. Thank you, mother. Yes, I have learned much, and found a good friend and ally, Cyan replied with a smile. Richter walked forward and took her hand. Hearth mother, thank you. Cyan is more than a friend to me. He is a brother. There is no way I could have accomplished what I have accomplished without him. I formally extend the friendship and welcome of the Mist Village to you and your people. I sincerely hope that you will ask me for any help that you might need. A serious look came over her face. I was hoping that you would say that. There have been small camps of goblins and bugbears seen in the forest between here and the Fire-Tip Mountains to the east. They are slaughtering all of the local wildlife and despoiling the forest. We need to clear them out and learn why they are making inroads into the forest. I will not stand by and watch the forest of Nadria become like the Whisperwoods, overrun with evil creatures. The forest will be protected, no matter how many battles it takes. Will you help? You have been offered a quest. Protect the Forest One. Bugbears and goblins have invaded the forest of Nadria and are disrupting nature's balance. The Hearth Mother is asking your help. You must destroy an enemy camp. Optional. Find out why the invaders are coming into the forest. Reward. Unknown. Yes or no? Ready to take out some more bad guys? Richter asked, smiling. Cyan looked back with that happy, bloodthirsty grin of his. Oh yes, brother. That's what we do. Yeah, man. Now like we practiced. Richter stuck his palm out, which Cyan slapped with his own. Immediately, they slapped the backs of their hands together, then made fists, bumped them, drew their fists back, opening them slowly, closed them again, bumped them again, twisted their fists to lock it, then opened their hands quickly, and both said, boom. Hisako just stared at them with wide eyes and her mouth ajar. What are you doing? That is called giving dap, mother. You wouldn't understand, Cyan said with a laugh that was echoed by Richter. Shaking her head, she just turned around and walked to the hearth tree. The two of them followed, still chuckling. They left the golden glade of the wood sprites the next morning. Their armor was left behind as well. Their adventures so far had left holes, gouges, and dents in the gear. Unfortunately, the magical armor could not be repaired by a normal smith. The sprite magicians promised they would make it whole, but it would take several days. They decided to use the time to walk to Richter's concealed glade. Besides wanting to see Hisako, the other reason they had left the village was to collect water from the Pool of Clarity. The magical waters gave a 25% bonus to any experience earned over the course of a day. Richter had taken the waters for granted at first. He had later discovered that a potion of clarity normally sold for 2 to 3 gold pieces, however, or the equivalent of 3 to 4 months' wages for most people in the land. This wonderful little pond was going to be the cash cow that helped him grow the Mist Village as quickly as possible. Hisako had offered to send guards with them in light of the encroachment of bugbears into the forest, but despite the fact that they were now basically allies, he didn't feel comfortable disclosing such sensitive information, that is, where his glade was. Having guards come along would have been as good as drawing a map. The two companions set out just as the forest was coming alive. The bird song that Richter had first heard when coming to the land had grown more complex as the weather got warmer and more birds made the forest their home. The trip was relaxed and easy. Going without armor for the first time in weeks was also a freeing experience. Though invaluable, his light armor did decrease his movement speed. According to Yulinde, a journeyman of light armor who had decided to join Richter's village, the decrease was about 3% per piece at his current skill rank. That meant when he was wearing the entire suit, he moved about 18% slower than he otherwise would have. Apparently, when he became an initiate, the penalty decreased to 2%, then 1% at apprentice rank. Journeyman and on, the speed penalty would disappear completely. Richter was really looking forward to that, Medium and heavy armor had even worse penalties to speed. Dodge, casting, and several other things were affected by heavier armor as well. These were all reasons that casters, rogues, or fighters specializing in ranged combat typically wore light armor. Despite the short distance between the hearth tree and the glade, finding their destination would normally not have been easy. It might have been near impossible, in fact, but the traveler's map Richter had bought let him retrace his steps exactly. Anywhere he had been showed up brightly on the map, while locations he had not visited personally, but the mapmaker had, were in grayscale. Everything else was pure black. It was interactive, so he could track his location and find his way unerringly to anywhere he had already been. Even so, when the two friends approached the entrance to the small glade, there was nothing to indicate its presence except the rocks Richter had strewn around, which would only be significant to him. The entry looked like nothing more than a stand of trees against a cliff face. Richter decided to test what zootrix the imp had told him when he had first awoken in the land. When they were directly in front of the entrance, he turned to his companion. "Cyan, walk in." "Walk in where?" the sprite replied. "There is nothing in front of us except for trees and cliff face." "Trust me," Richter said. "Just start walking forward." Cyan looked at him in disbelief, but did as he was asked. He put both hands out in front of him and tried to push past the trees. He didn't go more than 2 feet when he stopped. It was clear that he was leaning on some sort of barrier. The sprite moved several feet to his left and tried again. This time his shoulders bunched as he pushed against whatever was in front of him. "Are you having a laugh at my expense, Richter? You are never really funny, but if so, then this is just pathetic." "Calm down. I was just testing something. When I first got here, an imp told me that no one else should be able to enter the glade. Looks like he was right." "An imp? You should not be interacting with those things. They are always causing mischief and problems." "He wasn't so bad," Richter said. "He gave me some good advice and information when I got here." "Trust me when I tell you that you were lucky. Everyone knows not to trust them. At least you don't owe it a favor." Yeah, Richter thought. He decided not to bring up that the imp had, in fact, tricked him into owing it a favor. No use talking about it now. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? Well, like I said, the imp was useful. The point is that the entrance is right in front of you. It's just that an enchantment is keeping you out. So come with me. I'll walk you in. Richter held his hand out. Cyan's face lost all expression. "What do you think you're doing?" "Well, you can't get in by yourself, obviously. So come hold my hand." Cyan's sword materialized. Richter held his hands up. "You can always wait out here, but there are a large number of herbs that grow inside. I haven't seen most of them anywhere else I've traveled so far, so they're probably pretty rare. Like I said, it's up to you, though." Cyan's face screwed up in a pained expression. Richter could practically hear the sprite's teeth grinding. He shoved the sword back into its sheath with his uncannily fast attack speed. The next words were said with deadly intensity. "If you tell NE1 about this, I will make you pay for it." Richter nodded innocently. With a look of complete understanding on his face, he extended his hand again. Muttering under his breath in the wood sprite home tongue, Cyan clasped his hand without making eye contact. The two of them walked forward together, and after only a few feet, Richter felt the light tingle over his skin that denoted when he entered the boundaries of the glade. Turning to Cyan, he said, "Now see there, little buddy? That wasn't so— Ah! You bastard!" Cyan apparently did not appreciate Richter's attempt at gentle ribbing. He had drawn his sword and slapped the flat of it across the back of Richter's thighs. He didn't even have the good grace to say anything, merely sheathing his sword again and walking forward into the glen. Muttering about angry little Napoleons, Richter massaged the back of his legs and glared at his companion. Deciding nothing constructive would come from dragging the moment out, he let it go and examined a prompt that had come up. You have brought a companion to your hidden enclave. Do you wish to allow this person access in the future? Yes or no? Selecting yes, he took in his surroundings. The small, grassy area looked just as he remembered. Sunlight shone down through a break in the cliff face, illuminating a pool of water surrounded by a small meadow. Colorful flowers and herbs were strewn about the grass. The ache in his legs quickly fled his mind. Richter had forgotten the wonderful serenity of this place, and he took a few minutes to just appreciate the beauty around him. Coming back to himself, he walked with the slightest of hobbles over to the pool of clarity. After he had filled first vial, he held it up to his eye. Richter was able to see motes of light floating through the crystal clear water, a detail he had missed previously. After filling the pinky-sized vial, he placed it into the bag of holding and withdrew another empty vial with the same motion. While he was collecting the precious liquid, Scion seemed to be fascinated by the varied plant life. Richter heard him mutter, "Dragon's tongue, bloodwort, star lily, amarantha cap." The sprite's attention was so enthralled by the varied plant life in the glen that they ended up spending the night there. Their day was spent carefully gathering plants. They finished their herb collection for the night, and Sion's breathing was deep and regular in slumber. Richter was about to follow his companion's example when he noticed a faint glow coming from the pool. Moonlight was falling directly upon it, and a blue light was shining up from the bottom, illuminating the water. Richter quietly got up from his sleep roll. He waited out until he was knee-deep and reached his hand into the pool. The blue gleam was coming from the floor of the pond. He scraped the mud and muck aside, dirtying the water. When it cleared, he saw a glowing blue rock. A prompt came up, Glade of Serenity. This secret glade was the home of Kareem the Knowledgeable. He was of a long-lived species, the Hanketsu, that were typically prone to quick anger and judgment. He turned from this path, however, and devoted his life to the study of the natural world. It was his belief that through the proper application of knowledge, one could create a society of just and fair laws. Feeling his death was near, he laid down by this simple pool and breathed his last. His death transformed it into a pool of clarity. The bones of the Hanketsu glow blue in the moonlight. Richter realized then that he wasn't touching a rock. It was a skull. The skull of Kareem the Knowledgeable. Standing in the slightly too cool waters of the pool, Richter bowed his head and stood silently. He would never know who this man was, but he honored him. He stood silent vigil over the bones of a man who had dedicated his life to a worthy cause, and he quietly thanked him for the help the pool provided. When he was done, he left the water and laid down for sleep. The next morning, Sion enlisted Richter's help again to pick every remaining plant and herb that could be useful, and then place them in his bag. One wonderful trait of the bag of holding that Richter hadn't been aware of initially was that it either stopped or severely slowed decay. Food that was placed in the bag and then removed days later did not lose any of its freshness. The bag was not a form of cryogenic freezing, unfortunately. A simple experiment had proven that. A live fish fresh from the river had been placed inside. It was most definitely not alive when he pulled it back out even a few seconds later, though. On the plus side, it was still tasty. They set out that afternoon, the glade almost stripped bare of herbs. A bonus of the time they spent was that Richter's herb lore skill had increased. They would have been done faster, but Sion spread seeds of the collected plants in the glen and then watered them. He was planning to do the same at the Mist Village. The meadow above the village proper had already shown itself to be naturally fertile ground for rare plants. The bag of holding would keep everything viable until they got back home. They walked back to the hearth tree, enjoying the warm day. Spring was present now in full effect, and everywhere Richter looked, small animals were scurrying about. The hearth tree was less than a day's walk from the hidden glade, so they took their time. Richter examined his status. It was remarkable how far he had come in such a short time. Name: Richter. Age: 24. Level, 10-11%. Health, 290. Mana, 250. Stamina, 170. Strength, 15. Agility, 17. Dexterity, 30. Constitution, 17. Endurance, 17. Intelligence, 23. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 21. Luck, 14. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Skills, herb lore. Level 5, 36% to next level, 100% affinity. Alchemy, level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Analyze, level 5, 17% to next level, 100% affinity. Stealth, level 4, 76% to next level, 100% affinity. Archery, level 7, 78% to next level, 100% affinity. Imbue arrow, level 4, 94% to next level, 100% affinity. Focus, level 2, 60% to next level, 100% affinity. Double shot, level 3, 20% to next level, 100% affinity. Drill shot, level 2, 28% to next level, 100% affinity. Swordsmanship, level 1, 88% to next level, 100% affinity. Small blades, level 1, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Unarmed combat, level 1, 10% to next level, 100% affinity. Pressure points, level 1, 15% to next level, 100% affinity. Light armor, level 6, 59% to next level, 100% affinity. Grace in combat, level 2, 42% to next level, 100% affinity. Air magic, level 3, 51% to next level, 100% affinity. Life magic, level 1, 49% to next level, 100% affinity. Earth magic, level 2, 98% to next level, 100% affinity. Water magic, level 1, 19% to next level, 100% affinity. Dark magic, level 3, 31% to next level, 100% affinity. Map making, level max. Trade, level 2, 27% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks Master of Mist Village. Resistances, air, 50%. Mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, human, chaos seed. Reputation, level 2. I think I know that guy. Alignment, neutral. Language, all. They were met at the edge of the glade by a female sprite. Well met, Sionavar, she said. Well met, Daniela, Sion responded, sounding annoyed. I have told you to call me Sion. She simply laughed. The Hearth Mother wants the two of you to come to the tree. Follow me. The three of them started walking towards the massive tree. Richter was able to successfully fight the impulse for all of 10 seconds. So, Sionavar, huh? I don't want to talk about it. Whatever you say, Sionavar. Sion half drew his sword again and pointedly looked at Richter's legs. The laughter trailed off into a bout of coughing. When they arrived in front of the hearth tree, Hisako was standing with 3 other older sprites. Welcome back, Richter of the Mist Village. Welcome back, my son. Were you able to retrieve the supplies you needed? Richter smiled and said, Yes. In fact, I would like to give you a small gift. He pulled 10 potions of clarity from his bag. One he placed in her hand, and the other he laid at her feet. When she saw the motes of light in the vials, her own eyes began to sparkle. This is a wonderful gift. Thank you. It is a small token of appreciation for what you have given me. I am sure you have many wonders associated with your place of power, Hisako. I would like it if, in addition to helping each other with defense, we could become trading partners as well. I know we could both profit from this arrangement." The sparkle in her eyes was replaced with a crafty gleam. "I am sure we can come to some arrangement in the future. I'm not sure our relationship is quite strong enough for a standing trade agreement right now, however. Perhaps if you employ an experienced trader, we can discuss it again. If we do become trading partners, do not expect special treatment just because you are friends with my son." Richter was confused by her refusal, but then a prompt came up. "Know this. Both parties involved in making a trade agreement must either be a minimum skill level of initiate or employ a trader with that level. The stronger the relationship between two civilizations, the lower the level of trader required." Richter nodded to himself, the rebuttal now making more sense. Not wanting to make the situation awkward, he gave a small laugh and answered, "I wouldn't have it any other way, Hearth Mother. I wouldn't have it any other way." She gave a laugh of her own. "Well, enough talk of state. We have repaired your armor and made a few, improvements." The tired-looking elders moved out of the way. What was behind them took his breath away. "You have found Sprite Helmet of Mana. Defense +7, durability 30/30. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight 1.3 kilograms, mana +50. You have found Sprite Breastplate of Brawn. Defense +12, durability 60/60. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight, 6.1 kilograms. Strength +8. You have found Hardened Sprite Bracers. Defense +10, durability 30/30. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight, 3.0 kilograms. Dexterity +7. You have found Studded Sprite Gauntlets. Defense +7, durability 40/40. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight 2.2 kilograms. Increased climbing +10. You have found Greaves of the Wood Sprite. Defense +9, durability 45/45. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight, 2.8 kilograms. Movement speed increased by 10%. You have found Reinforced Sprite Boots. Defense +8. Durability 35/35. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Type, light armor. Weight, 1.8 kilograms. Silence +15. Congratulations! You have obtained an entire set of matched armor, enhanced Sprite armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus, 50% less noise made while moving through forest. Special bonus, plus 20% earth resistance. Hisako looked at him and chuckled. "Close your mouth, Richter. That's how you catch flies." "Hisako, this is too much." "This is well within my power, Richter. My son is wearing an almost identical set of enhanced armor. The resistances are different, and there are one or two other small variations, but otherwise, you are now wearing the armor of a Sprite warrior. We fight for the good of the Forest of Nadria, and you have proven that you do as well. The least that I can do is to give you better protection." Richter looked at Scion. "You have been wearing enhanced armor? And I was the one that had to run from the giant skeeling?" "What giant skeeling?" Hisako asked, confused. Scion looked at the ground and kicked it with his foot. Richter looked at the stats of the gauntlets. "And increased climbing? Is that how you always make it into the trees so easily? When I asked, you said I just needed to apply myself." Richter's voice was getting louder. Scion looked up with a smirk on his face. "And your strength? I asked you how you were so strong when you were so much smaller than me. You told me it was because of secret sprite exercises. You had me do all of those push-ups. Richter's hands leapt out to choke the little man, who was now cackling with abandon. Richter was sure he heard chuckles from behind him too, but he stayed focused on the manipulative leprechaun in front of him. Violence would most definitely have ensued if Hisako had not placed herself between the two of them. Peace, Richter, peace. My son has a lot of growing up to do. I am sure he is sorry. Sion kept laughing and shook his head. Richter glared at his companion. Tears were coming out of the bastard's eyes now. Ignore him, Richter. Look what else we have for you. Richter exhaled heavily. Okay, Hisako. You're still a dick, Sion. Sion, that was not funny, she half-heartedly admonished. Was that a note of suppressed laughter in her voice? When Richter looked at her, all he saw was her normal, serene mask, so he couldn't be sure. Still not quite trusting her calm exterior, he decided to let the matter drop. For now, anyway. He would be getting even with Sion at some point, though. Hisako looked to one of the older sprites, who nodded back. He went inside of the hearth tree and came immediately back out. His arms were holding something. When he shook out his burden, though, Richter whistled softly in appreciation. You have found Cloak of Concealment, Defense +4, Durability 30/30, Item Class Rare, Quality Superb, Weight 0.9 kilograms. Increased Concealment All Terrains +25. Richter placed his hand on the cloak and felt the fabric. The smooth cloth molded to his skin. It almost seemed to anticipate his movements. Putting it on completely, he found that it reached down past his calves. The molding quality of the cloak kept it close to his body as he moved. At the same time, it was light as a feather, and when he extended his arms, it easily fell away. It would be perfect for either stealth or battle. Once again, I am overwhelmed by your generosity, Richter said, his irritation forgotten as he played with his new and latest toy. Fight well, Richter. Enjoy our gifts. A wry expression found its way onto the hearth mother's face. Richter smiled back. Thank you again. There were one or two other things I would like to discuss. Master to master, so to speak. Hisako nodded. Daniela, take Sion to his armor. The rest of you, thank you for your help. I will speak with Lord Richter alone. Everyone began to shuffle away. Sion and Daniela appeared to be arguing good-naturedly as soon as they started walking together. In a short period of time, Hisako and Richter were alone in the sea of golden grasses. They walked leisurely through the meadow. The grasses reacted to the hearth mother's presence, both bending out of her way and also caressing her outstretched hands. So what did you want to discuss? She asked. First, I'm guessing from your surprise about hearing about the giant scaling. Sion did not tell you about that battle? No, I had no knowledge of this. I have never heard of a scaling any larger than a raccoon. Well, to make a long story short, we found an offshoot. Sion said it was a baby hearth tree or something like that. The seed core was still active, and a scaling had been feeding off of its energy. It had grown to the size of a bear. We killed it and skinned it. Once it was dead, we were able to recover the seed core. Now I'm sure there is still a lot I don't know about it, Richter continued. But Sion told me that if it could grow any number of magical trees. He also told me that you would not mind me planting it in my village. Now I can only imagine what an amazing asset it could be for my village. Whatever benefits the tree might provide, however, your friendship is more important to me. The seed core seems like a relic of your people. I will give it to you if you want. Richter pulled the brown sphere from his bag. The green veins pulsed with light. Once more, he was filled with a feeling of contentment, and the smell of warm rain on grass filled his nose. My son was correct. If the forest led you to the seed core, then it belongs with you. But, a speculative look crossed her timeless features. Perhaps we can help one another. Your mist village is the physical manifestation of your place of power, much as the hearth tree is the physical manifestation of mine. I am guessing that your village is still at level 1, however. I have access to certain high-level spells that you do not yet. Both of our places of power share a life ley line. As long as the spell is of that school, there shouldn't be any unforeseen consequences. Okay, you lost me. What do you mean, consequences? Richter asked. It is never a good idea to recklessly blend magic of different types. It can cause short or long-term effects that might be good or ill. To fully explain would take years of study, but an example is casting Heal on a zombie. A spell of life cast upon a creature of death can have the opposite effect. In this case, casting Heal actually harms the zombie because it is undead. The same spell might heal a vampire, though, because it is living dead. As you can see, the details can get quite frustrating and irritating. It is best not to imbue an already powerful relic with a blessing that just might negatively react with the massive powers your village is built upon. Makes sense, Richter said. So what blessing did you have in mind? There are several, but what I suggest is the life blessing of growth. Seed cores grow much quicker than other trees, but it would still take years for even a level 1 tree to develop. I can advance the growth 1 level, which would equate to 10 to 15 years of growth. The blessing of growth is also the best because we do not know what type of tree will be made. I don't know if Sion explained, but seed cores create whichever type of tree best serves the needs of the lives around it. We can almost be assured it will be a strong tree, though, if you plant it at your place of power. I will trust your judgment. The growth blessing sounds wonderful, but you mentioned that I could help you as well. What can I do? I am sure you remembered the chrysalis from the staff. Richter nodded. Unfortunately, we have been unable to revive the royal pixie inside. I can only deduce that the pixie has been in stasis for too long. That, coupled with the chrysalis being used to fuel that evil weapon, must have made its life spark flicker dangerously low. We need an infusion of life energy to safely extract it from the chrysalis. A seed core is the purest expression of life magic that I know. Unfortunately, the hearth tree will not make another for at least 100 years. That is why I need your help. When a seed core is planted, it releases an amazing amount of life energy. You can save the pixie trapped in the chrysalis. Will you help? You have been offered a quest, Resurgence of Light 1. The pixie race was destroyed many years ago by a magical plague. One chrysalis has been recovered. One last light has been preserved. When you plant the seed core at the Mist Village, will you help Hisako birth the royal pixie chrysalis? Reward? Unknown. Yes or no? Richter nodded at Hisako. Of course I will help. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The ceremony for the blessing will take place at tomorrow morning. I will need to use all the mana that can be generated by my place of power, and I have already used a large amount to enhance your armor. My stores will replenish by the morning. As long as we get the seed core planted within a week, the blessing will last. While you wait today, I have a suggestion. You should work with Yoshi. He is an adept in swordsmanship. He can teach you how to use that sword on your back. Thank you. I would be honored, Richter said, somewhat surprised. It never occurred to him that the diminutive sprites would have a high-level swordsman. Before he let Hisako slip away, there was one last piece of business to address. Do you know where the bugbear and goblin camp is yet? Hisako sighed. We are looking, but so far we have found nothing. We must be cautious, though. The bugbears have been sending out patrols of their own. We have already had several skirmishes. Thankfully, none of my people have been seriously wounded yet. Don't worry. We know they are to the east, so there are only so many places they can hide. We will let you know soon. Richter nodded, and the two of them walked back through the tall grasses. Once they reached the hearth tree, Hisako took her leave. As she was walking away, she called out to another sprite to bring the sword adept. She also looked back and said, "Don't worry about returning your old armor. I have a feeling it might come in handy for you to have a spare set. Also," she paused, "you might want to put on your new armor now." The last was said with what could only be described as a devilish grin on her face. With that parting rejoinder, she walked away. A little confused as to why he would need stronger armor in the heart of the wood sprite's defenses, he still took her advice. Once that was done, he stowed his old armor in his bag of holding. It took up a ridiculous amount of slots in the 20 by 20 grid. He would have to unload it in the vault as soon as he got back to his village. Once that was done, he drew his longsword and took several practice swings with it. The tall gold grass bent out of his way whenever the sword came near. At first he thought it was a trick of the wind, but when he intentionally tried to hit the grass, it still avoided the strike. He started a bit of a game, fencing with the grass which continually dodged out of the way. Despite his efforts, he got nowhere near cutting even one of the tall gold blades of grass. He jumped back with his sword extended, and one arm thrown in the air behind him and shouted, "On guard!" "Don't play with it, son," a gruff voice said. "That's how you go blind." Confused, Richter turned towards the voice. He was surprised by who stood before him. The sprite was taller than most. Hisako was the tallest he had seen at 4 feet. This man was closer to 5. He also lacked the smooth, childlike quality to his face that the other sprites possessed. That may have just been due to the scar that pulled the left corner of his mouth down into a slight perpetual frown, but Richter didn't think so. His ears were also more pointed and his skin a slightly darker hue. Richter decided to use his analyze skill. Name: Yoshi. Half sprite, half human. Level 26. Health 520. Mana 200. Stamina 290. Racial blends are erratic in their disposition. They can end up with some or none of any of their parent race's characteristics. Profession: warrior. Level 26, and he had a profession. This was not someone to take lightly. Richter nodded at him. "So you are the sword adept?" "That I am. Hisako asked me to help you. Is there a reason you're staring at me like that?" Richter had been closely examining the man. He had never seen a mix of the races before. When Yoshi asked the question, though, he jumped, not realizing he had been so obvious with his observation. "I'm sorry, I've just never met someone who was born of 2 races before." "And? Do you have a problem with it?" Yoshi asked with raw ire in his voice. "Not at all. I did not mean to offend you. I am truly appreciative of any help I could receive from an adept like yourself." Richter raised both hands in a mollifying gesture. Yoshi gave a loud, "Well, enough then. We might as well get started. Hold on to that crowbar you call a sword if you can." Yoshi picked up a bundle of thick sticks he had next to him and walked over to Richter. He dropped the bundle when he was a few steps away from Richter and drew a 4-foot-long piece of wood from the collection. It was a thumb width in size, and bare patches showed where smaller twigs had been torn off. "Now attack me," Yoshi said. Richter looked at him with uncertainty. "You're not going to use a sword?" "No, I'm going to use these branches." "Why? I don't want to hurt you." "Ow!" As Richter was talking, Yoshi had leisurely raised his stick, and then there was a blur. Richter hadn't seen the man move, but he felt the stick strike him in the side of the head. He grabbed the spot that was throbbing, taking a step back. When he looked up again, Yoshi was standing in the same place with a calm expression on his face. "I am using this stick for several reasons. You have just discovered one of them. It allows me to instruct you without the risk of immediate and irreparable injury. When I give you a command, I expect it to be followed. You may always ask questions, but only after, or time permitting, during the completion of my command. Now come face me and attack." Richter rubbed his head and glared at the man. He wanted to be attacked? Fine. Richter would give Yoshi a little scar to remember him by. He stomped up to the smaller man. With no hesitation, he lunged forward, sword positioned to scrap the man's ribs. That was the intention anyway. What actually happened was Richter began to move forward. Yoshi did something, and then he was lying on his back. The sword was no longer in his hand, and now his right wrist, both temples, chest, and left leg were all throbbing. It was now very clear why Hisako had told him to put on his enhanced armor. Even wearing it, and with Yoshi using only a stick, this was incredibly painful. Richter heard a long, suffering sigh come from Yoshi. Banished gods, why have I been sent such a hopeless case? Well, get back up, human. We have a lot of work to do. Richter's only answer was the combination of a slow exhale and a groan. Chapter 2. The rest of the day was a study in abuse. The strikes with the stick didn't remove more than 1 health at the most. The worst injury Richter received was actually when he tripped over his own feet and landed on a rock. The minor loss of health did not translate to the pain he felt, though. Yoshi was a true sadist. Richter was convinced that the man had methodically beaten every square inch of his body. After hours of torment, with no lunch break, Richter might add, Yoshi said it was time to stop. That was only because the sun was going down. After Yoshi called it quits for the day, he just picked up his bundle of sticks and walked away without another word. The reason for the large number of sticks became clear after Yoshi had broken the first one against Richter's thigh. The point was further illustrated when the second stick broke across Richter's back. By the third break, Richter stopped thinking about it. That was partly because when that particular branch broke, it was across the back of his head. It was nice having a pause in the training, even if it was because he had been knocked unconscious for a short period of time. Richter slowly stumbled after the sword adept/sadist, his entire body screaming in protest. He just wanted to lay down and stop existing, but he refused to give Yoshi the satisfaction. The entire time they had been training, Yoshi had taunted him. All you need to do is walk away. This is not fun for me either. Well, it's kind of fun. Only sissies vomit. Well, I guess I am looking at a sissy. Richter was kept upright through the day out of pure spite. He had pride and would not be broken. Who cares if it now took 20 minutes to walk 100 yards? That's not the point. The sprites were gathered at the base of the hearth tree for their evening meal. Sion was sitting at the center table next to Hisako, and Yoshi was sitting next to him. An empty seat was at Hisako's side, reserved for Richter. When Sion saw Richter's pathetic appearance, he started laughing loudly until Yoshi jabbed a quick finger into his throat. After that, his so-called friend was more focused on breathing than mocking him. Richter sat down with a pained noise, and Hisako just looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Was she smirking right before he had turned to look at her? He had to keep his eye on this woman. She might not be too different from her son in terms of twisted humor. All such unworthy thoughts fled, however, with what she did next. Hisako reached out her hand and laid it atop of his. With a few muttered words, a gold light enveloped her hand and spread up his arm and then over the rest of his body. It alleviated his aches and pains and left him with a refreshed feeling. He sighed in relief. Then he looked at Sion, still struggling to breathe. Richter took an exaggerated deep breath while looking his companion in the eye, and then exhaled overly loud. Sion glared daggers back. Thank you, Hisako. Your sword adept was very energetic in his lesson. Yoshi looked up. Are you complaining, son? Not at all, Yoshi. Who doesn't like being beaten with a rod for 12 hours? The half-man laughed. Happy to oblige, then. We will do more when we leave tomorrow. We? Richter asked with a sick feeling in his stomach. Yes, of course. The Hearth Mother is leaving the protection of the glade for the first time in over a century. Her protection is paramount. Ahem, yes, Hisako said. I was going to speak with you about this tonight, Richter. I would like to be there personally for the planting, if you are okay with that. I would be honored, Richter said. Well, that settles it, Yoshi said. We will train each morning, a bit over lunch, and for 2 hours when we stop each night. Right now, your sword work looks like a gnome having a seizure. I shouldn't have to say this, but that is not what you should be striving for. It's important to remember. Yoshi continued to drone on, and Richter just sat back with a sour expression on his face. His appetite had fled for some reason. The next morning, countless sprites were gathered in the golden grasses around the hearth tree. They were arrayed in an expanding spiral with Hisako in the center. Each sprite held hands with the sprite to either side. They had gathered while it was still dark. As the sky began to lighten, they sang. Their already musical voices rose and fell in soft counterpoint. There was no direction or guidance. They simply coordinated as if being led by an orchestra conductor. The music grew as the sky lightened, and a golden glow began to infuse all of the tall grasses. The glow built in intensity, matching the tone of the sprites' voices as the first rays of the sun shone down into the glade of the wood sprites. Hisako raised her own voice, and her soprano rang clear. The seed core was in her hands, and she raised it above her head. The aura of magic permeating the glade flared, focusing upon Hisako. Pure golden light shot into the sky like a spotlight and then went out. The sprites' voices subsided at the same time. Hisako was left standing in the center of her people with the seed core still above her head. The green veins of light glowed much brighter than before, and small cracks in the shell of the seed leaked golden light. Richter expected Hisako to look exhausted, but instead she seemed exhilarated. She handed him the seed with a broad grin on her face. Everything went wonderfully. The spell might have yielded a result even be more powerful than I had hoped. Let's not waste any time. I think it is time that I saw your home. She turned in a circle, looking out at her people. My fellow sprites, I travel now with our friend Lord Richter of the Mist Village. We will plant a seed core and bring life to a tree of magic. The wood sprites cheered her pronouncement. I will miss you all, and will return soon. Follow the wisdom of the elders, who will lead in my absence. Thank you for your help this day, and as always, stay true to the forest. Another cheer sounded, and then all of the sprites broke up into various smaller groups and went on about their days. Hisako turned to Yoshi, who was flanked by 20 other armored sprites. Are we ready to go, Sword Adept Yoshi? We are, Hearth Mother. In addition to the guard we have arranged, Daniela requests to accompany us. Scion, who had been standing quietly at his mother's side until that moment, decided to chime in. I don't really think that is necessary. A smaller group is less likely to attract attention, especially with bugbears and goblins roaming the woods. Daniela was walking as Uppy spoke. Thinking, Scion? Never really your strong suit. I would like to see the home of our new neighbors. If it is okay with Lord Richter, that is. Richter looked at the female sprite, and then looked at his friend, Scion. The beseeching gaze on his companion's face was almost pitiful. But what are best friends for, if not to gain a cheap laugh at your expense? He plastered a huge smile on his face. I would be honored to have you join us, Daniela. In fact, you are welcome as long as you like. He gave his best impression of a courtly bow and dipped his head toward the pretty sprite, who laughed delightedly and clapped her hands. When he picked his head back up, he looked at Scion, whose face was screwed up in silent anger. Richter simply smiled even bigger and mouthed the word, push-ups. Oh yes, he thought dramatically. You will learn the truth of this old Tarantino proverb. Revenge is a dish best served cold. And it looked like it would be a cold day in hell before Daniela gave Scion a moment's peace. Well, that settles that, Hisako said. Turning to Richter, she said, I did have a thought last night. I do not want to infringe upon your hospitality, but would you do me the favor of hosting one of our elders? She beckoned forward an older sprite who had been standing several paces behind her. This is Sumiko. Her counsel has guided me through many difficult decisions. I would ask that you accept her as an ambassador between our two peoples. She is also a master of life magic. I believe you would find her aid invaluable. This wasn't Richter doing Hisako a favor, which she clearly knew. He had very little life magic at his disposal other than his charm spell. It was not the kind of spell he could practice with often. Having a life master to teach him spells and speed his leveling would be incredible. He looked at Sumiko and said, "I would be honored to have you join us for as long as you are willing. Your presence will be a gift, and I will treat it as such." Man, he was really getting good at this grown-up talk. Yoshi looked at them all and shouldered his pack. "Well, the sun slows for no one. Let's get going." They started walking, but paused at the edge of the golden glade, while Hisako took a long look at the hearth tree. Then she turned away, squared her shoulders, and kept walking forward. The sword adept set a brisk pace. Yoshi said he wanted to limit the time spent out in the open. Richter used the time they were walking to speak with Sumiko. The older sprite was only a few inches above 3 feet, but was spry enough to keep pace. She had an easy smile and short cropped black hair. Her skin was a touch lighter than the normal olive complexion of the other sprites. Her face was a bit rounder as well. Richter spent the first day just discussing the strengths of life magic with her. She was every bit as pleasant as she looked. Sumiko promised to teach him a spell in the morning. His interactions with Yoshi were somewhat surprising. At the lunch break, the sword adept walked over with a stick. Richter groaned internally, but stood and raised his sword nonetheless. The man simply shook his head and told Richter to sheath the blade. Rather than beat Richter pillar to post, Yoshi instead showed him a sequence of movements called a form. The first form was named the Forest Wind. It focused on shoulder-length sweeps of Richter's blade for attack. The second was called Willow in the Storm. He was made to move through a series of motions that bent him at odd angles, keeping his sword between him and the anticipated attack. For both, Yoshi focused a great amount of attention on Richter's stance. Each movement required him to be both flexible and balanced. They went through the same series of movements for the half-hour allotted for lunch each day. When it was time to move again, Yoshi just corrected his stance a final time by gently prodding one leg, grunted, and then walked away. Richter was certainly not disappointed that he didn't need healing again, but the man's demeanor was so different that it was a bit a mystery. He wasn't about to complain, though. He shouldered his bag and walked on with everyone else, resuming his conversation with Sumiko. The next several days followed the same pattern, walking with Sumiko and during their rests, training the forms with Yoshi. He would steal a little time in between to read the lore books he had bought from Leandra. At the end of the second night, Yoshi stood opposite him again holding a small branch. The sprite attacked from a high guard. Richter responded with Willow in the Storm and flowed out of the path of the attack. It somehow left him in the perfect position to attack with the Forest Wind form. The two of them flowed through the movements, their two sticks clattering together. Richter saw now how the two forms he had been practicing naturally complemented each other. They kept up this exchange for almost an hour. When they finished a final rapid exchange, Yoshi stepped back and grunted. "Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in swordsmanship. Damage plus 2%. Chance to cause bleed status plus 0.5%. The sprite was turning to leave when Richter called out, "I really appreciate you teaching me, but I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to be learning. When I studied with other masters, I leveled up several times, but my swordsmanship skill seems only to go up when we spar. Why don't we spar the whole time? I am teaching you the art of the blade, not how to increase your level. You could bash away at a monster all day long with your sword. It would raise your level, but you would learn nothing. To you, a sword would still just be a club with edges. If you go that route, anyone with a bit of training will still kill you no matter how high your level is," Yoshi replied. That made sense. If there was one thing he had found about the land, it was that the proper application of force was just as, if not more important than, brute force alone. "I understand. Thank you again, Master Yoshi," Richter said with a slight bow of his head. The sprite was turning away again when a thought occurred to Richter. "Master Yoshi!" The sprite turned back. "If you were meaning to teach me the art of sword fighting, why did you just beat me with sticks the first day?" Yoshi looked at him for a moment, then a rueful expression crossed his face. "To be completely honest, I was nursing a massive hangover when they told me Hisako wanted me to meet you. I was in a foul mood. Beating you with rods seemed like a great way to vent my frustration. That might not have been fair, but if it helps, it did put me in a better mood." With that shameless comment, the sprite walked away. Richter just stared after him with his mouth hanging open. Chapter 3. The party arrived at the edge of the confusing mist enchantment mid-morning on the third day. Richter gave the entire party immunity, and they continued on. Over the past several days, Yoshi had taught Richter a third form, cat swatting at mouse. It focused on quick stabbing attacks while keeping his center of gravity low. Yoshi drilled him in all three, randomly calling out the name of a form. The goal was to have Richter's body respond without thinking. Yoshi made sure that Richter knew he had a long, long way to go. Richter's time with Sumiko had not been wasted either, as shown by the prompts he had accumulated. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Life Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Slow Heal. Restore 30 missing health over 60 seconds upon casting. This is a spell of Life Magic. Cost 40 mana. Duration 6 seconds. Range Touch. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Cure. Remove minor poison effects. This is a spell of Life Magic. Cost 50 mana. Duration 1 second. Range Touch. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Neither spell was exceptionally powerful, but Sumiko assured him that as his level increased, the spells increased in usefulness drastically. A few hours passed as they walked through the mists, and suddenly the village was before them. Richter and Scion had been gone a little over a week. The village was showing the same hustle and bustle that had been there when they left. There were also a few welcome developments. The framework for a wooden cradle had been started by the river, presumably for shipbuilding. Work had also been started on the forge, 3 walls already having been erected. Also, the crude earthwork walls at the inner edge of the moat surrounding the village had been leveled in long stretches. It would let people stand on the walls to see a greater distance. Richter wondered who had taken the initiative to do that. He certainly approved. As always, Futen met Richter at the boundaries of the village. "Hey, you sexy beast," Richter greeted the remnant. Futen was the fragment of an ancient magician's soul. He had been tied to this place of power and was meant to serve whomever was the current master of the Mist Village. He looked like a gray floating sphere with a white light in the center. The orb just pulsed slowly, hovering several feet in the air. "Well, don't go getting all mushy on me," Richter laughed. "Okay then, what's been happening since I've been gone?" "Would you like a full report, my lord?" Futen's deadpan voice was no longer strange to Richter. It was even comforting after a fashion. Like the unique sounds and smells of your grandmother's house, Futen's voice just served to remind him, on a visceral level, that he had come home. "No, just anything that requires my immediate attention." "All events can wait until you are settled then, my lord." "Good. No news is good news. Futen, this is Lady Hisako, the master of the Hearth Tree and leader of the Wood Sprites. She and all members of her party are honored guests. Extend them every courtesy and respond to their questions when asked. Now please go ahead of us and have some accommodations prepared for them. The men can bunk in the barracks. Lady Hisako and Daniela," he indicated the other female sprite, "will stay in my room." "Richter, that isn't necessary," Hisako protested. "I won't have it any other way, Hisako. I do not have much hospitality to offer yet, but what I do have is yours. Now please, come see my village." The party continued walking forward, and the various new settlers of the Mist Village looked up as they passed. Whatever tasks they were attending to were forgotten. How could carrying water compete with the master of their new home being accompanied by a squad of armed sprite warriors? By the time they had walked to the foot of the hill leading to the first floor of the catacombs, more than 100 villagers had gathered. Richter partly climbed the hill and then turned to look out at his people. "I was planning on gathering everyone later, but enough of you are here now. This is Lady Hisako, the leader of the Wood Sprites. They are our friends, and we are lucky to have them. This is the first time she has graced us with her presence, but I look forward to a warm and profitable relationship between our two peoples for many years to come. The benefits of our friendship start for us today. The Hearth Mother has come with a blessing. We will be planting an enchanted tree, and the blessing will make sure that it grows strong. The people nodded and smiled. It wasn't exactly a resounding cheer, but it seemed they were on board, so Richter would take it. He hadn't really thought about the logistics of keeping close to 300 people happy when he had recruited them, but he had a feeling that morale wasn't something he just wanted to ignore. Richter looked at Hisako. "When should we do this?" "I see no reason to wait," she said. "The weather is clear now, but there are clouds on the horizon. We can do the ceremony before the weather breaks." Futon floated towards them from the entrance to the catacombs. "My lord, am I correct in assuming that you plan to plant a seed core in the village?" Richter was somewhat surprised that the remnant knew what the seed core was. Futon had been around for tens of thousands of years, but his memory was fragmented. "That is what I'm planning. What do you know about the seed cores?" "Only that they are powerful relics, and that several previous masters have attempted to obtain one, but had no success. They always lamented that the sprites would not provide one." The remnant's memory seemed to be improving, Richter thought. "Do you remember anything else?" "No, my lord. Many specific details still remain beyond my grasp. I would offer a suggestion, however. I heard the Sprite Mother suggest planting the seed now, but I believe tonight would be better." "Why do you say this?" Hisako asked. She was looking at the remnant with curiosity, but also with caution. Richter didn't understand why she looked so pensive. "I believe you are operating as if you were at your own place of power, Master Hisako. I can sense that you are a master of light, life, and earth. Were we planting the seed at your seat of power, then this would be the perfect time. The Mist Village, however, is built upon a nexus of life, dark, water, and air. The most auspicious time would be when the environment complements those powers. I suggest that we wait until nightfall. That will coincide with our dark power. The presence of the storm will fulfill the obligation of the air and water powers. The seed core itself is life magic. I believe that waiting will provide the highest chance to obtain a powerful tree." Richter looked at Hisako. "What do you think?" "His reasoning is sound. When I advised to plant the core now, I admit that in the back of my mind I was applying reasoning that would be best for the hearth tree. The blessing will easily last until tonight. It will also let me find the best place to plant the seed core." "Okay then," Richter said. "I will let you all explore and relax after our trip. If you need anything, just ask. I'm going to check in with my people." He looked over at Sion, who, as usual, had not been able to shed Daniela's company. His companion looked at him with hope in his eyes, expecting to be asked along. Richter smiled toothily. "Sion, why don't you show Daniela around? I won't need you until the ceremony tonight." He then turned and walked to greet his people. Sion's glare washed over him with all of the comforting warmth of a sunlight. Richter's first stop was to check in at the half-constructed smithy. He was greeted by his wood elf carpenter, Roswan. The elf was a gruff, 6-foot-tall man with a somewhat terse manner. What made him truly stand apart was his hairstyle. Most elves had long, straight hair that they wore loose or plaited. Roswan cut his hair short and wore it high and tight with a large part on the left. He was also one of the few elves with facial hair, and he sported a thick brown mustache. "Hello, Roswan," Richter said. Roswan just made a half growl and kept working on his current project. Richter gave a sigh. The cantankerous man was not the easiest person to work with. If only he wasn't so good at his job. "So, how are we looking for the forge?" The framework was up, as were the several walls he had seen upon coming back to the village. They had apparently also laid the floor, using slate as opposed to wood. Probably a good idea, seeing as how there would be countless sparks and embers from the forge. The elf gave the same response he had given before when Richter had asked for a progress report. It's being built. Richter waited for any more information, but as per usual, nothing more was forthcoming. I love our little talks, Roswin, was the only response. Richter gave a half sigh. Where are Hilda and the other dwarves? Hilda was one of the dwarf elders that had initially agreed to come to the village. They are poking around in the mountain, he said, gesturing to the foothills and mountains north of the village. Might be back tonight for dinner. Well, is there anything you need? Richter asked. More wood, more help, more bacon and eggs, the elf said without looking up. Richter just shook his head at the man. Not even a that time. Richter walked on. He tried to say hello to everyone. Most just gave a polite smile or wave and then went on about their business. Luckily, his analyze skill let him know everyone's names, or he would have had no clue as to most. His skill did require mana though, which wasn't limitless, so there was a fair amount of looking good and my man thrown into his greetings as well. Richter walked past the walls of the village, out into the newly cultivated farmland. Dozens of people were planting various crops. He had bought corn, wheat, potatoes, some soy-like plant called ifes, tomatoes, and a host of others. There were no citrus or other fruit trees, unfortunately. One of the things Richter planned to buy from Hafiz was a series of fruit trees. He had bought several barrels of apples and a type of large citrus fruit that tasted like a mix between passion fruit and limes, but with no refrigeration, they would not last long. Richter had wondered about getting a balanced diet. Of course, he might be worrying for nothing. After all, who knew how his body here matched up with his old Earth body? It would be the bonehead move of all time, though, to become a powerful warrior and mage and then develop scurvy. All of his impromptu farmers seemed to be on task and happy, so Richter didn't rock the boat. He was not one to micromanage people who knew their job better than he did. It was a well-stressed point during his upbringing that a smart leader found people smarter than himself and then put them to work. Richter had seen no reason to think he had chosen his new villagers poorly. He spent an hour walking among the farmers and speaking with the guards who patrolled the edges of the forest. It had never been far from Richter's mind that though the mists were an effective deterrent against most humanoids, wild animals and certain monsters would not be affected. Luckily, the guards said there had been no incursions close to the village. They also reported, though, that the hunters had spied several cave bears to the north, and a pack of wolves had been close enough to hear their howls a few days ago. Richter decided to start organizing larger hunting parties. The site the village was being built upon had been wild and untouched land for hundreds of years. There was no overestimating the dangers that lurked nearby, and he swore to himself that he would not forget that. After walking through the fields, Richter then walked to the river that was to the west of the village. His destination was the wooden cradle that had been set up to start building the village's first ship. The closest hub of trade was the Kingdom of Eves. On foot, the journey took almost 3 weeks. With a ship to navigate the countless rivers in this part of the world, the journey could be accomplished in a fraction of the time. If trade was to become a regular part of life, the ship was of paramount importance. Richter had been lucky enough that a high elf adept shipbuilder and her 2 apprentices had agreed to come to the village. Skill ranks were not arbitrary in the land. Novice was skill level 1 through 9. 10 through 24 granted initiate level, and levels 25 through 44 meant you were an apprentice. Journeymen were levels 45 to 69, adepts were 70 to 99, and masters had achieved skill level 100 and above. What the ranks meant seemed to vary from skill to skill as far as Richter could tell. Magic masters and adepts could teach spells without spellbooks, and training with someone of a higher rank than you would increase the rate that someone leveled their skills. Other than that, Richter really didn't have an understanding of how the ranks impacted anything. "Ho the ship!" Richter called out. "Very funny, my lord," the shipbuilder said. Shavona was short for a high elf at 5.5 feet. She had long black hair plaited to her waist, a petite figure, and broad hips. Rather broad and round, actually. Richter had noticed that she switched when she walked in a very distracting way. Richter liked her for her confident attitude and competent manner. When they had first come to the village, she had caught him staring a time or two. She never seemed angry, though. She just gave him a challenging little smile and then stared right back. He decided to forego that this morning, speaking up before she noticed him. "I'm glad to see that you've started on the ship." The ribbing was well on the way to being completed as far as Richter could tell. "Is there anything you need from me?" "Things are moving well, but if I could have one of those mist workers allocated to me, then things would move a good deal faster," she said. "Done," Richter said promptly. Mist workers were magical constructs that Richter could summon. They lacked any real intelligence, but they were strong and had good reserves of stamina. They couldn't be trusted with complicated tasks, but were perfectly suited for manual labor. Unfortunately, he could only summon so many per day, the amount dictated by the 1,000 mana limit on the village's mana pool. It did regenerate every hour, but only so much. When the villagers had found out about the magical beasts of burden, they all decided they had to have one. Needless to say, demand was high. Ship construction was a priority for Richter, though. There were no internet or telecoms in the land. The only way for his village to be connected to the rest of the world was to physically travel to neighboring towns and settlements. He had arranged for one of the ships that had brought the settlers to the Mist Village to return to the boundaries of the confusing Mist spell in several weeks' time. The cost of arranging that had been several gold coins paid up front. That amounted to several hundred US dollars that were eating into his potential profits. "How long until the ship will be ready?" Richter asked. "She should be river-ready in 3 months," Shyvana said with certainty. Richter widened his eyes. "That soon? I was expecting it to take the better part of a year." "Ha!" she scoffed. "Maybe it would take that long for ham-fisted humans." She looked up with a stricken look when she remembered the lord of her new village was human. Richter just gestured for her to keep going, with an amused expression on his face. She nodded gratefully and continued. "As I was saying, High Elves are the finest shipbuilders in the land. Each of us are proficient with a certain type of magic as well. I have affinity for water and earth magic, both at apprentice skill level. My aides have affinities to water and air magic respectively." "So you cast spells to make the work go faster?" Richter asked. "That is part of it, but also, we just maintain a low level of ambient mana when we are working." Seeing that Richter wasn't following, she explained further. "You can cast different types of spells, correct? I am sure you have noticed that right before casting spells of different types of magic, there is a recognizable feeling. For myself, casting water spells feels different than casting earth spells." Richter nodded. His earth magic spells made him feel solid, for lack of a better description. Water magic gave him a cool, fluid feeling, and his ice dagger spell made his hands feel cold right before casting, though that may have been specific to that spell. "Well, my lord, we focus on that feeling while we work, not actually using mana, just accessing it. We have found that the ships will ultimately be stronger and faster by infusing mana while we work. That's one of the reasons High Elves are such excellent craftsmen. In addition to having a high shipbuilding skill, we increase our skill level in magic as well. Of course, this ship won't be as strong as enchanted ships and won't have anywhere near the power of Kaitachi vessels." "Just call me Richter," he said absently. It wasn't often his gift of tongues ability didn't automatically translate every word. It seemed only to happen when the word expressed a concept he wasn't fully familiar with. Kaitachi seemed to translate as caught souls. "I don't understand," Richter said. "Are you saying you can make the ship stronger? Why don't you?" Seeing his confusion, Shyvana explained further. "A jewel can be infused with a spell and attached to the ship. An example would be the earth spell, Durability. The spell could be infused into a jewel and then attached to the ship. The ship's structure would be stronger. The size of the ship usually means that several jewels need to be strategically placed in key positions, though. Otherwise, you have one part of the ship much stronger than the others. It might not seem important, but the boards of a ship need to swell and shrink together. If one area is much stronger than the others, it creates a stress point that might snap the ship in two. I'm sure you can see that using several jewels for one effect, while beneficial to the ship, would be very costly. Richter nodded his understanding. He wasn't completely disregarding the possibility, though. He still had many jewels in his inventory, and it might be worth using a few to enchant the ship. What about a kaitachi? A kaitachi vessel is something else entirely, my L. Richter. It requires that a soul stone that has been invested with a spirit to be irreversibly bonded to a ship. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the vessel. It is not an exact process, though, she cautioned. Over time, the vessel takes on the characteristics of the spirit. I'll give you an example. There is a monster called a water dancer that skips over the tops of rivers and lakes on long, thin legs. It spreads its weight out so each point of contact only dimples the water, but never actually penetrates the surface. Dancers are detestable creatures and will use a paralytic poison to stun you. While you're immobilized, they insert a thin proboscis into your body and drink your blood. She shuddered for a second before continuing. As horrible a creature as it is, however, if its spirit was caught in a soul stone and then bonded to a ship, that ship would skip over the waves and move faster through the water than almost any others. So if I got you a soul stone filled with the right type of soul, you could bond it to the ship, Richter asked. Well, that takes a shipmaster who is also at least a journeyman in the sub-skill Kiachi bonding, she said regretfully. Richter's hopes fell. Lucky for you, I am just that amazing, Shyvana said with a smug look on her face. Richter smiled back at the saucy elf. Really? Oh, I could kiss you. Settle down, Richter. It's not that kind of party. She was still smiling, though. How do I get a soul stone? He asked. Now that is outside of my realm of expertise, she said, but some of the other mages here should have some ideas. Fair enough, he said, delighted. Then I will let you get back to work. Futen, send over a mist worker daily from here on out. Instruct it to follow the instructions of Shyvana and her apprentices. Yes, my lord, the remnant said. Richter started walking back towards the village. He needed to talk to Randolphus. As he was entering the walls, he was greeted by his companion, Tarad. Hello, my friend, Richter said, clasping wrists with the former innkeeper. Tarad had large bags under his eyes and a harried look. Barely 2 weeks ago, the man had carried the dead body of his best friend in a desperate escape from Law, the capital city of Eves. That loss, coupled with trying to be a pillar of support for his psychologically damaged love, Isabel, was clearly wearing the man down. Richter felt a bit of guilt over having left his companion in charge for the last week. Tarad needed more time to recover. He would speak to the carpenters about building a small private cottage for Isabel and his friend as soon as there was time. Hello back, Tarad said with a tired smile. Did you accomplish everything you needed to on your trip? I did. I'm not sure if you know, but the leader of the Wood Sprites has come back to perform a ceremony for us. I had heard a contingent of sprites had come back with you, but I wasn't sure why. Well, either way, it is good to see you. Is there anything I should know about that happened over the past week? Richter asked. Some predator animals were seen by hunters, but none came close to the village. As you can see, all the villagers are settling in well. Randolphus has been amazing in foreseeing problems before they arise. I'm glad to hear that. It brings up the other topic I wanted to talk with you about, Richter said. He looked the man in the eye and spoke softly but firmly. I think you should have some private time with Isabel. You don't need to do anything else for a while. Just let me know when you're ready. That isn't necessary, Tarad protested. I can pull my weight. Richter continued to look at him with a serious expression. I know you can, Tarad. Look around you. None of the people you see would be here if it wasn't for your efforts. You are the one that included me in the raid with the night daggers. You are the one that organized for me to speak with the 5 elders, and you are the one who introduced me to Mama." Richter paused before continuing. "You have already done more than I could ever ask. Now I need you to focus on just one thing. Be there for Isabel. Help her heal and heal yourself as well. I have a feeling there will be many trials in the days to come. I will need you at your best." Tarad looked at Richter a few more seconds and then reached out and squeezed his friend's shoulder. "Thank you. I will take a few days to be with Isabel, and will be ready when you need me." Richter smiled. "Good. Now walk with me for a moment until I find Randy." Tarad smiled back. "You know he hates being called that." Randy, or Randolphus as was his proper name, was a wonderful aide, but was also a bit stuffy. "Why do you think I do it?" Richter asked with a laugh. Chapter 4. The two companions walked slowly through the village, talking about this and that. Richter sent Footen ahead to look for Randolphus and then report back. As he was talking with Tarad, he realized that he had not taken a look at his latest companion status page. Letting his vision relax, Richter's interface came up. He focused on the small icon of Tarad's face that was floating next to Sion's. Name, Tarad. Age, 46. Level, 7. 41% to next level. Health, 190. Mana, 120. Stamina, 140. Strength, 16. Agility, 12. Dexterity, 14. Constitution, 19. Endurance, 14. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 19. Luck, 14. Abilities, camaraderie. Skills, swordsmanship. Level 2, 67% to next level. 87% affinity. Shields level 4, 82% to next level. 98% affinity. Cooking, level 8, 13% to next level. 96% affinity. Horsemanship, level 9, 32% to next level. 83% affinity. Repair, level 4, 64% to next level. 54% affinity. Repair. Armor level 3, 13% to next level. 52% affinity. Repair. Weapon level 4, 18% to next level. 52% affinity. Marks, none. Resistances, none. Race, human. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, 0. Language, common tongue. Richter looked at his companion. Have you noticed that since we have become companions, you can see my status page? Tarad nodded. Well, I just looked at yours for the first time. You have a strange mix of skills. Tarad gave a small chuckle. Yes, I know. I didn't serve in the army if that's what you were thinking. At least not in a traditional way. I come from a very minor noble line, several times removed from power. My mother convinced a cousin to take me on as a page when I was a child. He was a knight in Eves's army. I followed his patrol for 2 years. That's why I have some martial skills. One of the main responsibilities of a page is caring for his knight's armor. If you have seen my status, then you've also seen that I was piss poor at that. What I was good at, however, was making dinner each night and caring for the horses. I seemed to have a real connection with the animals. I also have good affinity for sword and shield, but riding was my true passion. That is what saved my life. My skill in horsemanship was noticed, and I was promoted from page to mounted messenger. While I was away from the rest of my squad, delivering dispatches, they were attacked by a tribe of gnolls from the Whisper Woods. They were wiped out to the last man. Tarad stopped talking for a second. I was the one who found them. The gnolls had taken their scalps as trophies, and the battlehounds they trained had savaged the rest of the remains. I could even tell which of the bodies was my cousin. That was it for me. I had already been debating whether or not I should leave. I never could get used to being ordered around. When I saw their bodies, though, I still remember the way they looked, and I still remember the smell of the blood and entrails. Tarad shook himself slightly, as if to be rid of the bad memories. Well, that's why I have the strange collection of skills. I came back to law and took on odd jobs till I landed at the Laughing Imp. 10 years later, I owned the inn. My camaraderie ability made things easier. It makes it more likely for people to enjoy my company and want to work with me. As abilities go, it certainly helped me in life. And on more than a few dates, if you catch my meaning, he laughed. Richter laughed as well. He was glad that the shadow that had been cast over his friend's mood with the telling of his story was gone again. He hadn't expected to be digging up such painful memories with his question. Despite the discomfort it seemed to have caused, Richter was pleased that his companion felt comfortable enough to share those personal details. He tried to further lighten the mood. So you're saying that if it wasn't for your ability, then you would be completely annoying and not just the pain in the neck that you are now? Richter asked. Tarad chuckled. Shut up. You got it, Richter said. The remnant was gliding back towards them. Futen, where is Randy? He is in the catacombs, my lord. The chamberlain appropriated one of the side rooms as an office. Lead the way. The remnant led them to the inclined entrance leading to the chamber of the Great Seal. Tarad split off, saying he was going to find Isabel. Richter entered the tunnel and came out into the large chamber that housed the mosaic. The 4 spirals constituting the 4 powers of the nexus of ley lines the village was built upon were much the same as he remembered. Each spiral represented one of the 4 powers he could master. So far, only one spiral showed signs of life. The clear crystal indicating air magic glowed with an inner light and depicted a cyclone in 2 dimensions. The other spirals for dark magic, life magic, and water magic remained only cold tile. There was one other change that made Richter smile. Someone had hung one of the larger paintings in the rug that Richter had stolen from Count Stanock. They actually made pretty nice wall hangings, he thought. None of the smaller paintings were anywhere to be seen. Randolphus had told him previously he would see them hung as soon as the carpenters had time to make frames. Futen continued across the Great Seal and into one of the side rooms. Richter followed him, sparing only a bit of time to look at the stairs leading downward through another arch set into the wall. It led to the next level of the catacombs. Richter had not gone there yet due to Futen's warning that it was populated with monsters. He would have to conquer the lower levels at some point if he ever wanted his village to progress to level 2. It was one of the requirements Futen had told him about. He wasn't sure what it meant to move on to level 2 exactly, but Richter was sure that he wanted it to happen. Richter also peeked into his room before following Futen, but Hisako was apparently occupied elsewhere. He continued on to speak with his chamberlain. Randy was sitting at a rough-hewn table, bent over a stack of papers, scribbling. Richter had not bought much paper and ink from Hafiz. He would have to remember to negotiate for more. "Hey, Randy," he said in a loud, boisterous voice. The man gave a clear sigh before looking up. "Welcome back, my lord. I trust your trip went well?" He really didn't like that name, Richter thought with a silent chuckle. Randolphus, as was his full name, had been the chamberlain for the late King of Eves. The rules of proper decorum were heavily entrenched within him. So even though the shortening of Randolphus's name clearly frustrated him, the man was too enamored of the proper rules of conduct to correct his liege. That kind of circular logic trap was exactly why Richter just spoke his mind. Being PC all the time took way too much effort and needless complicated things. It did, thank you for asking. I'm guessing there are some things that require my attention? Richter looked pointedly at the stack of papers on the desk. Yes, sir, there are. Randolphus reached under the table and pulled out a previously hidden and much larger stack of papers. He set them on the tabletop and picked up the first page. Item 1. Richter gave a sigh of his own as he sat at the table. Was that a smirk on Randy's face? Richter wasn't able to escape Randy's grasp for hours. Food was brought, but they kept grinding away. They covered topics ranging from resource management, defenses, the need to allocate people to key positions like trademaster and captain of the guard, requests of the new villagers, and items that needed to be bought during the next trip to Leaf's Crossing. Unsurprisingly, the man had already included paper and ink in that list. As painful as the hours of bookkeeping were, there was no denying that Randolphus was thorough and indispensable. Richter stood and stretched. There were more items to be discussed according to his chamberlain, but he just couldn't sit still any longer. When Randy had pulled a list of all the new villagers and wanted to go through each person's qualifications and skills, he thought, enough! It was probably a few more hours until full night. Richter had more to accomplish before the planting ceremony. He was leaving the room when a thought occurred. He walked back to Randolphus and reached into his bag of holding. He withdrew the stack of papers he had taken from Count Stonuk's private safe. The Count was involved in non-human slavery in the Kingdom of Eves. He was also the reason that Tarad's love, Isabel, had suffered so much emotional trauma. "Do you know Count Stonuk?" Richter asked. A look of distaste crossed Randolphus's face. "Yes, I do. One of the new king's inner circle. A distasteful man that would not have been tolerated at court in the days of his father. Well, I was able to procure these papers from his private safe. They were well hidden, so I'm assuming they are important. I've only glanced at them, but there are references that I don't understand. It seems to be in code as well. Do you think you could make sense of them? I had many duties under the old king, my lord. Part of that was to monitor the correspondence of less desirable types in court. Count Stonuk never struck me as overly bright. I have an ability called code breaking. I am sure that I can decipher these papers given time." Code breaking? Richter asked incredulously. Just who was Randolphus? All Mama had told him was that Randolphus had been a chamberlain. Richter wasn't 100% up on his ye old English terms, but he was pretty sure a chamberlain was kind of like a supped-up butler. Now he was finding out that the man was 007. Analyze didn't reveal much, however. Like Tarad, his level was a bit higher than other humans, but it was nothing to write home about. Richter didn't know why he hadn't analyzed the man before. Name: Randolphus. Human level 9. Health: 170. Mana: 120. Stamina: 140. Disposition: friendly. Humans are one of the shortest-lived but most prolific breeders in the land. Humans have a broader affinity for skills than other races. No special bonuses to race. Humans get 4 points to distribute per level. "Yes, my lord," Randolphus answered. "Just yes?" "Yes, my lord," he said with just a touch more force. Richter was silent for a moment. Who would be born with an ability in code breaking? How often could that come up? It seemed very coincidental that the former king of Eve's chamberlain had such a useful and appropriate ability. Then again, Richter thought, maybe that was one of the reasons that Randolphus had risen to power. Well, no rush. I truly appreciate you help. Every man was entitled to his own secrets, Richter thought. It didn't seem like he was getting the whole story, though, and so he resolved to pay a little closer attention to his chamberlain in the future. "It is my pleasure to serve, my lord." Richter left the room with Futen floating along behind him. He stopped at the Great Seal. When he had searched his inventory for the Count's paper, he had seen 2 other items that required his attention. The first was also from the Count's safe. It was a blue wand tipped with a white jewel. Richter had no lore to speak of yet, despite finding snippets of time to read Leandra's book, and had no identification spells. When he looked at it, the prompt simply said, "Magic Wand." Luckily, Futen had an ability to identify items. He held the wand up. Futon, if you would be so kind. A white light flared from the center of the glowing remnant. You have found Wand of Magic Illumination. Durability 30/30. Item class Common. Quality Above average. Weight 0.3 kilograms. Sends out a beam of blue light that illuminates the darkness. Magic seen in this light will glow white. 12 hours of illumination per day. Well, that could be useful, Richter thought. He resolved to play with this latest toy as soon as possible. The second item he had retrieved from a thief. To be more specific, he had stolen it from a den of thieves right before burning their house down. Richter wasn't one to dwell on details, though. He held the book out, and Futon pulsed again. The light in the remnant built for several seconds before subsiding this time. That's strange, Richter thought. It had never taken more than a split second for the remnant to identify an object before. You have found an item of exceptional power, my lord. You have found Tome of Souls Familiar. Durability 500/500. Item class Epic. Quality Masterwork. Weight 0.5 kilograms. Lets you cast Summon Soul Familiar. Tome destroyed upon casting. Requirements: Master of a School of Magic. Intelligence 20. Cost 1,200 mana. Do you wish to use the tome? Yes or no? 1,200 mana. That was more expensive than any other spell Richter had even seen. The most costly spell he had cast was Confusing Mist, and that was an enchantment that protected the entire village. It had only cost 800. Why was this spell so expensive? Despite the prohibitive cost, that was probably the reason that he was holding the tome at all, he realized. The thieves probably didn't know what to do with it. Also, masters of magic didn't exactly grow on trees. The book was almost priceless, so finding a buyer would have been difficult. But for the same reason, they certainly couldn't just give it away. So it had sat collecting dust until Richter had come along and freed it. None of that mattered, though, because Richter came to a profound realization. He wanted a familiar. In games and old stories, familiars always lent their masters awesome powers. He could get a mouse that gave a bonus to lock-picking checks, or a falcon that would let him see through its eyes. Maybe a cat that he could have pithy banter with. No matter what, it would be awesome. Most gamers would sell a kidney to get an item like what he had here. There were, he realized, practical things to consider, though. The village generated 1,000 mana per day. That clearly wasn't enough. Futon, can I combine my mana with the village mana to cast this spell? Yes, my lord. At the time of casting, simply focus upon how you wish to allocate the mana expenditure. The spell will use it accordingly. Okay, one problem solved. So if he combined the village and his personal capacity, it would give him the grand total of 1,300 to use. That didn't take into account the mana upkeep for Confusing Mist, though. The spell required a hefty 400 mana smackaroos each day, or the mists would fade away. Futon, what time is the upkeep for Confusing Mist paid? At midnight, my lord. What happens if the village doesn't have enough mana to pay the upkeep? Richter asked. The spell would dissipate at midnight, my lord. It would have to be cast again at the full cost of 800 mana. Richter thought. He needed 1,200 mana to cast the spell. The village reserves were full now, so he had access to the 1,000 maximum. If he used his personal mana and took the rest from reserves, it would leave 100. The village recharge rate was determined by the total mana the village could have, divided by hours in the day. Put another way, 1,000 divided by 24 gave 41.67 mana regen per hour. So he just needed to know. Futon, how many hours until the upkeep is due? 4 hours and 37 minutes, my lord. Richter stared at the remnant in surprise for a moment, not having expected such a specific answer. It was useful information, though. It meant that if he cast the spell now, The village would only regenerate 192 mana by the time the upkeep was due. It would leave him more than 100 mana short of the upkeep. He stood in silence for a while. He understood the importance of the defenses around the village. The confusing mist enchantment was definitely important. On the other hand, the hunters had not seen anything dangerous coming too near the village. They also had the trench and the sprite warriors if something randomly made its way close. He did a few more quick calculations. The cost to recast the enchantment was 800 mana. His own mana would refill at about 12 points a minute, so his 300 would be full well before the villages had replenished. Counting his own 300, only 500 more mana would be needed. That would take just 12 hours. He made his decision. The risk was negligible. It was time to get a familiar. He chose yes on the prompt hovering in his vision. Suddenly, there was a complete absence of sound. Richter blinked, then snapped his fingers, but still heard nothing. The Great Seal changed. The spiral of black became a hole devoid of all light. The edges of the hole distorted space, causing the floor to ripple and bend. The spiral of gold tile was replaced by an arched doorway standing 10 feet tall. A gentle radiance spilled into the room, and a shining gold tree could be seen through the portal, waving in an otherworldly wind. The blue spiral was replaced by a swirling pool of water. The spiral of air became an actual 10-foot-tall swirling maelstrom, lightning crackling across it. Each transformation was independent and silent. In the center of it all stood Richter. He was amazed at the power around him. He could not have left the Great Seal if he wanted to. The boundary of each transformation touched the next, leaving free only the gray diamond in the center of Great Seal. The silence was sundered by a horrific tearing sound. A small black rent appeared in the space above Richter's head. It started small, no larger than his forearm, but quickly widened to the height of a man. The sound intensified proportionally to the size of the tear. It kept growing until it reached all the way to the top of the vaulted chamber and stretched from one wall to the other, bisecting the room. On one side was Richter and the transformed Great Seal. On the other side was a white sky. Black clouds were lit with orange bolts of lightning. Beneath that alien sky was canyon formed of midnight blue rock. The surface of the rocks was multifaceted like the inside of a geode, and each streak of lightning lit the canyon with reflection. At the end of the crevasse were massive trees festooned with thick vines. As Richter watched, a monstrous reptilian head poked through a break in the grove. It looked about with copper-colored eyes, scanning for the source of the noise that had drawn its attention. 2 large slits were at the end of the snout, and as Richter watched, a forked tongue sampled the air. Instinct took over, and Richter froze in place, hoping that the wormhole, or whatever he was standing in front of, acted like a one-way mirror. He did not want this thing to see him. That hope faded as the bus-sized head oriented on him and the jaw dropped open. The monster stared at him with a sadistic leer. The steel-colored fangs were each the size of short swords, and it rolled its beet-colored tongue around in its horrific mouth. With a graceful step that shouldn't have been possible in such a monstrosity, it moved more of its large body into the rocky dell. A clawed hand attached to an arm the size of an ancient oak shook the ground with an impact tremor. It brought its other arm forward and continued making its way towards him. The head moved closer and closer. Richter looked around, but there was no escape. The 4 powers still hemmed him. He drew his high steel sword, but knew it would be like attacking a bull with a toothpick. Either way, he would go down fighting. He just really did not want to be eaten again. The monster's mouth was only a dozen yards away from the tear in space now. Richter could see rotting flesh in between its fangs, and the nauseating smell of decomposing flesh washed over him with its exhale. Richter held his sword up, preparing for his pointless last stand. But all of a sudden, there was a resounding boom. The portal slammed shut, and a wave of force emanated from the rapidly closed rift. It blew Richter down off of his feet. He struck his head on the ground and was momentarily dazed. When he picked his head up a few moments later, the Great Seal had returned to its previous appearance. Silence once again reigned in the chamber, but it was a natural silence, filled with tiny, almost imperceptible sounds. Richter's heart was pounding wildly in his chest. As the monster had approached the portal, he had been playing out various scenarios. In the rosiest one, the dragon thing had swallowed him whole and killed him in the process. The next scenario was decided less pleasant, and it taking a big enough bite that arms or legs were left behind. He would still be alive when he was eaten, but blood loss should make his death relatively quick. The worst case is he was swallowed whole and screamed all the way down the beast's gullet just before he was digested for 1,000 years in the equivalent of the pit of Sarlacc. None of those options were very attractive, but the last would most definitely not be on fleep or whatever that stupid phrase the kids were saying these days. His mood wasn't great, to say the least. He had used a massive amount of mana and almost been eaten for his trouble, and there was still no familiar. His temper was not helped by the bachelor party-sized headache that was triggered by the depletion of his mana. If he wasn't already on the floor, he would have fallen. His head felt like it was full of cotton. This was probably a good thing, since it also felt like someone was hammering on the outside of his skull. "Futin!" "Yes, my lord." "What the hell?" "My lord, are you all right?" a voice shouted. Randolphus was standing just inside of the doorway of the room he had been working in. "I'm fine, Randy. The danger has passed. I'm sorry. I should have warned you I was going to cast a spell. Please go back to work." The man stared at Richter for a few seconds before turning around. He was shaking his head as he walked back to his desk. Richter returned his attention to the source of his ire. "Well, Futin, I'm waiting. I do not believe that was a lower plane of existence." "What?" Richter asked, exasperated and confused. "You asked what type of hell that was. It was not a hell. It was simply an alternate dimension." Richter ground his teeth. The lack of idioms in this new world was going to kill him. This stupid conversation was not helping the headache that had barely started to subside. Through gritted teeth, he said, "I wasn't asking if that was a hell or an underworld. I was asking you why I was almost eaten by a dinosaur on steroids when I was trying to summon a familiar. Was that thing it?" "Ah, thank you for clarifying, my lord. As you know, my memory is still fragmented, but I have no recollection of a familiar trying to eat its master, except for perhaps a demon familiar. As we have already established, however, that portal did not go to another world." Futin's inane babble was driving him crazy. "So what was that thing?" Richter felt like he was shouting. Was he shouting? He couldn't be sure. His ears were still ringing from clunking his noggin. "I believe that thing was a monster intent on eating you, my lord." Richter just started his silent mantra. Don't kill him. Don't shoot him. Don't see if you can light him on fire. Don't kill him. Don't shoot him. Don't see if you can light him on fire. By his fifth iteration, he was calm again and opened his eyes. In a tranquil voice, he said, "Futin." "Yes, my lord." "Then where is my familiar?" "Behind you, my lord." "What?" Richter asked as he twisted in the sitting position he still occupied. He turned almost all the way around and locked eyes with the small creature on the ground behind him. His world changed forever. "Know this. You have summoned your soul's familiar. Every living being is born incomplete. Connecting with others is the only way to move beyond this limitation. You have cast the spell, Summon Soul Familiar. The spell has reached across all timelines, dimensions, realities, and fractal causalities to find another piece of your fragmented soul. You and your familiar are bound until this universe ends and all souls are once again returned to the true essence. Know this. Unlike the paltry connection of most mages and familiars, the soul bond between you and your soul familiar has unlimited benefits. You will have to discover these over time, but the first is perhaps the most powerful. Abilities are bound to the soul. As such, you will have access to some of your familiar's abilities. Increasing your familiar's strength and level will unlock further abilities for you to access. Congratulations! You have been granted the ability Psi-Bond. Thoughts can be shared with another being that has the ability Psi-Bond. A connection can only be completed by both parties being willing to participate. Congratulations! You have bonded your soul familiar. Your familiar is a Psi Dragonling. Know this. You have summoned your soul familiar at the center of your place of power. As you level your place of power, your familiar will evolve. As master of a place of power, your familiar has the ability to cast spells in any power you unlock and the associated resistances. Your familiar has access to air magic. The Psi Dragonling was about 1.5 feet long. Its tail was another foot long and was a deep black. The body was long and sleek. The diamond-shaped scales on its appendages and back were slate gray, like the color of a storm in late afternoon. No light reflected off of its hide. The lack of shine didn't make it look boring or dingy, however. It looked beautiful. 2 wings were folded against its sides. They were the same color as the body. It sat up with its 2 back haunches folded and its 2 front legs extended. The Dragonling stared up into Richter's eyes. He didn't know what to do with this new creature which was bound to him, for eternity it sounded like. He was about to reach out to touch it when he heard a small voice. "Hungry!" Richter was confused for a moment. The voice was different than anything it had ever heard. It was slightly high-pitched and definitely insistent. It didn't seem to come from any direction, however. Had the familiar spoken? "Say that again," he said. "Meat!" Richter pulled his head back slightly. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head lightly. He focused on the small dragon and thought at it. "Did you just say you were hungry?" "Meat!" The Dragonling blew a small but strong burst of air into Richter's face. It felt like being whacked in the forehead with a chicken leg. His head jolted back slightly, and he looked at his new lifelong companion with an amused grin. "Well," Richter thought, "I guess I don't like stupid questions either. Come on, little guy. Let's get some food." Another gust of air struck Richter in the eye. "Gah! What was that for?" The Dragonling just stared at him and extended its neck to full extension, head cocked slightly to the side. "Girl?" Richter asked with a questioning note in his voice. The Dragonling relaxed and purred slightly. "Okay, girl, let's go get some food." He stood up and then turned to face his familiar. He was about to reach down and pick her up when Dragonling hunched her body and with a powerful jump launched into the air. One flap of her wings allowed her to gain altitude. Soon, the familiar was gliding lazily above Richter's head. Fair enough, Richter thought. He started walking to the exit. Before he got to the tunnel, a slight weight settled onto him. The Dragonling had landed on his shoulders, draped across him like a mink stole. She wrapped her tail around his arm to secure her position. Her weight was in no way troublesome. He had expected a reptile to be cool or slimy, but she radiated a gentle heat. Shaking his head in disbelief of how his life had changed in the last few minutes, he continued into the tunnel. So, my soul familiar is a demanding female who rejects offered affection, but later clings to me in a way that everyone can see. There is probably a lesson in all of this, Richter thought. Then the Dragonling jumped off of him and dug her claws into one of the wall draperies, and all he said, "Oh shit, my rug." Chapter 5. Richter walked outside and looked out over his village. His people moved about with purpose and with smiles on their faces. He was witnessing the beginning of something special, he realized. Building this village was a cause worth devoting his new life to. Apparently, none of the events in the Chamber of the Great Seal had registered on the people outside. He looked farther out over the surrounding land to see the translucent mists. When they disappeared later, it might cause a bit of an uproar. He decided to make an announcement before people panicked. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Everyone! Everyone! Please give me your attention!" His familiar shuffled a bit on his shoulders at his shout. A few people heard him, who then nudged others to give their attention. After a minute, everyone within sight had stopped what they were doing and were looking up at him. Again, I am so happy to see all of you again. We are already transforming this place. It is no longer the blank slate that we saw when we got off the ships. It has become fields for food, hearths for warmth, and roofs for shelter. It is becoming a home. There were cheers from all around. I want to spend more time with each and every one of you, but first, I wanted to tell you a few things. 1. The mists ringing the town will dissipate through the night. They will be back tomorrow morning, but for now, no one should go out past the moat ringing the town. For that reason, we will be withdrawing the logs that serve as our bridge across the moat. We will also be shutting the gate until the protective enchantment is back in place. Richter made eye contact with one of the men who was serving as a guard in the village. Gather all of the other guards and make sure no one is beyond the walls. I see that everyone working the fields looks to have come back in for the night, but I want to know without a doubt. Please do that now. I want the gates closed in 20 minutes. The man gave a salute and ran off. Turning his head to address the crowd again, Richter said, "The next announcement concerns what many of you seem to be pointing at. This is my new familiar. She is a Psy Dragonling. She won't hurt anyone, but you will be seeing her around, so please, don't be alarmed." He thought at her quickly. You won't hurt anyone, right? She just gave an uninterested sniff. Taking that as affirmation, Richter continued. Lastly, I'm sure you have all seen our friends, the wood sprites, throughout the village. Some of you may have been here earlier, but I'll repeat for those of you who are not. Tonight we will be planting a seed core. It will grow a magical tree that will greatly benefit us. The Hearth Mother has done us the great favor of placing a blessing upon the seed that will let it grow much quicker than otherwise possible. We are truly lucky to have such good friends. Richter looked up at the darkening sky. The color was not just due to the setting sun, but also because it was heavy with storm clouds. Richter gave a laugh. All are welcome to attend the ceremony, if you're willing to brave a little rain. The people laughed good-naturedly along with him. A sympathy laugh, Richter thought, but I'll take it. Richter raised his hand to signal that he was done speaking. The people dispersed, and he walked down the slope that led from the tunnel to the village below. One of the sprites met him at the bottom. The green-clad warrior stared at Richter's familiar before speaking. The Hearth Mother is at the lake in the hills north of the village. She asks that you join her. She says that there is no rush, but to please come before sunset. Please tell her I'll be there soon. He would have gone straight there, but a stream of air into his ear reminded him of his responsibilities. He turned his head to look at the Dragonling. Don't go getting fresh. His familiar didn't deign to reply. A quick question to a passing villager pointed him in the direction of the makeshift storehouses for their food. He walked up to the small series of sheds. He was about to open the first door when his familiar jumped off his shoulders with a shriek. She glided through the air and landed on a deer that a hunter was dressing with a broad-bladed knife. The man stumbled back with a startled cry and raised his dagger. The Dragonling hissed at the man, then turned back to the deer. She stuck her face into the bloody haunch and then began tearing off bloody chunks and swallowing them whole. Richter took in the scene and recognized it for what it truly was, a calamity in the making. There would be no bloodshed right now because he was here to intervene. In the future, however, that was not necessarily a sure thing. He needed to deal with this now. Better to establish boundaries early. He walked up to the Dragonling and said, "Stop." His familiar ignored him. He repeated himself, only louder, but had the same result. Having had enough, he reached out and yanked the deer to the ground. "Stop!" The Dragonling grabbed hold of the wooden frame that the deer had been hanging from. She twisted her sinuous neck to stare at Richter. She let loose a harsh hiss and bared her fangs at him. Richter didn't move. He just looked into his familiar's eyes and waited for whatever would happen. He knew two things. 1, in every pack there was an alpha. 2, that alpha was him. They stared at each other for long minutes. The dragonling's back arched as she hissed at him intermittently. After a time, she stopped baring her teeth, though her wings remained flared. Mine, she thought at him defiantly, projecting an image of the deer carcass. He had a feeling that a well-reasoned argument would not convince his familiar. Instead, he thought of the image of her sitting on his shoulders and communicated the thought, family. Then he thought of looking at all of the people who had listened to his announcement. He projected family again, but with less intensity. Then he thought of the hunter and repeated family at the same level. Finally, he projected the image of the deer carcass back to her. Ours. The dragonling kept her eyes lidded, but relaxed her stance and loosened her neck from full extension. She turned to look at the hunter who was still standing nearby, looking confused at Richter and the side dragonling. Not surprising, seeing as how the man could not hear the silent communication between the two of them. She looked back at Richter and thought, hungry. The thought had much less animosity in it, though. Richter relaxed his stare as well and put a smile onto his face. He extended his arm and projected, trust me. She gathered herself and gave a small jump. She left the wooden post and clambered up onto his shoulders. He addressed the hunter. I'm sorry about that. I know it must have been startling to have her jump out at you like that. She is going to live here, though. Apparently, she prefers fresh meat, a fact I learned at exactly the same time as you. I have told her it was wrong that she almost attacked you. You told her, my lord? The hunter still hadn't completely calmed his stance. Not that Richter could blame him. Yes, Richter said. We are able to communicate without words, mind to mind. The point is, she is my familiar, and she is here to stay. I doubt this is the last time that she will greet you or the other hunters looking for a morsel. If she comes around, I would appreciate it if you would cut off a large piece of meat and set it aside for her. The man looked at the other hunters who indicated with small gestures and headshakes that they would not be the ones to feed Richter's vicious little friend. After a long sigh, the man walked forward towards the deer, but his gaze never left the dragonling. Even when he started cutting the meat, he kept looking back and forth. This was why he almost cut one of his fingers off. He was able to avoid disaster, though, and he quickly removed a 2-pound piece of meat. That was as far as he was willing to go. It was clear to Richter that he had no intention of getting any closer. Place it on the rock, please, Richter said, indicating a low-to-the-ground piece of stone. The man complied and then walked several yards away. Richter turned his head to look at the dragonling. He sent several more thoughts. One was of his mother feeding him, family. Then a second of Richter and the dragonling in the Great Seal Chamber, family. Last, an image of what was happening right now, Richter, the hunters and her, family. After that, he said, go eat love. She flew from his shoulders and settled onto the meat. In no time at all, she was attacking it again and eating with abandon. Richter looked at the hunters. I have to go. I have no idea how much she will need to eat. It would probably be a good idea that if it looks like she is still hungry, just to give her more meat. The hunters nodded vigorously. Richter didn't really want to leave her so early, but he needed to go see Hisako. Despite the small battle of wills he had just won, he realized she was a wild creature. He couldn't watch over her all of the time, hoping she didn't fly away. He decided to put faith in their soul bond. Come find me when you are done. She didn't give an indication that she had heard. He decided not to push the issue. He realized that he was lucky to have survived even one instance of getting between a hungry woman and her meal. He wasn't stupid enough to try it a second time. He started walking toward the lake in the hills above the village. The sun had just fallen behind the trees. No rain had fallen yet, but the first peals of thunder could be heard in the distance. Walking through the village, he couldn't help but feel pleased at the gentle industry taking place around him. All of these people, human and non-human, were working together to create a meaningful home. He felt lucky to be a part of it. It didn't take long to reach the foot of hill. The hilltop was several dozen yards in elevation above the village. It was an easy climb if approached by the slope that was about 10 yards across, the base of the slope being within the walls of the village. There was no other way to easily ascend. To the left of the slope was a steep escarpment that quickly became a sheer cliff. The lake above drained down the cliff, forming a small waterfall. The waterfall, in turn, made a small river that joined another minor river that came from the base of the cliff. The resulting larger river flowed west into the forest. Hisako, Yoshi, and the other sprites were waiting at the top of the hill, speaking softly. Mostly talking softly, Richter corrected himself. It brought a faint smile to his face to see Sion's beleaguered expression as Daniela continued to express her latest opinion of his companion's faults. Richter looked past the sprites, out over the meadow he now stood in. It was the first time he had ever come up here, he realized. It was a beautiful sight. The grassy field was more than a mile long, probably closer to between 2 or 3. The southern boundary of the meadow curved outward slightly, the edge defined by the sharp drop-off of the cliff. Along the edge, several rows of tall trees grew. They acted like a screen, blocking visualization of much of what was past the drop-off. The northern and eastern borders were sharp cliffs of white stone. Gray lines traced through the rock, and it sparkled slightly. Randolphus had told him the stone was called marbled quartz. It was the same stone that the mistworkers had been collecting from the nearby quarry. It was apparently extremely strong. That, coupled with its attractive appearance, made the quartz a highly sought-after building material, at least according to his new chamberlain. The western edge of the meadow was a stand of tall trees that perched above another drop-off. The only easy entrance was the slope Richter had just walked up. The western end of the hilltop was dominated by a lake. It was easily a quarter of a mile across. A waterfall came from the northern cliff face, falling into the lake. A phosphorescent green algae hugged the lake bed, making it glow slightly in the fading light. The undulation of the glowing plants gave the appearance of slow movement beneath the surface of the water. The southern edge of the lake drained down the escarpment, creating the second waterfall that fell to the level of the village. The entire rest of the meadow was a riot of color. Countless flowers and vibrant plants dotted the grassy surface, and even in the fading light, it was beautiful. "Thank you for coming, Richter," Hisako said. "This is an amazing place. Some of the herbs and plants that are numerous in this meadow are actually quite rare." "Sion had mentioned that," Richter replied. "I asked you up here because this is the perfect spot for planting the seed core. The land is obviously fertile, and the tree would be protected by the landscape. We will do the ceremony in the northeast corner if you have no objections." "I don't. And thank you again, Hisako. This means a great deal to me. When should we start?" "The storm is almost here, and night has almost fallen. In a few hours, the conditions should be perfect." "Which is just enough time of us to get some training in," Yoshi said with a sly grin. He held up a length of wood and waggled it slightly. Richter's face did not have a grin on it. Chapter 6. Richter went through his forms for the next 2 hours. At some point, the rain broke, but that did not slow Yoshi down. He kept drilling with Richter, correcting each improper stance with a whack of his stick. The villagers came up to watch the show. They began to shout out, "Keep your head up! Don't let your sword drop!" "Ooh, that one looked like it hurt." Richter didn't mind the good-natured ribbing. These people had been working hard, and it wasn't the worst thing in the world for them to see him sweating and enduring hardship as well. During the training, Yoshi introduced a third form, dancing fireflies, and a fourth, rain on hot stone. He was starting on a fifth when Hisako called a stop. "People of the Mist Village, please douse your torches. The ceremony will proceed best in darkness. Follow me." She started walking toward the northeast corner of the meadow. The seed core was held high above her head. The tracings of green veins cast a small but distinctive light, so following her was easy despite the rain and darkness. They walked until they were only a few hundred yards from the northern cliff face. She turned and faced Richter and the other villagers. The only light was from the green glow of the seed core, the soft white light from Futen, and the phosphorescent lake in the distance. "Richter, please come stand beside me." He moved to comply, and she handed him the seed core. He looked at her questioningly. He had assumed Hisako would do the actual planting. She just shook her head with that gentle smile she always had. "It needs to be you," she said quietly. "Simply focus on the seed core, and you will know what to do." Richter turned his gaze from the hearth mother to the object in his hands. Being so close to the seed core brought its wondrous scent to his nose. This time, the smell was of pine, clean wood burning, and food baking in the oven. He was overtaken by a memory. He had been playing football in the front yard with his older brother. His brother had teased him about a bad throw, but did it with love and warmth in his voice, so it was all right. They had been out front for about an hour. Initially, they had been sent to the yard to rake the leaves up. Football had been a master plan to stay out of the way of their mother, and thereby avoid being assigned any other chores. That morning, his brother showed him again and again how to throw a perfect spiral. Unfortunately, it was also something he failed at again and again. But then, he finally got it right. When they finally were called inside by their father, cheeks tingling with the cold, James was still riding a wave of elation. The warmth from inside the house competed with the wonderful smells coming from the kitchen to capture his attention. It had been a perfect day. Richter came back to himself. Other nearby villagers seemed to have been caught in their own remembrances, and all had smiles on their faces. Not wasting any more time, Richter raised the seed core above his head with both hands. The rain fell down on him, and he had to blink the water clear. "Thank you all for coming up here and braving this weather. Those of you near me caught a taste of this object's power. You have felt its goodness. It is not just an object of power, but also a symbol of what we are trying to create here. We will care for this tree, and it will care for us. That is how we will live." The next words that he said seemed to come from somewhere else. It was as if something was speaking through him. Through service, ascendance. Through dedication, transcendence. You have created the motto of your village. These words and the ideals they embody will find seed within the heart of all who embrace the Mist Village as their true home. Loyalty of all villagers increased by +100. Ding! The loyalty of your village has increased from neutral to dependable. You have shown yourself to be a capable leader and exemplify ideals they believe in. Your people are not just a collection of individuals anymore. They have a common goal. Plus 25% to productivity. Richter read the prompt twice. There was still so much he didn't know about this new world. Looking out over the sea of faces in front of him, he saw only joy and encouragement. The people stood a bit taller and waited for him patiently. He focused on the seed core. Do you wish to plant the seed core at this location? Yes or no? He was about to finish the quest, and then he realized he was missing an opportunity. He quickly withdrew a potion of clarity from his bag and drank it. Choosing yes, he stood, arms above his head with rain pouring down over him. Then the core began to vibrate. The vibrations grew, and the seed began turning in his hands. The rotation was slow at first. As it picked up speed, the green veins on the outside glowed brighter and brighter. The core was moving so fast that the friction burned Richter's hands and he dropped it. The seed didn't fall, though. It continued spinning in midair. The green light was now bright enough to clearly see everyone in the meadow. All of a sudden, the core fell to the ground. Plummeted would have been a better description. It shot down, but was spinning so fast that only the barest ripple was felt in the feet of those standing around the impact site. A clean hole could be seen in the ground with the green light shining straight up onto the clouds like a spotlight. Richter, Hisako, Yoshi, and Sion stood directly at the impact site. Hisako thrust her hand into the light. Richter started to reach out to stop her, but she stood there calmly with no ill effects, so he stopped himself. The beam of light lasted for about 30 seconds and then vanished, leaving a column-shaped afterimage in everyone's vision. All was quiet, and then a white light could be seen from the depths of the hole. That was when the rumbling began. It built in volume and was soon accompanied by vibrations in the earth. Richter felt like he was standing on the back of some huge, awakening beast. It occurred to him that standing right next to this particular hole might no longer be the best idea. He picked his head up to share his sentiments with the others, but couldn't. Of course, the only reason that he couldn't was because everyone else had already backed away. He quickly followed their example. Before he had moved 20 yards away, a silver tendril shot up from the hole. That metallic fiber was only the tip of the spear. The growth continued moving upwards and was joined by others. They all ascended until they were each 100 feet in the air. Then they began to interweave into a complex braid. When each tendril finished weaving, only half the length of each had been used. The remaining segments arched upward and then bent outward. More branches sprouted from the original 8 columns. Each branch gave birth to another smaller generation. Dozens at first, then hundreds, then even more. In the rain and darkness of night, the amount grew into an uncountable lattice of silver branches, weakly reflecting Futen's light and the occasional flash of lightning. It occurred to Richter that standing in the middle of a lightning storm by a tree that very well could be composed of metal could perhaps be a bad idea. It also occurred to him that he couldn't be seen as the only person running away from what was basically a miracle. He'd look like a punk. Apparently oblivious to the potential danger, Hisako cast a quick spell that sent a golden ball of light into the air above their heads. The shine was strong enough to illuminate the entire glade like the sun. As soon as the light fell upon the tree, she gasped in shock. A quickening! You have completed the quest. Tree of Power 1. The seed core has been planted within the boundaries of your domain. Reward: 25,000, base 20,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 6 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 7 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 8 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 38 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. You have received 2,500, base 2,000, bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill, herb lore. You have received 5,000, base 4,000, bonus experience for reaching level 20 in the skill, herb lore. You have received 7,500, base 6,000, bonus experience for reaching level 30 in the skill, herb lore. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in herb lore. You can detect 2 effects from picked herbs. Can negate 1 negative effect from ingested herbs. Congratulations! You have advanced from initiate to apprentice in herb lore. You can detect 3 effects from picked herbs. Can negate 2 negative effect from ingested herbs. Bonus reward: 20,000 experience points for all of your companions. Bonus reward: 5,000 experience points for all members of your village. Reward: a quickening. Know this: you have successfully grown a quickening. This is a celestial tree normally seen only in higher planes of existence. Many scholars attribute the overall greater powers and health of higher plains denizens to this tree. It bears fruit that, when eaten, helps to unlock the hidden potential of the imbiber. Your people will surpass their previous potential. Affinities for all skills increased by consumption of fruit of the quickening. Know this: your quickening has been built on a place of power. Consequently, it is infused with the dark, life, water, and air magic. Consuming the fruit of the quickening now has a specifically increased chance of increasing affinity for learning these branches of magic, in addition to increasing affinities as a whole. Know this: all present at the sprouting of a quickening will have an increase in random affinities. Congratulations, your quickening has reached level 1. Congratulations, your quickening has reached level 2. Know this: the blessing of growth cast by the Hearth Mother of the Wood Sprites has combined with the life magic of your place of power. The strength of the blessing has been magnified. Your quickening has advanced to level 2. Know this: it is well known that the fruit of the quickening can unlock the potential of individuals. The tree can do much more, however. At level 2, it will awaken the potential of your lands. All resources in surrounding area improved in yield by 25%. 25% greater chance to find rare resources. Tring, you have reached level 11. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring, you have reached level 12. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring, you have reached level 13. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week, or they will randomly be assigned for you. You have unlocked the quest Tree of Power 2. The emergence of a celestial tree on this plane will not have gone unnoticed. The tree requires care to cultivate it and strength to protect it. Will you protect it and assign caretakers to your quickening? Yes or no? These prompts crowded his vision, one after another. He was barely able to glance at each before the next came. He quickly read through each. What? He had no idea that you got experience from progressing in your skills. He made a mental note to ask Randy exactly how that worked later. He kept going through his prompts and accepted the quest. When he cleared his vision, he looked at all of his villagers. He hadn't expected them to receive experience from his quest, but he was sure glad of it. From the expressions on their faces, they were stunned too. Some of them were only level 1 or 2. Most people did not advance farther since the 2 main ways of receiving experience were battle, quests, and apparently skill leveling. The last depended heavily on your inherent ability for a skill and how much time you could invest into practicing it. Richter took his fast leveling for granted, but he had the boon of his fast learner ability. He had primarily been in combat for most of his time in the land, and as such his magic and combat skills had leveled quickly. Not too many bakers were fighting, and not too many glassblowers were pursuing large quests. There were always small quests associated here and there, Richter had been told, but apparently the experience earned was modest. As such, most non-fighters did not advance their level past 2 or 3. The point was, the 5,000 experience points would bump his lower-level villagers up 1 or 2 levels all at once. Richter just hoped the parents would guide their children to wise point allocation. He didn't need a bunch of super strong toddlers knocking down walls. Randolphus was at the front of the crowd. He looked at Richter with an unreadable expression. Wiping rain off of his face, he asked, "Is this experience because of you, my lord?" "Yes," Richter replied. "It is a bonus reward for planting the seed core." A chorus of "Thank you" and "Hooray for Lord Richter" issued from the crowd. "Your efforts have aided the development of your people. Morale increased plus 300. Loyalty increased by plus 150. Ding! The morale of your village has increased from neutral to happy. Your guidance has made the general mood of your village increase, plus 10% to population growth, plus 10% to productivity, plus 10% to fighting spirit." "Thank you, my lord," Randolphus said with his head bowed. Richter just smiled at him and nodded his head. He turned back and took in the sight of the quickening illuminated by Hisako's golden light. The tree truly did belong in heaven, Richter thought. The base was about 50 feet across, each of the 8 tendrils about 5 feet in diameter. Gaps could be seen in the trunk, the tendrils forming an octuple helix. It wasn't the width of the trunk that was remarkable, however. The tree had the shine of polished silver. Every surface was smooth, without the ridges that were normally seen in bark. Instead, intricate tracings ran across the trunk in smooth whorls. The branches exhibited the graceful bowing limbs of a willow tree, and the tips were only 5 feet above the ground. It was the forming leaves that made the tree truly breathtaking. Each was about the size of Richter's hand and were a soft white in color. The leaves' thick velvet appearance made them appear heavy, but they easily shifted in the wind, showing their silver underbellies for just a moment before again presenting the creamy white smoothness of their tops. The effect was mesmerizing. Hisako was walking under the boughs of the tree with her hands cupped to her chest. Just before passing under the canopy, she looked back and then motioned with her head for him to follow. Richter and the rest of the villagers walked forward to shelter under the tree. The broad leaves formed a thick canopy which effectively kept all rain off of them. Hisako cast another globe of light that made a cheery atmosphere under the protection of the tree's limbs. As Richter joined her, she gave him a brilliant smile, with tears flowing freely down her face. Her words were so soft they seemed like an exhale. "We did it." She had been holding her cupped hands to her chest. She slowly and carefully lowered them to show all what she had been holding. An opalescent orb was resting in her hands. As he watched, it grew more and more clear until it was gone altogether. In its place was a small figure curled up in the fetal position. The creature was wrapped in clear wings that had an iridescent shine. They unfurled, and the diminutive person stood, using Hisako's hands as a platform. She, because despite being only 6 inches tall, there was no doubt as to her femininity, was clad in white cloth that looked like a woman's slip. Her skin was a pale blue that contrasted with the jet black hair. Her eyes were still closed when she tilted her head back, opened her mouth, and began to sing. There were no words. There didn't need to be. Images came clear to the minds of all present, produced from the pure light of her voice. She sang of love and family, of a people dedicated to life and the cultivation of forests. Then the song became melancholy and imparted a story of death and loss. The melody spoke of an entire people dying out. The music pulled sorrow out of Richter's soul, and he wept. The tone became frantic as the survivors struggled to stay ahead of the plague that had savaged her people. The complexity of the song had decreased as the pixie sang, and all present realized that the loss of each tone, it represented the loss of a life. Suddenly, there were only 2 tones left from the entire tapestry of beauty they had initially heard. The incalculable loss tore at the hearts of everyone present. It was enough to bring Richter to his knees. Out of despair, though, came one note of hope. A hope for a people to one day be reborn. The light and younger tone, a daughter, was overjoyed by the news. The Queen Mother sang once again of love and then the sacrifice, a life consumed by a spell to halt time. The two tones became one, and the remaining tone was once again overcome with sorrow and grief. And then the song ended, not tapering away, but abruptly shut off, as if the remaining life was walled away from the world. Richter continued to weep on his knees, but with the ending of the song was able to collect himself once again. He looked around and saw everyone present was weeping freely, many laying down, completely overcome. A warmth wrapped around his shoulders, his familiar drawn to comfort him in his sorrow. Even Yoshi's gruff exterior was overcome, and tears trailed down his cheeks. Richter's eyes ached from expressed sorrow, but he could see the prompt clearly. Hark and rejoice! The pixie that emerged from the royal pixie chrysalis was none other than a queen. Her mother sacrificed her life to keep her daughter in stasis until the plague had died out. The pixie race can be reborn. Congratulations! You have won plus 3,000 fame points. You have brought back the lost race of royal pixies. Chime! Congratulations! You have advanced to reputation level 3. You seem like someone I should listen to. New quests and opportunities will become available to you. You have completed the quest Resurgence of Light 1. Reward 6,250, base 5,000 experience. You have unlocked the quest Resurgence of Light 2. Witness the following interaction between Hisako and the Pixie Queen to learn more. Hisako was the only one in the glade that had stayed on her feet. She looked at the small pixie in her hands and said, "Your mother's sacrifice was not in vain. Hope still exists while you are here. Sprites still exist in many places in the land, and we will all fight and die for you. You are home, my queen." The pixie opened her eyes and looked at Hisako. Each sclera was cornflower blue, but her irises were an intense violet that glowed in the night. With a flap of her wings, she flew up and hovered in front of the Hearth Mother's face. Her voice was the piping notes of a piccolo. "But I am all alone. I have no one." The sorrow in those two short sentences was heart-wrenching. "You are not alone, little one," Hisako said. Her voice was full with sympathy and comfort. "Though you and your people have been absent from the land for long centuries, you have not been forgotten. We have kept your memory alive through the old stories. Every sprite living has grown hearing the stories of your people's beauty and goodness. The deeds of great pixies live on in our stories. We well remember the valor of Petanu, the pixie general who held back the gremlin army. We laughed at the stories Eniola, the pixie trickster. And we will remember your mother, little one, if you would only tell us her name." The pixie hovered in the air looking at Hisako. When she spoke, she did so softly. "Her name was Alexandrella." "Ah," Hisako said, "and so we shall remember Queen Alexandrella the Loving. We will revere her for eternity and share the story of how her sacrifice brought light back into the world. The only question now, little one, is will you honor her sacrifice? Will you bring the beauty and wonder of the pixie race back into the land?" Again, the pixie hovered silently before replying. After a few moments, though, her slouched posture straightened. When she spoke, the self-pity was gone from her voice. Though her voice still quavered with sadness, it also had the practiced tones of royalty. "I will. I give thanks to the wood sprites for their faith and love through the long years." She then turned to Richter. "I also give thanks to you. I feel in my heart that you played a large part in releasing me from my chrysalis. Your relationship with Royal Pixie Queen has improved from neutral to friendly. I will happily do my duty and honor my queen's sacrifice," she continued. "Will you help me, Hearth Mother? I need protection and a suitable tree to foster my children. It will be several months before my first children are born. Is there a steel-born oak or a silver elm that you know of?" Hisako simply looked at Richter. Know this. The life cycle of pixies is intrinsically tied to nature. Male and female pixies exist, but that is not how they reproduce. Male pixie are larger and stronger than their female counterparts, but are sterile. Any female pixie can create more pixies by binding their spirit to a tree. A cocoon is created that adheres to the tree, and after a time, 2 pixies are born of this union. The offspring have unique attributes that are determined by the type of tree they are born from. Pixie females can only bind their spirit to a tree once per year. A queen pixie is special in that she can generate a great deal more mana, and so each binding will create 100 pixies. She can also bind her spirit to a tree twice per year. Be aware, the binding between pixie and tree is unto death. Both benefit from the binding, but if one dies, the other may as well. Update on Quest, Resurgence of Light 2. The Royal Pixie Queen needs a tree to foster her progeny. Will you accept responsibility for this task? Reward: increased regard of Royal Pixie Queen. Yes or no? Richter had to read the first prompt 3 times to make sure he understood. When he dismissed it and minimized the second, he looked back at Hisako. The Pixie Queen was still hovering in the same place. He thought he understood what the Hearth Mother was trying to silently communicate. Would he allow the pixie to bind to his new celestial tree? On the one hand, if the pixies would truly gain properties of the tree they bound to, it would mean a great boon for the queen. Her progeny might be powerful, and therefore better able to protect themselves. It could also mean another ally for his village. Pixies could even be considered caretakers, couldn't they? The other argument, though, was that if the queen died, the quickening could be destroyed with her. He hadn't known what tree would grow out of the seed core, but now that he did, could he risk it? The quickening would make his people, and the very land his village was built on, more powerful. Was it right to risk the future of his people on a very small new life, basically alone in this large and dangerous world? More thoughts for and against went through Richter's mind quick as lightning. He felt like he was drowning in calculations and moral obligations, both to his people and his conscience. Ultimately, he based this decision on a decision he had made early in his life. Many years ago, he had decided that when all things were equal, he would act on what he hoped to be true rather than on what he feared to be true. His hope was that his village would grow to be a force of positive change in the land, bringing a peaceful species back from the brink of extinction. Well, that was exactly the type of change he imagined. "What is your name, my queen?" Richter asked.
"I am Alora, my lord,"
she said with a bow of her tiny head and a mid-air curtsy. Richter consciously accessed his gift of tongues ability, rather than passively let it translate for him. In the pixie language, Alora meant hope. Well, if ever there was a sign you'd made the right choice, he thought. He pulled up his minimized prompt and selected yes. "Alora, I would like to make a deal with you. I will protect you and help you in whatever way I can to further the rebirth of your race. And in return—" "Yes?" she asked in her small voice. "You have to call me Richter," he said with a small smirk. She flew from her position near Hisako to hover before his face. He was able to make out the small details of her tiny expressions. She ranged from confusion to curiosity as she searched his face. Then she gave a small smile and said, "I accept your terms." She held out her small hand to shake. Richter gave a laugh that was echoed by everyone present. Alora was speaking in the pixie tongue, so his people most likely had no idea what she was saying. The sight of a tiny flying woman shaking hands with the master of their village was amusing all by itself, though. He raised his hand and extended his pinky to touch her hand. He bent his finger once, slightly up and down, and everyone cheered. "Thank you, Richter. Oh, thank you. What tree do you have for me? I promise that I will make it grow tall and strong." "I believe you, Alora. And to answer your question, look up." A confused expression on her face, the pixie looked up as requested. She looked around for a second, searching. Then she faced him, her eyes round and wide with comprehension.
But I can't, my lord. This is a celestial tree. I could not be so bold as to bind myself to such a wonderful and vast spirit. I am not worthy of this.
Richter held up a finger. Now, we just shook on the agreement, so I don't want to hear "my lord" coming from you again. Alora's distress was so cute, he was struggling not to laugh. Now, more importantly, you are unique in the land, just the way this tree is. If even half of what I hear from the wood sprites is true, your return is a great boon to all of us. Not only are you worthy, but I believe this tree has grown for the purpose of being your home. Hisako had walked closer while he was talking. Alora, I understand your hesitance. I am in awe of seeing a quickening in the land as well, but it is not our place to question the will of the forest. You belong here. Will you stay? The pixie looked back and forth between the two masters. She settled on Richter. Are you sure? He could see the excitement on her face. Of course, he said. Welcome home. Thank you. Alora leaned in and placed a kiss on his nose, and then disappeared. You have gifted with the kiss of the Royal Pixie Queen, +3 charisma. You have completed the quest, Resurgence of Light 2. Binding to a celestial tree will accelerate the pixie life cycle. Because of the choice of tree, you have gone far beyond the requirements of the quest. You will be rewarded proportionally. Reward. Alora has increased regard for you. Bonus reward. A new companion. Reward. 1,250, base 1,000, experience. Bonus reward. 5,000, base 4,000, experience. Your relationship with Alora, the Royal Pixie Queen, has improved from friendly to loyal. Alora, the Royal Pixie, has become your companion. Companions will stay with you only as long as your goals align. You have completed the quest, Tree of Power 2. You have found the perfect caretakers of your quickening. Pixies are bound to the fabric of the land. All trees thrive under a pixie's care. Reward. 5,000, base 4,000, experience. Tring! You have reached level 14. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned for you. You have unlocked the quest, Resurgence of Light 3. It will take 1 month for her first children to be born. Will you protect the Royal Pixie Queen until new pixies are brought into the world? Reward, unknown. Yes or no? You have unlocked the quest, Tree of Power 3. Grow the quickening to level 3. The quickening is a force of good in this world. Help it to thrive and protect it as it grows. Reward, unknown. Yes or no? Accepting both quests, Richter smiled broadly. He almost broke his arm patting himself on the back. His thoughts ran something like, I love it when a plans come together. Now where's my cigar? I'm the man. I piss excellence before I wake up. Narcissism aside, he now saw exactly why potions of clarity were so prized. If you could coincide it with a boss fight or quest completion, you could shave years off of the time it would take to level. After he finished stroking his ego, he tried to figure out where his newest companion had gotten off to. Richter looked at Hisako. She can turn invisible? The Hearth Mother just laughed. Not that I know of, but there is one common theme to all of the stories about pixies. They are fast. Then she did something unexpected. She embraced him. Thank you for this. You found the evil weapon that imprisoned the chrysalis. You provided the magic to finally release her. Now you have given her a home and risked the most powerful object in your realm to do it. Richter tensed, feeling a bit of shame that she had deduced his thought process and hesitance to allow the pixie to bind to the quickening. She released him from the hug, but didn't fully let go, keeping her hands on his forearms and holding him at arm's length. "Do not feel shame," she said. "You are a master of a place of power and the lord of a village. Your decisions carry great weight and deserve to be considered from all angles. I might like an innocent saint, but I would not trust him with the well-being of the only pixie in existence. A man who has the ability to think selfish thoughts, however, but then chooses a finer path, that is a man who I would fight side by side with. That is a man I would trust. Your relationship with Hisako has improved to ally. The relationship of the wood sprites of Nadria to the Mist Village has improved to ally." Richter looked at her with surprise. She simply nodded and said, "May our two peoples rise together, and if necessary, fall together." Richter had no words, and so simply embraced her again. When they broke apart, Richter saw all of the villagers and the sprites staring at the two of them. Raising his voice, he said, "The people of the Mist Village and the wood sprites of the Forest of Nadria are allies. May we rise together." First one person took up the shout, then another. Then everyone present was repeating the same phrase with passion. Under the canopy of a heavenly tree, in the wake of the rebirth of an ancient race, two groups celebrated their friendship and hope for the future. May we rise together. May we rise together. Chapter 7. The good times kept rolling. Even Yoshi loosened up. Some of the dwarves brought a cask of ale up from the village stores, and they all enjoyed each other's company for hours. The rain eased at about midnight, and people meandered down to the longhouse as they got tired. Many decided to just rest under the limbs of the quickening, however. Shiavana had cast a spell to drive the water in the ground away from the surface, leaving a perfect campground. It was a wonderful chance for the sprites and the villagers to mix. Even Richter's familiar also got in on the fun. She swooped around, blowing gusts of air into people's hair. There was also a spirited game of Catch the Dragonling, played by all of the village children. Their shrieks of delight allayed the parents' fears, and soon the Dragonling was apparently accepted by everyone present. After hours of play, all of the children were put to bed, and Richter and his familiar sat against the base of the tree. Some people still laughed and sang, but most had settled down to rest. Cyan sat next to him. "You have made a wonderful home here," Cyan said, still laughing over some of the antics he had seen through the night. "Yes," Richter said, smiling back. "You know you've said almost nothing about your old home. Do you have family or friends that you miss?" "Yes," Richter said, a bit of the joy fading from his face. "I do." "Then why don't you ever talk about them?" Cyan asked. "I was raised to focus on what's in front of me and to accept the reality of a situation. The reality is that I'm in the land now, and I probably will be forever. Thinking of the people I left behind doesn't help, so it doesn't matter. I choose to focus my energy on what does matter," Richter said, still looking at the die-hard partiers who were drinking and sharing stories. "Come on," Cyan wheedled. "Just tell me something." "I don't really want to talk about it. It doesn't matter who I was. All that matters is that I'm Richter," he was shouting at the end. He didn't look at Cyan. He just kept gazing at his people. Cyan looked at him with a shocked face. Anger also made its way across the sprite's features briefly, but it fled when he realized his questions much have scratched at a buried hurt. So he just sat back against the trunk of the quickening and shared his troubled friend's company in silence. They both watched the laughing villagers. Richter let his anger extinguish in the soothing tones of his people's joy. Then he started talking softly. "My mother is a strong woman. My father is kind. My brother has the biggest heart of anyone I know. My sisters devote themselves to helping those in need. I have nieces and nephews who are the most brilliant and beautiful creatures in any world. I was training as a healer, what my people called a doctor. He stopped talking. They sat in silence again. "How can you be okay leaving all of that behind?" Cyan asked when Richter didn't start talking again. "I would have them here with me if I could," Richter said. "But they would all encourage me to listen to my heart. And as much as I loved looking up at a Georgia sky, I have always wanted an existence of magic and wonder. I had an amazing life there. And yes, there are people I left behind that I miss dearly. The land is my home now, though," he said firmly. "My mother always said, indecision causes confusion, confusion causes accidents, and accidents cause death. I won't be indecisive." Cyan nodded in appreciation. He too had a strong mother who had both wisdom and an inability to not share it. "Of course," Richter continued, "she also said that every time I masturbated, God killed a kitten. So her advice was all over the map." Richter's voice lowered conspiratorially. "Just so you know, that was the day I started actively making a world without cats." Cyan chuckled and Richter smiled. "Like you said, I am making something wonderful here. I feel truly blessed to have you as a part of it, my friend." The sprite looked at him, and they shared a quiet moment of friendship. That was short-lived, however. It ended when Daniela shouted, "Sion, quit loafing around and come over here." Seeing the sprite wince, Richter chuckled. "You better get over there before her voice hits a higher octave." He waved his friend away, and then looked at the Psy Dragonling that was lying across his lap. Richter was convinced she just viewed him as a walking pillow. His hand rested on her warm scales, slowly stroking her. She purred at the attention. "What do I call you?" he said. She gave no response, except to continue enjoying the attention. He had learned that if he stopped stroking her, he would earn a hiss in response. "Well, if you don't care, then I will name you myself." He ran through dozens of names until he found a special resonance with one. "Alma. What do you think of that?" She raised her head and then sniffed before settling back down. He chuckled. "I'll take that as agreement." Richter spent more time just looking out over his people and the sprites. This was a perfect moment. He was smiling as he drifted off to sleep. "Danger! Wake! Danger!" That was the first thing he heard, even though it was only in his own mind. The next thing he heard were distant screams. When he opened his eyes, the only light was a faint radiance from the silver trunk of the quickening. Not enough to make out details when he was facing away, but it gave him an orientation. He ran away from the trunk, the shouts and bellows getting louder as he sprinted toward the edge of the meadow. When he was able to see over the escarpment, his heart sank. The longhouse was on fire. He cast night vision on himself. What had been a black canvas with one spot of light was now a world of green and black. He almost wished he couldn't see it. His village was being attacked. Large humanoids had made their way across the trench. He couldn't tell what they were, but he could tell they were big. There were bodies on the ground. The invaders seemed to be trying to break into the longhouse. What had happened to the guards? He could see that there were dozens inside the village, but Richter could see an even larger second wave of attackers approaching. How had they gotten in? One attacker was hanging by the gate. Yes, there. The bastards had made a crude bridge with several trees lashed together. An advance team must have hacked down the gate. The rest were going to get in. Hisako and the other sprites came close. The villagers that had passed the night under the quickening were right behind them. Cries of panic arose from the group. He felt the panic himself. They were being attacked. He froze in disbelief at what was happening. Then he heard Sion. "Richter, look at me." He turned his head to look at his companion. The sprite just said, "We're here with you. We will save them." The solidity of his friend broke him out of his immobility. "Right. You, and you," he said, pointing at 4 sprites. "Hold this line. You are to protect the children and non-fighters. Don't let anyone past you." "Yoshi!" Richter cast night vision on the sword adept. "Can you see the second wave of attackers? We can't let them get into the village. Go to the bridge that they made. I need you and the other sprites to destroy it." He nodded once and then started giving orders to the sprite warriors. Richter looked out at the villagers. "We are being attacked. Those of you who do not know how to fight need to stay here. But anyone that can wield a sword or swing an axe, I need you to come with me. I need you to do it now. Our people have barricaded themselves in the longhouse, but these attackers have set it on fire. They don't have long until they will be forced to open the doors. We need to kill whoever this is before that happens. Now who will fight?" He had been afraid that his speech would not rouse anyone, but he was wrong. 30 men and women stepped forward. One dwarf woman held on to her man, begging him not to go, but he gently disengaged and stepped forward. Richter was ashamed that he didn't remember his name. "We are with you, my lord, but we have no weapons. What can we do?" Hisako stepped forward with a fierce expression on her face. "We take them from their dead hands. You four, guard this hill, like Lord Richter ordered." She pointed at Daniela and Sion. "You two come with me. The rest go with Yoshi and hold the line of the village to make sure no more get in. Mages, you have 1 minute to cast whatever buffs you can. It's time for battle." "I have some extra weapons," Richter said, handing out the short sword and 2 daggers he had in his inventory. Then, Richter gave a bloodthirsty grin. "These stupid bastards have made the mistake of invading our home. They will not live to regret it. We are life-takers and heartbreakers. Let's go." You have made a call to action. Kill the majority of your attackers to be awarded the skill War Leader. Failure to so give you the trait Fool in War, -50 fighting spirit to those near you. Richter just nodded to himself. It's not like failure was an option anyway. It did remind him about the boost in morale, providing a boost in fighting spirit as well. He quickly checked his village status page and saw that the entire village should get a 10% increase to their ability to deal damage. He prayed it would be enough. He cast Barkskin on himself. Unfortunately, the range was only self, so he couldn't buff anyone else. He then cast Haste on himself and the sprites that would be in his group. The spell was prohibitively expensive at 25 mana per cast. Each cast only affected one target, so he could not extend the buff to all of the villagers and sprites. Sion cast Haste on Yoshi and several of the other sprites. As they had been preparing, Alma had been circling above them. "Fight," she thought to him. "Stay here," he thought back. He didn't not want his little familiar to be harmed. He had no idea if she could be reborn like he could. "Fight," she thought again with determination. Then he felt something surprising. Alma cast Haste. The dragonling zipped through the air. She was so fast that he couldn't follow her gray body in against the night sky, despite having cast night vision. The last thing Richter did was to hand out potions of clarity from his bag of holding. Those attackers were going to die tonight. There was no point in wasting the experience. He himself drank 2 precious mana potions from his limited stores. If his village survived this fight, potion making needed to be a priority. They all streamed down the hill, with the armed fighters in front. At the bottom, Yoshi's group broke off and moved quickly toward the bridge. Richter, Hisako, Sion, and Daniela ran towards the long house. It wasn't long before they could see enemies in front of them. Just before they were upon them, Hisako warned them to look away, then gave a shout and thrust her hand up. A ball of golden light, 10 times as large as what she summoned earlier that night, flew from her hand and up into the sky. Even though he was looking in another direction, it seemed like he was staring into the sun. He quickly dismissed night vision and opened his eyes. Everything was bleached white, and he noticed a blinking icon of an eye that was clouded over. A number beside it counted down from 3, and when it reached 0, the icon disappeared and his vision was again normal. He was immediately thankful for Hisako's warning. With his increased light perception, he might have been blinded for the whole fight. Luckily, his momentary disorientation hadn't cost him. The light caught the attackers, on the other hand, completely by surprise. They cried out in pain, vainly trying to cover their eyes. The ball of golden light didn't just make it easier to see, it also immediately made Richter feel stronger. You are in the aura of blessed light. All creatures of neutral or positive alignment gain plus 10% to physical attack and defense. All creatures of negative alignment suffer minus 10% to physical attack and defense. Hisako followed her first spell with another shouted incantation. One of her hands contorted through a series of gestures in quick succession, while words in a tongue that not even Richter could decipher poured from her lips. She formed her other hand into a claw with her palm face up and swiftly lifted it. 5 different rock spikes, each 6 inches wide, shot up from the earth and impaled one of the attackers. 2 spikes pierced one arm and one leg. The other 3 spikes tore through the invader's torso and left the dead body suspended in the air. That opening salvo brought the attention of 3 nearby enemy fighters. Richter was given his first up-close look at the creatures that had ruined the peace of his home. He used Analyze. Name: Krynak. Bugbear. Level 8. Health 220. Mana 100. Stamina 190. Disposition: Enmity. Bugbears are the result of sorcerous experimentation blending cave bears with goblins. The race is naturally strong and hardy. They are adept at hiding. Warlike to a fault, it takes a strong leader to control them. Well known to incorporate other races in their war parties. Bugbears get 1 point to distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to strength, +1 to constitution, +1 to dexterity, +1 to endurance. The bugbears, they had found the village. But how? The mist was only down for the quickening. The beam of light that had shot into the sky would have acted like a beacon. Then once the defenses had fallen, it had led the bugbears straight to them. Then it would have been a simple matter of making a bridge to cross the trench. This was his fault. The time for recriminations was not now, though. That point was made clear when the bugbears roared and then rushed forward to attack. The first ran forward to attack the Hearth Mother. At 6 feet tall, the burly goblinoid must have thought that Hisako's diminutive 4 feet would make her easy prey. He was wrong. Without breaking her stride, she threw her hands out to the side, more magical words pouring from her throat. 2 vertical panels of gold light appeared. Each was 5 by 10 feet and hung a few feet off of the ground. The shields separated the 3 attackers in front of them, creating a hallway that flared out towards Hisako. It both left her only 1 enemy to directly confront, while simultaneously impeding the forward progress of the others. The bugbears on either side of the shield struck with axe and mace, but their strikes couldn't penetrate the shield. The middle attacker moved forward, undaunted, with a buckler raised and his sword poised to stab. Before he could make his lunge, though, she shouted and slapped both wrists together, fingers outstretched and separate. A bar of white light shot from between her fingers and struck the buckler. In an instant, the beam was gone, and only the afterimage of the light remained in Richter's vision. Looking at the bugbear, though, Richter realized that a square hole 6 inches in diameter was missing from the buckler and from the chest of the bugbear that had been holding it. It dropped to the ground in a clatter of armor. Holy shit! Was that a Kamehameha? The other 2 struck the gold panels again, and a web of cracks appeared on the left panel. The 2 sprites ducked low, and each shot an imbued arrow into one of the bugbear's legs. Neither were wearing medium or heavy armor over their legs, and the strikes savaged their limbs. Both fell face first into the gold panels, screaming, their furred hands scrabbling for purchase. You wouldn't have expected such high-pitched noises from such big guys, Richter thought. Hisako swept her right arm down quickly, and both shields vanished. The bugbears collapsed to the ground. Before they could even try to roll over, a pair of swords stabbed into each neck, and they lay still. Hisako and the sprites had killed 4 attackers in the space of 10 seconds. He was glad they were allies. The villagers behind him were in shock as well. Most were simple craftsmen or workers. Even the casters probably hadn't been in combat before. The wood sprites, however, fought constantly to protect the forest from invaders and monsters. When faced with the fighting prowess of the sprites, the villagers were dumbfounded. A feeling Richter could well understand. Despite having fought beside Scion, he had never seen the sprites working as a group before. His village had a long way to go if this was an indication of the level of battle that they would need to operate at. He clapped his hands to break his people out of their reverie. If enemies hadn't heard the short but fierce battle, then his clap wouldn't alert them. And if they had heard the fight, then the element of surprise was gone anyway. "Grab their weapons!" He pointed to one of the villagers that he remembered was an aircaster. "Take the shield. Support our fighters. Those of you without weapons yet, stay in the center of the group." The better armed group continued to move toward the burning longhouse. The screams were getting louder, and smoke was thick in the air. More than half of the roof was covered in flames. The goal of Richter's group was to get to the doors of the longhouse. 10 bugbears were still hammering at the doors. If his people were going to survive, they would have to be dealt with. A series of loud booms came from far ahead of them, heralding Yoshi's arrival at the bridge. A fold in the land, coupled with the distance and darkness, kept Richter from seeing exactly what was happening. But the night was lit with blue flares of color. They provided brief moments of illumination, like a storm on the horizon. No time at all passed between the sprite's initial attack and the responding roars of defiance from the bugbears. In the resulting clash, at least one scream ripped itself from a sprite throat. Hisako looked at him upon hearing the pain of her people. Richter thought she would immediately run to their aid, but the only expression on her face was one of steely resolve. "We will finish our task and save your people. My warriors will last until we can join them." Richter just nodded back. Onward! They hadn't made it another 100 yards when the next attack came. The bugbears had indeed heard their attack on their comrades, and they had prepared. The group of defenders was making their way to the longhouse when Richter heard Alma's voice in his head. "Danger!" Suddenly the air in front of them rippled. There was a shriek of pain, and whereas before there had been nothing but open space in front of them, they could now see bugbears arranged in broad horseshoe pattern no more than 10 yards ahead. Directly in front of Richter's group, at the tip of the arch formation, was a tall figure wearing black robes. The hood was thrown back, showing a mostly bald head with a topknot tied in a bun on top. The face was green, and the lower jaw protruded. 2 large fangs extended upward in place of incisors. At that moment, the robed figure's face was screwed up into a rictus of pain, and both hands were slapped to the sides of his head. The wail of pain was tearing itself from his throat. Richter looked in shock at the force arrayed against them. The bugbears had gotten so close. If the defenders had walked forward for only a few more seconds, they would have been hemmed in on 3 sides, and most likely slaughtered to the last man. Suddenly he knew had happened. At least he knew part of it. Alma had been flying above Richter and the others. Then she had felt the thought patterns of the hostile group in front of them. She could not read thoughts, but she had been unable to miss the clustered minds in front of Richter and his group. She had flown ahead, and as soon as she passed the veil of dark magic, she saw the ambushers. She then dove and used a psi blast to distract the caster. The attack made him lose concentration, and the ongoing enchantment was interrupted. The spell backlash coupled with the psi attack had caused the shriek of pain that alerted them. Richter had no time to wonder about how he instantly had this information. The dark veil had apparently protected the bugbears from the effects of Hisako's spell. The removal of the concealment spell, however, made them shy from the light the same as the first 3. That was probably the only reason that Richter's group had not been immediately overwhelmed once the caster was distracted. Despite not being in the perfect position for them to spring their ambush, The 15 or so skirmishers in front of them were still more than enough to cause serious damage. "Shoot!" Richter shouted. His own target was the caster in front of him. The mage was the first enemy magic user Richter had seen so far, and he well knew that this battle could hinge on removing the caster from play. He imbued his arrow and shot, not taking much time to channel his mana. The pure gold aura around Arrow made an afterimage in his sight as it sped towards the helpless mage. At the last moment, though, a large bugbear with a kite shield jumped in the path of Arrow. The projectile struck the shield with a loud bang. The contact did knock the off-balance bugbear backwards, but the mage was spared. At the same time that Richter shot, Scion and Daniela both unloaded arrows into the closest bugbears. Both were critical hits, one to the face and another to the knee, shearing off the lower part of the creature's leg. Even if they weren't immediate kill shots, the attackers wouldn't be back in the fight anytime soon. Hisako looked around at the enemies arrayed against them, and then fell to one knee. Both of her hands reached out at shoulder height, and then circled opposite each other until they were vertically in line with her sternum. Her fingertips touched in 3 complex hand configurations. Then her hand shot back out to shoulder height a second time, and she once again started circling them back. She looked off in the distance, completely focused on her casting, her lips forming words in an unbroken chant. Richter had no idea what spell she was casting, but it clearly required more than a 1-second casting time. It was also clear that she was vulnerable while she cast it. She had to be protected. He turned to the villagers with weapons. "Protect her at all costs! Whoever is unarmed, stay back!" The other bugbears had started moving forward. The sprite's fiendishly high dexterity let them loose one more imbued arrow each, but only Daniela's shot knocked an enemy down. Scion's shot was blocked by a hasty sideswipe of his target's buckler. The arrow skewed past and detonated harmlessly on the ground 20 yards away. Richter knew that if the attackers made it to them, they would be torn apart. He did the first thing he could think of. He cast Grease. The spell summoned a slippery substance coating the ground in a 10 by 10 area. The 2 enemies in front of him fell. Unfortunately, his aim was off, and he was inside of AOE, Area of Effect, as well. He fell as the 2 attackers continued to slide towards him. One had fallen forward, and she raised her half-moon axe to chop down into Richter as soon as she got close. 2 of the villagers stood with Scion, fighting hand-to-hand against the goblinoids. Daniela had backed up several feet and continued to fire arrows past the defenders into the mass of enemies. In such close quarters, however, imbuing her arrows would harm both friend and foe, so she relied on skill alone to make her kills. The remaining armed villagers and the air mage holding the shield stood in front of Hisako, who was still chanting her spell. The rest of the villagers remained in the background, throwing small rocks they found on the ground. It served as little more than a nuisance, however. The battle was joined. The bugbear's slide in the grease had ended only a few feet from Richter's prone body. If she had slid the entire way, then he was sure that her axe would either be battering at his armor or buried in his body. Even so, she was up on both legs and one arm. The other arm still held her axe aloft and was about to slam it down onto him. Praying that the spell was strong enough, he cast Charm. The axe had already descending towards him when he finished the 1-second cast. They made eye contact as the blade passed the halfway point. A brutal smile broke out over her face, and then she twisted her body like a corkscrew. She rolled over completely and struck the bugbear to her right in the shoulder. The blade bit, but the thick leather armor her former comrade was wearing stopped any serious damage. He snarled and grappled with his traitorous ally. Though wounded, he was putting up a large fight, and her axe was useless in such close quarters. Richter rolled out of the AOE of his grease spell. Carefully standing on his feet, he didn't see how he could help his charmed fighter without risking damage to her as well. They were rolling around too fast for him to risk an arrow. He turned his attention to the rest of the fight. Scion, Daniela, and 2 armed villagers were facing off against 5 bugbears. Scion was holding his own, but the villagers were hard-pressed. If it wasn't for Daniela taking shots of opportunity, the two would be dead already. The large bugbears were not appreciably slowed, however. Their leather armor was tough and hard to penetrate. Even the arrows that did strike flesh hit nothing critical. None of them could sink too deeply through the natural armor of their hide. The stalemate didn't last long, however. With a terrified scream that became a wet burble, one of the villagers fell. The bugbear that killed him had brought its warhammer down in a mighty overhand swing. The poor fool tried to parry with his sword. The blade was just swept down by the hammer and cut into the villager's own flesh. It wouldn't have made a difference if the sword were involved or not. Once the hammer fell into the man's chest, all that was left was a ruined, bloody mess. The attacker pulled his weapon out with a horrible sucking sound. Richter bellowed in outrage. These people were under his protection. He activated double shot. 2 arrows flew from his bow in the space of a second. The only flaw to using this sub-skill of archery was that both arrows had a greatly decreased accuracy than normal. The second arrow suffered twice as much penalty as the first. True to form, Richter's first shot struck true, hitting the bugbear in the abdomen, but the second went wide. That didn't matter though, because he immediately used drill shot. Aiming for the impact of sight of the first arrow, he concentrated for a moment and then released. The arrow spun in the air, true to its name, and hit a bare centimeter to the side of the first strike. The already weakened armor gave way, and the arrow embedded several inches into the bugbear's stomach, continuing to spin. The invader gave a small groan and collapsed onto the wet ground. The attacker wasn't dead, but at least Scion's group won a few seconds of respite. One look at the fallen villager made it clear that he would never be getting up again. His friend didn't seem to know that though, and fought furiously to drive the attackers back. It was clear that he had no formal training with the blade, but the man still made 2 of the invaders fall back a step. It was the opening Daniela had been waiting for. She shot an imbued arrow into the face of the bugbear on the left, and he collapsed. Richter fired an imbued arrow at the other, but missed. A grunt drew his attention to the right. The brawl between Richter's charmed bugbear and the one she had been fighting ended with her dagger sticking from the center of his chest. She stood tall, one ear having been torn off. She grinned with blood on her sharp teeth. The group of villagers protecting Hisako were challenged by several bugbears. The awkward swings of the men and women were only completely ineffectual. The only thing they did accomplish was to make the bugbears they were fighting cautious. It was only their stronger numbers that made this particular part of the fight a stalemate. Hoping that the villagers would remain safe, Richter began to take aim on the fallen mage again, but then he heard a scream. He looked around and saw that 4 of the ambush group had circled wide around the sprites who were fighting their fellows, and were now running with weapons raised towards the unarmed villagers. He pointed quickly and shouted, "Attack!" His charmed enemy began running towards them, but it was clear they would reach the villagers first. He drew and took aim, knowing full well that he would not be able to stop them all before they started laying to waste to his people. A screech rent the air, and a dark shape buzzed by the bugbears' heads, too fast for them to react. Suddenly, they stopped their run and began holding the sides of their head. Their weapons fell to the ground, forgotten. In the heat of the battle, Richter had forgotten about Alma. Her psychic attack had dazed them all. He released his well-imbued arrow and shot one in the groin. Only a mist of blood and a ruin of flesh was left of the bugbear's former pride and joy. A howl of despair and injustice filled the battle site. Richter pointed at the bugbears and addressed the unarmed villagers. "Attack while they are vulnerable." The mass of villagers fell on the bugbears who were already shaking off the psychic attack. Though they were no longer stunned, the attackers had lost all momentum and soon fell to the combined counterattack of the 20-plus villagers. A furious and bloody scuffle broke out, which left 7 villagers injured, but all of the bugbears dead. Now 6 more villagers were armed and rushed forward to help. A shout drew his attention back to Sion and the invaders he had been fighting. The other villager was still on his feet, though one arm hung limp and bloody. Next to him was the dwarf that had chosen to fight against the wishes of his woman. He had initially been guarding the hearth mother, but must have stepped forward when the other villager died. The dwarf was now trading blows with an attacker. The shout had come when Sion had driven his needle-like sword into the knee of another bugbear. A vicious swipe of a studded mace made him let go of the handle as he rolled out of the way. He unshouldered his bow, but before he could nock an arrow, the mace wielder was on him again. It was all the sprite could do to keep out of the way of the swings. Richter was nocking an arrow to help his companion when his body was locked into immobility. Everything he could see had developed a purple tint, giving the world a surreal look. Just as importantly, though, his health started falling at 5 points per second. From his vantage, he could see the aircaster and one of the villagers guarding Hisako were also surrounded by an aura. Since everything was purple to him, he couldn't be sure theirs were as well, but it was a safe bet. That damn mage must have recovered from the spell backlash. At this rate, he would be dead in less than 2 minutes, the villagers in even less time. Richter really hoped that they had invested the points from their leveling into Constitution. Without investing the points, they could be dead in 20 seconds. Richter tried and strained, but he couldn't break free. What was the duration on this damn spell? 20, 40, 80 health gone. And the pain. It felt like his muscles were being torn apart from the inside. He would scream if only he could. Worst of all, though, was that he could see his people in the same spell. They couldn't last much longer. And then, something amazing happened. Hisako finished casting her spell. He had been wondering what spell would take such a long cast time. Richter wasn't disappointed. Above her head, a ribbon of gold light appeared, stretching 10 feet vertically into the air. It rotated clockwise, began to form a window into a day-lit realm. The area around the portal grew perceptibly warmer. It continued to spin until it was a perfect circle, the entire process taking no more than a few seconds. Through the hole in the air, Richter could glimpse endless fields of gold grass. They looked like the grasses surrounding the hearth tree, but whereas that was a small circular patch, this was a plain that extended on into the distance. A figure emerged from the portal. 7 feet tall, the creature's physique was astounding. Sculpted muscles were highlighted by tattoos that covered every area of exposed flesh. He was wearing a white sleeveless vest with a hood that was drawn up, hiding his face from view. Pants of the same color extended down to his ankles, and his feet were bare. On his back were 2 white wings that slowly flapped. They were longer than the man was tall when extended. In his hand was a crystal sword that created rainbows when it refracted the light of the portal. Once he was out the summoning portal, he landed in front of the Hearth Mother. The light from the portal filled Richter with a sense of well-being. You have been exposed to the light from the plains of Sana. All healing spells 100% more effective for positive alignment and neutral creatures while the portal remains open. Unable to help himself, Richter cast Analyze the Angel. Name: Zachariah. Cherubii. Level: Health. Mana: Stamina. Disposition: Neutral. Among the lowest levels of the Celestial Army, Cherubii are often used as scouts and messengers. Cherubii gain 7 points to distribute per level and have 1.3 times modifier to all stats from their base value. Denizens of the Plains of Sana are well versed in healing and have some regenerative properties. The angel spoke, his voice a rich tenor. Hark, daughter of light, you have my service until the portal fades. How may I serve? Hisako was clearly drained from such a powerful summoning. Break the spell that binds these 3. Kill the mage, and then all other bugbears and orcs that you can reach. As you wish, daughter. The angel simply raised a hand and 3 gold beams shot out to Richter and the 2 villagers. He collapsed to the ground, almost in ecstasy at the lack of pain. He looked up a moment later to check on the 2 villagers that had been caught in the spell. Neither were moving. No, he croaked. He cast Slow Heal on the air mage, but no glow surrounded the man. It was too late. He couldn't cast it again on the other man because of the 1-minute cooldown for the spell, but he knew in his heart that it wouldn't have mattered anyway. 2 more of his villagers were dead. By the time he had recovered from the pain and failed to heal the villager, the angel had reached the remaining bugbears. 4 warriors had been left to oppose the seraphim, all standing in front of the mage. It didn't matter. The crystal sword struck down at one. It raised the shield to block. The sword cut straight through the buckler, however, a single blow overcoming the shield's durability. The blade continued forward and bisected the body at angle. Before either half had fallen, the angel spun and thrust his sword through the throat of another and yanked to the side. The head was left attached by only a few tendons. The spin had presented the wings to the 2 other bugbears. With a forceful extension, each wing connected with a fighter, knocking them off their feet. With no other impediments, the angel turned to the dark mage. The mage was no fool, however, and had started casting as soon as the angel moved in his direction. A pool of darkness welled up and surrounded the man like a cocoon. When the crystal sword flashed into it, the pillar of black dispersed like wisps of cloth on the wind. The angel finished the 2 bugbears it had struck prone, and then flew back to Hisako. Sion and Daniela had managed to kill their opponents now that they weren't facing so many. The angel alighted in front of Hisako as the villagers came up behind Richter. It was only then that he remembered his charmed bugbear. Apparently, it had come to stand with him after the villagers had killed the 4 bugbears Alma had stunned. It had also been caught in the dark mage's spell and had succumbed to the life drain. "The mage fled, daughter," the angel said in its strong, sure voice. "Would you have me pursue? The teleport he used is only short range." "No," she said. "Please heal all of us, and then go help my people who are still fighting." Blue flashes could still be seen to the south. "As you wish." The hooded head bent, and he puts his hands together with the sword held pointing up. A gold light began in his hands and then infused into the sword, bathing a 40-foot area in light. Richter immediately felt his pain diminish, and he saw his health bar improving. He recovered all of his lost health in only 3 seconds. He absolutely had to get a healing spell like that. A quick look around showed all of the injured villagers had been healed as well. The dead, sadly, remained down. "I go now, daughter, but advise you to join the fight. My time here grows short." He gestured to the gold portal, which had lost half of its bright intensity. The angel then jumped into the air and, with a flap of his powerful wings, flew towards the fighting at incredible speed. The villagers looked around in shock at the dead bodies of their friends and loved ones. Richter raised his voice. "We will mourn soon, but right now we must finish this fight. Our people are still in the longhouse and are running out of time. Our brave allies are fighting for us right now to keep still more of the invaders from getting to your families. Anyone that can fight, now is the time." With that short speech, Richter started running towards the burning building. Hisako and the sprites were right beside him, and he could hear the villagers close behind. Running up one final rise in the land, the longhouse came into view. The entire roof was ablaze, and smoke came out of the high air vents cut into the walls. The invaders were no longer trying to break in, but instead simply waited several yards back from the barred doors. They knew the fire would succeed where they had failed, and that soon the villagers inside would soon come running out. At least 10 were standing in front of the building. Seeing them waiting to slaughter his people, Richter flew into a rage. "Alma! Attack? No," he thought. "Kill." "Yes," came her happy and brutal reply. When they were only 7 yards away, the bugbears finally caught sight of them. They noticed too late because Richter was able to get close enough to cast Grease again. He caught more than half in the AoE. As they turned to meet the attack, they fell prone. He had targeted his spell to the center of the attackers, and so only 1 still stood standing on the left and 2 on the right. Alma dove from the left and targeted her Psi attack at the one still upright. Rather than continue her dive past, though, she latched onto the bugbear's head with 4 legs. Clinging like a tick, her tail wrapped around her prey's neck, securing her hold. The skirmisher reached up to pluck her off, but Scion shot him with an imbued arrow. The damage from the attack, coupled with whatever Alma was doing, was apparently enough to overwhelm the bugbear's psychic defenses. The last sight Richter caught of the invader's face was of the eyes widened in absolute terror as blood ran freely out of his nose. Scion and Daniela began targeting the fallen warriors with imbued shots. 3 were dead before they regained their feet. Not to be outdone, Hisako fired off beams of light at 2 bugbears, once again leaving cauterized holes in the bodies. They were dead before they struck the ground. The villagers fell upon the remaining 2 standing bugbears and literally tore them into pieces. The panic in his people knew no bounds. They all feared their loved ones might be dead in the building before them and would let nothing stand in the way of opening that door. Several of his people were so blinded by rage that they had rushed forward and were caught in the grease spell as well. Rushing forward, it was almost impossible to see the slightly darkened surface that warned of the spell. Once all of the attackers were dead, Richter ran up to the door and shouted, "It's Lord Richter! Come out! We have killed the attackers!" There was no response at first, but then there was a scrabbling at the door. Richter heard a scrape, followed by a loud thump as something heavy hit the ground. Richter pulled on one door, while a dwarf villager pulled on another. The heavy wood moved easily when confronted with his strength. A cloud of black smoke came out, blinding them all momentarily. Richter was hit by a weak tackle. He was ready to attack when he heard, "Thank you, my lord. We would all have died in a few more minutes." Richter blinked his eyes clear and saw he was holding a high elf woman. She looked up with bloodshot eyes set in a soot-stained face. She began to sob, clinging to him like he was the last light in a suddenly dark world. He held her awkwardly for a few seconds, until another villager led her away to make room for more people escaping the still-burning building. Someone shouted, "There are still some inside! They were too weak to move! Help them!" Richter ran inside, hacking against the smoke. He couldn't see anything, but then Hisako cast a spell that shot a dozen shining globes into the rafters of the longhouse. 5 bodies were on the ground. Richter ran to the closest. He didn't waste any time checking for life, but just picked him up in a fireman's carry and ran out of the door. He kept running until he was 10 yards away, and then put the body down. He was going to go back, but he saw others had taken the other bodies out. Besides, as he watched, a portion of the roof collapsed with a crackle. The structure of the building had finally succumbed to the flames. He looked back to the body he had drug out of the flames. The smooth face of a young dwarf male looked back at him. The eyes were half open and stared sightlessly up. The dwarf hadn't even been old enough to even start growing a beard yet. Guilt and anger surged up from deep within Richter. "No!" He cast Slow Heal, but again the spell couldn't find purchase on the body. Richter wasn't done though. He slammed a fist into the dwarf's chest. He then started compressing the dwarf's chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, he said under his breath in time with his exertions. After a count of 30, he moved to breathe into the dwarf's mouth. After tilting the dwarf's head back, he placed his lips on the young dwarf's and blew forcefully into his mouth. Richter blew a second breath into his lungs before he began to compress the chest again. A small hand touched his shoulder. "He is gone, Richter," Hisako said. He ignored her. There was a lot he couldn't control. There were mistakes that he would make. Hell, this whole attack was his fault. He would have to live with the consequences of this night for the rest of his life. The needless deaths of his people occurred because of his carelessness, and he couldn't change that. He would not let this life go, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. He breathed into the dwarf's mouth again. He was starting his 3rd round of compressions when Hisako touched him again. "We need to keep fighting. Yoshi needs our help. I am sorry for your loss, but..." Her words trailed off. The dwarf youth coughed. Richter couldn't believe it. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Placing a hand to the dwarf's neck, Richter could feel a faint pulse. It was weak in threat, but it was there. As he was checking, it faltered. It might go out at any moment. "Hisako, please heal him." She was staring at the dwarf in shock. "But how? This is impossible." "Hisako, please," Richter pleaded. She shook her head to clear it and extended one hand. A golden glow surrounded her hand and extended to the body of the dwarf. The pulse grew strong under Richter's hand, and the breathing eased. The dwarf lapsed into an easy sleep. Once breathing normalized, she looked at Richter. "We have much to discuss, Lord Richter." "Later," he replied. "We need to help Yoshi." Turning to the villagers, he raised his voice. "All of you who can stand, support those who cannot. Those who can fight, your job is to protect the other villagers and make your way back up to the meadow. No arguments," he said sharply. Several of the villagers had opened their mouths to protest at being sidelined, but they closed them quickly at his tone. Tarad had walked up while he was speaking. His blackened face made it clear he had been trapped in the building. "You heard Lord Richter. Let's get moving." The man's voice was scratchy from smoke inhalation, but it still radiated authority. How much of that was due to the camaraderie ability, and how much was due to his learned gravitas, Richter didn't know, and he didn't care. He nodded his appreciation to Tarad, who simply nodded back. His companion turned away, and picking up an unconscious villager, began walking towards the meadow north of the village. Not wasting any more time, he just turned to Scion and said, "Ready?" The sprite nodded, and they ran to the flashes of blue light, Hisako and Daniela not far behind. Chapter 8. Hisako cried out in outrage and pain. 6 of her people lay on the ground. Their bodies were bloodied and ruined. More than one was decapitated. 11 bugbears' bodies joined them in unnatural positions. None were moving. The remaining 10 sprites were split between firing out of the village to keep the reinforcements out of the village or attacking the knot of bugbears still inside walls. They were outnumbered, even if their attention had not been divided. At least 15 bugbears remained inside the earthwork walls. The only reason the sprites had not been overwhelmed was the presence of the angel. Zachariah was battering with its crystal sword against an unseen barrier. The dark mage was straining to keep the defense in place. He was down on one knee, with both hands raised above his head. The drain of maintaining the shield was telling upon obvious. Next to the dark mage was another figure. She wore tight-fitting robes that, in the light of Hisako's blessed light spell, looked more dark gray than black. There was no submission in her face, however, unlike her comrade. The gray-robed sorceress had dark gray skin and fine features. Jet-black hair hung loose and straight down her back. She held a staff of braided black wood. The end was pointed at the angel. Her face would have been considered beautiful, if not for the cruel snarl fixed upon it. She was 5.5 feet tall, and her ears were upturned like an elf's. Even at a distance, her form-fitting clothes showed off an athletic and pleasing build. All of this registered to Richter in a moment, but what caught his attention was Yoshi's battle with a bugbear several inches taller than the other bugbears Richter had fought. Aside from being bigger, he wore a mix of chain and leather armor, not just the leather of the rest of the attackers. He wielded a large sword. The blade swelled out closer to the tip, resembling an axe blade. In the other hand, he held a heater shield. Analyze showed. Name, Lifalt. Bugbear Raider, level 24. Health, 410. Mana, 130. Stamina, 430. Disposition, enmity. Bugbears are the result of sorcerous experimentation blending cave bears with goblins. The race is naturally strong and hardy. They are adept at hiding. Warlike to a fault, it takes a strong leader to control them. Well known to incorporate other races into their war parties. Bugbears obtain the title of Raider by undergoing special training. Every Raider has +3 to strength and constitution. They also have advanced weapons training. Bugbears get 1 point to distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to strength, +1 to constitution, +1 to dexterity, +1 to endurance. Profession, warrior. The steady banging of the angel against the two mages' shields provided a slow tempo. The movement of the two fighters, though, was faster by far. Everyone around them fought in what looked like slow motion. Yoshi had 2 blades out, held in either hand. Each was 3 feet long and double-edged. The blades were 1 inch wide uniformly until they tapered to a point. They glowed the pale blue of a glacier. As Richter stared, the two exchanged furious blows. The raider swung his sword down in an overhand chop. Rather than trying to block, Yoshi smacked his sword against the flat of the falling blade while jumping slightly to the side. The heavy weapon served as a relatively unmovable surface, allowing Yoshi to push himself out of the way. Getting back on the ground, he spun in a circle, both swords lashing towards his opponent's legs, using the form Samara Seed Falls. The bugbear didn't even try to dodge, and instead just took the strikes on his iron greaves. Yoshi's swords left blue-white splotches of ice against the iron, but did little else. In response, the raider thrust out with his shield, trying to bash the sprite. Yoshi had not stayed still, however, and used the momentum of his spin to continue behind the invader. That was the idea, anyway. Seeing his shield bash fail, Lifault lowered his center of gravity and pivoted on his front foot, keeping the shield between himself and Yoshi. He activated thrust, and his heavy blade shot forward several times faster than it would have by strength of arm alone. Richter's breath caught in his throat. At such a short range, there should be no way that Yoshi could dodge. Richter was wrong again. Yoshi bent backwards at the waist almost to 90 degrees, putting one leg behind him for balance. At the same time, he crossed his swords in front of him, catching Lifault's weapon in the crook of the 2 blue blades. The other side of the angle they formed was only an inch from Yoshi's chest. The tip of the sword drew a drop of blood from the end of the adept's nose. Drawing his blades across his body in a reverse scissoring motion, he pushed the sword up and away. He straightened and he spun both of his swords back into a guard position. The two circled one another before resuming their deadly dance. The raider led with his shield, with the sword laid atop sticking towards Yoshi. Taking half steps forward, he closed the distance and jabbed over the top of the shield. Yoshi struck the sword away and swung the sword in left hand over the shield. The bugbear had already retracted his blade, though, and was able to deflect the half-sprite's strike. The two started to circle again, putting some space between them. Lifault activated another warrior ability, Lunge, triggering an unexpected burst of speed. He crossed the 6 feet in under a second, the sword leading with a straight thrust. He followed this with a sideways slash, a shield bash, and then overhand chop. Yoshi barely dodged the first strike and ducked under the second. Richter saw that the bugbear had waited until Yoshi was backed up against a large stone. The first 2 attacks of the combo had just been a distraction. The shield bash connected and flung Yoshi back. Richter resisted the impulse to look away from the last attack that he was sure would cleave the half-human in 2. Once again, Richter had underestimated the sword adept. The shield had indeed connected, but it had not knocked Yoshi off balance. He used the force of the shield bash like a springboard to propel him to the stone. He quickly kicked off the large rock and jumped over the bugbear. The invader's downward slash had brought his body forward and made him bend down to a certain extent. As Yoshi passed over the bugbear's head, he stabbed down with one sword, 2 feet of the icy blade entering just above the clavicle. The blue blade sunk 2 feet vertically into his opponent's chest, leaving frost at the penetration site. A startled grunt escaped the raider, but Yoshi was not done. He maintained his grip on the embedded sword, using it as a fulcrum. He ended his flip by hanging crouched on his enemy's back. One hand was holding the handle of the buried blade, and his other sword was poised to strike. A moment of stillness came and went, ending when Yoshi thrust forward. The tip of his sword entered through the base of the neck, traveled up in an angle, and then fangs, blood, and glowing blue metal exploded from the bugbear's mouth. That was how the story of Lifalt ended. Richter had been totally distracted by this battle between two fighters and came back to himself with a start. Though it had captivated his entire attention, the fight took less than 1 minute. The other bugbears, upon seeing the death of their strongest fighter, seemed to deflate and lost some of their intensity. Death of an enemy champion. Minus 100 fighting spirit points for enemy forces for the duration of the battle. Plus 50 fighting spirit points for allied forces for duration of battle. He finally felt like the battle was going their way. The only real question was, when would he stop making stupid assumptions? The sudden absence of a particular sound caught his attention, and he realized he could no longer hear the angel's sword banging upon the enemy wizard's magic shield. Turning his head, he saw the cherubii raise his crystal sword in salute to Hisako. "Good luck, daughter of light." The angel faded from view, its time on this plane done. Large cracks could be seen in the black shield that the mages had huddled behind. The disappearance of cherubii created an unspoken ceasefire. The remaining bugbears broke off their attack on the remaining sprites, backing up towards their casters. Their large shields were dented from blocking imbued magic strikes. The sprites broke off to form around Hisako and Richter. Yoshi stood in front, both swords glowing softly blue in the darkness. No one spoke at first, and the two groups just glared daggers at one another. Richter took the opportunity to drink several mana potions. Something about this particular piece of land tickled his memory, but he stopped thinking of it when the female caster said, "Hello, Hisako. It has been a long time." Her voice was a sultry syrup, the kind of tones that every man thinks he wants to hear. "Hello, Madara," Hisako replied with venom in her voice. Richter looked at her surprised. He hadn't ever thought he would hear such vehemence coming from the kind and matronly sprite. Her face was a mask of stark anger. Richter looked back at Madara, who seemed amused by the Hearth Mother's fury. "You will not escape this time." Madara just laughed. She held up her staff. "I think you might be overconfident, or do you not recognize what I am holding?" "I see your new bauble," Hisako said in the same tone as before. "I also saw how much you strained to keep the angel at bay. There can't be much mana left in it. You will die." Yoshi spoke up. "Let me take her head now, Hearth Mother. I know what this whore of darkness has done." "Watch how you speak to your betters, fool. I will drink the fluid from your eyes," she spat back at the sword adept. Turning to look at Hisako again, she resumed her previous languid tone of voice. "You are quite right, Hisako. I have used most of my reserves, but I have enough for one last spell." Madara raised the staff in the air and shouted an incantation. The sprites started firing at the mass of bugbears, but they huddled behind their shields. Braced by their massive strength, the shields protected them from harm. The two casters were behind the warriors, and the fighters seemed content to let Madara finish casting her spell. After a few seconds, she let loose a shout and thrust the staff into the air. Dark streamers of energy plunged into the ground between the two groups. The earth immediately started rumbling, and then a bony hand shot up, followed by another and another. That was why this patch of ground had seemed significant. It was where Richter and Sion had burned the bodies of the goblins they had killed, cleansing the forest. Madara's laugh rose into the air. "You really should be more careful where you put a mass grave." In no time at all, dozens of skeletons had climbed out of the ground. The sprites started firing at these new enemies, and the first volley dropped several, but the dark mage had not been sitting idle. He finished his spell, and dark tendrils wrapped around each skeleton. Whereas before the sprites' imbued arrows had caused the skeletons to collapse, now they caused much less damage. The defenders would have been overrun, but Hisako saved them again. The Hearth Mother raised both arms in an X in front of her face, and then spread her arms wide. A large gold panel like the one she had cast before flashed into existence. This was much larger, however, and covered 24 yards in width and 10 feet in height. She gave a second and a third shout, each magical yell starting with making another X and ending with an open, armed stance. The shield became more substantial and glowed brighter at the end of each of her movements. The golden panel was a formidable defense, but the strain of such a large shield was clearly telling on the Hearth Mother's face. Richter could see the bugbears had joined the skeletons, and all were beating against the wall of light. Madara laughed again. "How long can you last, Hisako? And just how are you going to kill me after my minions rip you into little pieces?" Hisako didn't answer. The stressed look on her face did that for her. Richter knew she couldn't last much longer. Both enemy casters began firing dark beams of energy at the shield. The impact points of their blasts created a fine series of cracks that grew by the second. Yoshi spoke up. "The Hearth Mother cannot fight on her own. Form up. We will send these evil creatures to the hell of their choosing." "Forsuto, no!" The sprites responded. "Forsuto, no!" Richter translated the phrase silently. For the forest. He readied himself to fight. He wasn't concerned about his own life. He would be reborn. The thought of the sprites dying, though, filled him with horrible guilt. He couldn't even think about what would happen to the villagers once the fighters were dead. He knocked an arrow to his bow and prepared for Hisako's shield to collapse. The sky began to lighten as the assault continued against the gold plate, making it even easier to see the widespread cracks. It wouldn't be much longer. Wait, lighten? The sun was coming up. Richter accessed the town interface and checked the mana available. 517. With his personal mana pool, he was over 800. He began to laugh. First the sprites, then the bugbears, and then the casters started to stare at him. The only person that didn't seem to notice was Hisako, who was fully committed to their defenses. Madara shouted, "Do you think the sun will save you, idiot? You'll be dead before it is fully up." Richter held up his middle finger. "Madara," he paused to make sure he had her attention, "you're fat." She looked at him with utter shock on her face. Then her expression twisted into something truly ugly. She screamed in rage. The magical attack from her outstretched hand grew thicker and darker. Richter just laughed evilly, and then threw his hands up above his head. He cast confusing mist. Thick mist shot out of his body in all directions. It penetrated the golden shield and continued on. Visibility was soon 0 for everyone present. He concentrated this time and mentally focused on making the mist permeate to the boundaries of his domain without leaving a clearing in the middle. As the mist flew faster and faster, he selected all of the sprites and gave them immunity. He also thought of Alma giving her immunity as well. The skeletons had continued to pound at the shield, but the bugbears had stopped in confusion, and the 2 streams of black magic had stopped as well. Richter moved to Yoshi. "We need to retreat with Hisako. Tell everyone to be as quiet as possible so that we can lose them in the mists." The sword adept nodded and spoke quickly to the other sprites. All shouldered their bows, and Sion came to stand next to Richter. Alma alighted on his shoulders, hissing at the enemies on the other side of the golden shield. A glowing gray orb was also floating 30 feet away. Richter shouted, "Futen!" The orb flowed towards Richter. "Yes, my lord?" The remnant's deadpan voice sounded even stranger than normal against the screams of outrage and bloodlust coming from their foes. Modara's voice rose above the others as she threatened the bugbears with painful deaths if they let Hisako flee. "We need to escape. We are going to run as silently as possible. Lead them off in another direction by imitating our voices." "As you wish, my lord." At a nod from Yoshi, Richter picked up the Hearth Mother and began running. They quickly reached the range of her ability to maintain the shield, which shattered to golden pieces. She cried out at the spell backlash and lapsed into unconsciousness. The fragments dissipated before striking the ground. As soon as the wall was down, the skeletons and bugbears surged forward. Blasts of black energy shot in their general direction. One caught a sprite in the shoulder, throwing him to the ground. The brave fighter didn't make a sound, however, and regained his feet quickly. Yoshi moved to support him, and they all continued forward. The increased agility of the sprites let them outstrip the bugbears and skeletons. After a minute, voices issued well to the left, and the sounds of pursuit followed it. Once again, Futon's ruse was working. They ran for another 5 minutes until there were no sounds behind them. Stopping to assess, Richter looked at Hisako. She still had not regained consciousness, but she didn't seem to be in any distress. He waved to 2 of the sprites and whispered furiously, "Take the Hearth-Mother to the meadow. Stay there and protect them all." He carefully handed over her body. A thought occurred to Richter, and he spent a few seconds giving immunity to the sprites that were guarding the villagers, and all of the villagers he could remember. Scion came close and asked softly, "What do we do now, Richter?" Yoshi and the other sprites looked at him as well. He looked at his best friend and the other fighters with a harsh glare. "We kill them all." Chapter 9. Yoshi made eye contact and nodded once. Bows were unlimbered, and the fighters walked back towards the distant sounds. There was more blood to be spilled. Yoshi separated the remaining sprites into 3 teams. The order for the other 2 groups was to find pockets of attackers. They would fire and retreat, using the concealment of the mists for protection. Richter advised all of them about the properties of his spell. They won't be able to see you unless you get too close, within 5 or 10 feet. Once you attack, though, it negates the enchantment for a short while. Also, if you imbue an arrow, they may be able to detect you despite the mists. If that happens, retreat until they lose sight of you, and then attack again. They all die. The sprites had no objections. They had lost treasured friends and comrades. The final group was comprised of Yoshi, Richter, Scion, Daniela, and a 5th sprite named Red. Richter guessed it was because he was wearing a red shirt. When Daniela had asked what their mission was, Yoshi had simply said one word: Modara. They all moved off into the mists, following the distant sounds of shouts. Richter had handed out his last mana regeneration potions to his group. They drank the potions on the run. Each group separated from the others as they ran. Being able to see through the mists meant the sprites could move much faster than the bugbears. It wasn't long before Richter saw blue flashes in the distance to his left, followed by shouts of pain. 30 seconds later, a similar scene unfolded to their right. Yoshi didn't pause. He kept running, with the rest of his party right behind him. They passed 2 more pockets of enemies, but still the half-human didn't slow. He wanted the death mage. They finally found the hooded caster at the boundary of the village. She and the black-robed mage were surrounded by 5 skeletons and 3 bugbears. The rest must have gotten lost in the confusing mist. Richter expected Yoshi to rush in, but he waved them to stop once they had found their quarry. The mages would most likely already be gone if not for the trench. Bugbears on the other side were bringing up another makeshift bridge, though. The casters would escape in mere minutes. Yoshi turned to Richter. "We need to remove one of the casters quickly. If we imbue our arrows, they'll see us, and I don't think we can stand against both Modara and the Dark Mage. Do you have a way to take one out quietly?" Richter thought for a moment, going through his skills and spells. Nothing came to mind except he pulled an arrow out his bag of holding with a smile. Yoshi looked at and then smiled in return. Arrow of Stun. Chance to stun target for 3 to 5 seconds. "This will do," the sword adept said. Turning to the other sprites, he said, "Poison your arrows. The first 2 volleys will be done without imbuing. After that, just fight well. Do not risk yourselves unnecessarily. But you all know what that dark elf bitch took from the Hearth-Mother. The goal is to kill her. All else is secondary. Lord Richter has a stun arrow. Red and I will approach them from the south. You begin firing from the north. The signal for both attacks is when the first caster falls to the stun arrow. Lord Richter, I suggest you target the weaker caster, the Dark Mage. The risk of Madara resisting the effects of the arrow is too great. I will finish her myself, he said as he held his two blades. They quickly rebuffed, and then Richter gave the dangerous sword adept a simple nod. Richter took aim on his target. Yoshi and Red faded to the left, while Scion and Daniela moved to the right. Counting to 10 to allow everyone to get into position, Richter then drew his bow back and sighted on the black-robed Dark Mage. His breathing slowed. He drew in a final breath and then let loose his bow with his exhale. The arrow pierced the Dark Mage in the chest. The simple robes she was wearing were no match for Richter's recurve bow of the wood sprite. It penetrated, and she collapsed to the ground, not moving. At the same time, Alma swooped down, releasing a burst of psychic power that made Madara shriek, and two of the bugbears dropped to their knees, screaming. Scion and Daniela sank arrows into the final bugbear. One sank found a home in his furry throat, and he fell back with a wet gurgle. The critical strike, coupled with the poison on the arrowheads, ensured he would not rise again. Madara thrust her staff at Alma in a rage, unleashing a dark, destructive beam. Much to Richter's relief, however, his agile familiar was able to avoid the attack and flew off into the mist. Thank God she had cast haste again. The skeletons started moving towards Scion and Daniela. That was when Yoshi attacked. He flew into their midst, and his twin swords flashed in every direction. Bones flew off as he deconstructed the skeletons piece by piece. The dark magic that had initially made the undead stronger had since faded. Red ran into the fray, swinging his sword. He was able to dodge the swings of the skeletons easily. The Dark Mage was starting to rise, but Yoshi broke off his attack on the undead and stabbed him in the heart. With his death, the remaining skeletons dropped to the ground in a clatter of bones. Scion and Daniela's imbued strikes were keeping Madara huddled behind a spherical, purple-black shield. She was chanting a spell, and with a shout, her hand extended out in a claw. Two beams made of silver-black fire shot from the chests of both bugbears to her hand. Pulses shot from their bodies towards Madara, and the energy gathered in an expanding ball centered on her hand. The two bodies slowly rose into the air as their life energies were drained away by the Death Mage. Unfortunately, Red's dash brought him within the radius of Madara's spell as well, and a third tether shot from his chest. The sprite's back arched in spasm. Yoshi yanked his gaze up from the Dark Mage's body, and seeing Red being attacked, reared back and threw his sword at Madara. Seeing him start his motion, she snarled and yanked her arm down. The black ball of energy became a tear in space that she fell through. The tear closed, and Yoshi's sword flew through the space she had occupied only a moment before. The bodies of Red and the two bugbears dropped to the ground. Yoshi said nothing as he walked stiffly to where his sword had fallen. Richter ran over Red, but there was nothing to be done. The sprite's skin was pale and cold. His expression was frozen in a rictus of pain. Scion and Daniela joined Richter, looking at their red-shirted fallen comrade. Yoshi started walking towards the trench. The area that Madara and the others had been trying to cross was actually not far from the ruined gate. The original bridge was just to the side of the gate and would have given them an easy escape from the village if only they had seen it through the mist. Yoshi sheathed his swords and picked up one corner of the heavy log bridge. He looked back at them. Come. Come where? Scion asked with sadness in his voice. He was kneeling beside Red, holding the dead sprite's hand. Madara has gone, probably miles away if she is even still on this plane. Where are we going? Scion's voice was stressed and fatigued. Yoshi put the corner of the bridge down and pointed at Red's body. They all die. Come. The sword adept walked back to the bridge and picked up the same corner again. Daniela, Scion, and Richter all looked at each other, then followed and picked up a corner. If Richter was being honest with himself, his desire for blood and vengeance had been extinguished. The original order had been his, however, and he wouldn't have others fighting while he rested. They extended the wooden bridge out over the trench and then crossed out of the village into the wild forest beyond. They began to hunt. Even years later, they never discussed what happened after they crossed the trench, but not one bugbear left the mist alive. Chapter 10. It was afternoon by the time the four made it back to the village. Once their bloody task was completed, they had all waded into the river. None of them had wanted to re-enter the village covered in gore. Richter had retrieved the better weapons and armor from the slain invaders, but even his bag of holding was not large enough to hold them all. He mentally made marks on his traveler's map so that all of the gear could be recovered. The map would also serve to help gather the bodies as well. In addition to being a health risk, Richter believed that even enemies were entitled to proper disposal of their bodies. In this case, they would all just be placed in a pit and burned, but it was still better than being left for the animals. The loot from the bugbears was nothing amazing. Most of the gear was standard, but Richter did find several potions of healing which would come in handy. They crossed the bridge, pulling it in behind them. The Dark Mage offered better loot. You have found Magic Ring. Durability 12/12. Item class Uncommon. Quality Average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. You have found Magic Ring. Durability 11/11. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above Average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. You have found Magic Ring. Durability 25/25. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 0.1 kilograms. You have found Apprentice Dark Mage Robes. Defense +12. Additional +15 versus magical attack. Durability 20/20. Item class Common. Quality Average. Weight 2.8 kilograms. You have found Magic Amulet. Durability 20/20. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above Average. Weight 0.3 kilograms. You have found Magic Wand. Attack 4/6. Durability 17/17. Item class Uncommon. Quality Superb. Weight 0.2 kilograms. You have found Minor Mana Potion ×4. Taking this will restore 40 mana points over 6 seconds. He was well familiar with the blue mana motions, and so could identify them by sight. Richter would need Futin to identify the other items whenever he turned up. Despite having spent several nights reading the lore book, he had yet to achieve the skill to identify unknown magical items. The Remnant had found them after they had crossed out of the village and had been instrumental in locating enemies throughout the morning. If it wasn't for Futin and the Scion's tracking skill, they would never have found all of them. After the last bugbear was killed, Richter had sent Futin back to the Quickening. The Remnant was to inform everyone that the attack force had been defeated, and then to keep watch at the base of the hill leading to the meadow. He would serve as an early warning in case any enemies were still hidden and tried to attack the non-combatants. The four walked slowly through the village, passing the bodies, invaders and defenders alike. Each one was marked on Richter's map, but not even Yoshi had the emotional wherewithal to deal with the bodies of the dead after the morning they had had. Richter felt a painful stab of guilt every time he passed one of his villagers that would never wake again. He took his mind off of it by examining his combat log. Experience was allocation seemed to be different in larger battles. Any enemy that he killed directly, he received experience for, but it also seemed he received varying amounts of experience if he helped in the kill at all. Trying to figure out the math was giving him a headache, so he closed his log again. They walked until they reached the top of the hill leading to the Quickening. A sea of saddened and weary faces greeted him. The sprites stood around Hisako. The Hearth Mother was now awake and stared at Richter with sympathy. Her empathy touched him. that she could understand his pain and guilt when her own people had died as well, moved him deeply. He knew that he needed to remain strong, though. Sensing his turmoil, Alma landed on his shoulders, offering him her warmth and support. Tarad stepped forward. "Has the danger passed, Richter? Are we safe?" He looked back at his companion. "They are gone. We killed all that we could, and the defenses are back in place." One of the villagers shouted, "Hear, hear! Cheers to Lord Richter! Cheers to our savior!" The villagers took up the cry, all except those who had the vacant look of numb loss. Several families had been irrevocably damaged, and nothing would bring their loved ones back. One mother held a small doll which she gazed at, slowly stroking its hair and murmuring to herself. Richter couldn't stand having them cheer him for stopping an attack that he had allowed to happen in the first place. "Stop, stop! Do not praise me. This is my fault. Because of my arrogance and impatience, our defenses were lowered. It was me. I chose to dispel the protective enchantment. I assumed that our location and our trench would protect us. I was wrong." He walked over to the woman mourning the loss of her daughter. "I'm sorry." With those words, his walls came down. He hadn't been able to face the complex emotions that had arisen over the last hours of battle. There hadn't been time. The needs of the moment had helped him to compartmentalize, but saying those simple words broke him down. He reached out and held the woman holding the doll. She looked at his face and began to sob. Unnoticed tears began to stream down his face as well. She clutched the doll to her chest, as if it was the child she had just lost. The two of them slowly crumpled down to the ground. He didn't know how long he sat there with the survivors of the attack. After a time, though, a hand touched his shoulder. Looking up from the embrace he shared with the grieving mother, he saw the faces of Wisteria and Poltan. Both were elders of their people. Wisteria was a high elf, and Poltan was a hill dwarf. Richter had met with both of them a month before in the Kingdom of Eve. He had convinced them that his village was a chance for a better life, and they in turn had convinced their people to come. Looking up into their faces, he braced himself for the condemnation that he knew he deserved. Instead of berating him, though, Wisteria just placed her hand gently against his cheek. "Before you came to us, we were struggling to feed our children. The laws of Eves were crushing us, and it was becoming shamefully common for our men to be wantonly killed or our women abused. Nothing was done about it by the authorities because they saw us as less than human. That changed the day that you came to speak to us. You didn't promise a miracle or a perfect life. Instead, you offered us the chance to rise or fall based on our own merit." Wisteria's voice was soft and understanding. Poltan spoke after her. "If I remember correctly, you said, 'I make no promises for the future, but I do promise that if you come with me, we will meet it together.' Today, when we were attacked, you didn't look to save yourself. You plunged into danger. You fought and defeated those that were a threat to us." And the hill dwarf paused. When he continued, his voice was thick with emotion. "You saved my son, Dargren." Poltan gestured to a reclining figure behind him. It was the dwarf Richter had used CPR on. Dargren looked exhausted and worn, but was alive. When he noticed Richter's attention, he smiled weakly and raised his arm in greeting. Wisteria withdrew her hand from Richter's cheek. She offered a hand to help him stand up. He gently disengaged from the woman he had been holding. She stood as well, and then shuffled over to some of her kin who held her in turn. Richter accepted the offered hand and stood. Her grip was sure and reassuring. Poltan spoke again. "It is easy for us to forget your youth when we are confronted with the knowledge that you are master of a place of power. You made a mistake, and it was a terrible one. It had real consequences, and as a result, lives were lost. You will have to live with this forever. Nothing you do will ever undo what happened here tonight." Richter would not have thought it possible, but his heart sunk even lower with the dwarf's words. He didn't try to deny it, though. He deserved these words of recrimination and more, so much more. Polton wasn't done speaking, though. If I guess correctly, though, you have gained in wisdom tonight. He looked at Alma. And perhaps you have gained a great deal more as well. Know that you do not need to make every decision alone. If you but ask, we will readily give our counsel and help. Either way, however, if your offer remains to stand with us come what may, then we will stand with you. Richter looked around at all the faces around him. Many of the villagers nodded to show agreement with Poltan's words. The rest at least looked at him with acceptance. Tarad gave him a small smile while he held Isabel, and Sion moved to stand beside him. The sprite didn't say anything, but then he didn't need to. They had been through fire and death together. They would always stand together. Richter squared his shoulders and set aside his self-pity. His guilt would be with him for some time to come. But Poltan was right. He had made a mistake. He had forgotten that this was not a game. He had been so wrapped up in the loot of the tome and so eager to use his cool new toy that he had sacrificed the safety of his people. He would have to live with that. A mistake was not all he had made, however. He had also made a promise to stand with these people come what may. He couldn't undo what had happened, but he could start preparing for the future. It was time to get back to work. He was about to address everyone when a prompt clouded his vision. The notification symbol in the corner of his vision was blinking, indicating that at least one other message had appeared and been auto-minimized during the course of the battle. He was about to minimize this one as well, to just deal with them all later, but the interface was a silvery color that he hadn't seen in a prompt before. Congratulations! Your actions on behalf of your village have awarded you your first tenants. A tenant is achieved when a preset series of conditions are met. The tenant will provide certain qualities or privileges to your settlement. At the current level of your village, you may have 1 tenant. At the next level, you may have 2 tenants. All previous tenants can be replaced at the time of the village leveling. Congratulations! You have been awarded the tenant. Don't mess with Texas 1. You have been attacked and taught those fools a serious lesson. Specifically, less than 10% of those who started the attack lived to see another day. Defense plus 10% in future attacks. Small chance of future attackers acquiring fear status when faced with your merciless forces. Congratulations! You have been awarded the tenant and Honorable Ruler 1. You have made an error that negatively impacted your settlement. More importantly, however, you acted in a way that was consistent with your conscience. You were honest with your people and admitted your fault. As a result, they will trust you more and feel more comfortable relying upon you. Loyalty for all inhabitants increased by plus 0.5 per day. Would you like to assign a tenant now? If you do not, then one will be randomly assigned in 1 week. Yes or no? Richter shook his head. His first impulse was to choose the first prompt. Right now, all he could think about was protecting his people, but he resisted the urge to act impulsively. That was the kind of action that had led to the attack. He would have to learn more about both options. He decided to deal with it later. What he needed to do was take care of his people. There were tasks in front of them that needed to be completed. Richter started speaking. Okay then, this is what we do. Over the next several minutes, he outlined tasks for everyone that was able to help. Even the children were given assignments. He detailed several of those more comfortable with weapons to go stand guard around the trench. The defenses may have been back up, but Richter wouldn't take chances again. Randolphus, thankfully, had survived the attack and assured Richter that a guard rotation would be set up around the clock. Quassaw, the gnome dark magic adept, promised to cast night vision on the guards for the night shifts. A quick request to Yoshi also got him a detail of sprites to sweep the village and surrounding land a final time to ensure no other enemies were near. He then tasked several of the villagers with collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades. The enemy bugbears would be left for the mist workers. Sumiko said she would aid with the disposal of the bodies. There was apparently a simple blessing that would keep the corpses from being resurrected in the future. He instructed Futon to summon as many of the workers as possible, as quickly as possible, but to pay special attention to having the full 400 mana needed at midnight to pay the upkeep of confusing mist. Futon responded with his customary, "Yes, my lord." He asked Scion to make more potions, specifically as many mana potions as possible. It was time to put the superb quality alchemy set he had bought to good use. Thankfully, another sprite said he was skilled in herb lore, and an arcane gnome said he was quite skilled at potions. Unless they could make their own mana and health potions, the only other source would be to wait until they got a shipment from Leaf's Crossing. That would take at least a month. That brought him to the next important issue. He asked Giovanna to go with the sprites once they went outside of the city walls. He needed to know if work done on the ship had been destroyed or not. Connection to the outside world was of the utmost importance. He also asked several of the farmers to go on the same trip and check the crops. The children that had shown skill with herb lore were to sweep the meadow with Scion or the other sprite and help collect herbs for potion making. The rest of the villagers were to salvage whatever could be useful from the fallen invaders and the ruins of the Longhouse. Tarad was in charge of that group. His ability to get along with people would make this day go much easier. It might also soften the realization that they would all be staying in the rooms off of the Great Seal until another longhouse could be built. Alora flew up while he was talking. She felt terrible that she had not been helpful during the attack. In turn, Richter just apologized for putting her in danger. He assured her that her only task was to live and grow. She seemed to feel better after their short talk and flew over to hover by Hisako. Richter checked in with the Hearth Mother, who besides being a bit tired, appeared to be none the worse for wear. She agreed to rest in Richter's quarters for at least the next couple of hours. Yoshi and a few other sprites would stand guard. She protested it wasn't necessary, but the adept was not to be budged on this matter. Richter addressed the group of human and non-human villagers once again. "Thank you for everything. We will rebuild. I promise you that. When you first arrived here, I chose not to include all of you in the immunity to the mists. Right or wrong, I own up to that decision. We are in a different place now, though. We rise or fall together. I trust you all with the safety of our village. I will work to keep us safe. Make sure you do the same." Richter's voice took on a heavy tone, and he drew his glass dagger. "I swear to you that this attack will be avenged. I will find the rest of those responsible. They are already dead. They just don't know it yet." He drew his dagger against his palm and showed the blood to his people. Hisako gasped a weak, "No." But the deed was done. Richter squeezed his fist shut, and the first drop of blood dripped down and struck the ground. There was rumble of thunder. "Know this. You have made a blood oath of vengeance. In the land, your words have meaning. You have 1 year to enact vengeance on the attackers of your village. If you do not accomplish this, the anger in your heart will poison your soul. This soul sickness will cause the loss of 1 charisma per week until your vengeance is complete. Any losses will be permanent. You have received a mark, blood oath of vengeance." A tingling began all over his body and swept over him until it concentrated on his inner right wrist. Looking down, he saw a red diamond with skull inside of it. A slight glow was in the center of the eyes. It faded from view in a few seconds. Richter could live with the countdown. Whoever was responsible for this attack would be lucky to make it a year. As far as the physical mark, he would figure out what it meant and deal with that too. He was preparing to leave the meadow when he heard someone say, "Through service, ascendance." The other villagers answered together in a shout, "Through dedication, transcendence." Yes, Richter thought, I will protect these people. In fact, "My people, before you leave to start your tasks, I would like to make an offer. If any of you wish it, I will use my power as an air master to awaken any air magic you have inside of you. His announcement drew a sharp intake of breath from most of those present, and everyone started talking at once. He could only awaken air magic in those who had over 50% affinity for that school of power. Just because they had over 50% did not mean they would ever naturally manifest, though. With Richter's intervention, however, anyone over 50% was guaranteed to be able to cast spells. His pronouncement raised such an uproar because knowledge and magical power were jealously guarded secrets in Eves. Only the rich or powerful would be able to be taught magic without a lifetime pledge of service to the king or one of the magical guides. It was like Richter had just offered a chance for a free ride to Harvard, or somewhere even better like Dartmouth or Morehouse, to everyone in the glade. They quickly formed a line, and as each passed by, he placed his left hand on their heads and his right hand on their hearts. He would then murmur, "By the right of my power, I awaken your power." For most, nothing happened, and they would leave with a disappointed but grateful expression on their faces. In no less than 31 villagers, though, 11 of them children, he felt the same warmth he had experienced when he had awoken Sion's power. The feeling would emanate from the center of his chest and flow down his arms into the man, woman, or child and find a resonance within them. For only a few hours of work, he now had 31 new air novices in his village. Each of them were pulled aside from their duties, and Randolphus documented their affinities and any starting spells they were granted. Most of the villagers only received one spell or none. It seemed like it was tied to their affinity, however, and 5 villagers with affinities above 90% at skill level 1 received 2 spells. For the most part, the spells were the same as what Richter had started with, haste and errant wind, but a few received spells that Richter didn't have. Randolphus's descriptions were exact. Glitter dust. This spell will create a 5 by 5 foot area of shining, sharp dust. Anyone caught in the AOE will suffer certain effects. Effect 1. Hidden creatures will be revealed. Effect 2. Chance to blind creatures susceptible to such attacks. This is a spell of air magic. Cost, 30 mana. Duration, 1 minute. Range, 10 feet. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Air push. This spell creates a column of air 10 feet in front of you, 1 foot in diameter. Does no real damage but will knock enemies back and possible prone. This is a spell of air magic. Cost, 15 mana. Duration, 1 second. Range, 10 feet. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Gentle Rain. This spell summons a small rainstorm. This can be cast inside. This is a spell of air magic. Cost, 40 mana. Duration, 20 minutes. Range, 100 yards. Cast time, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Some of the spells were very useful. Glitter dust would have been indispensable in the attack on the night daggers. At the very least, it might have kept Richter from being shivved in the back. The air push was also a good offensive spell, and as far as Gentle Rain, Richter smiled. He had a feeling that the crops would always have what they needed. To finish increasing the air magic skill of his villagers, he had a group teaching session. When he was done, all 31 air novices knew at least haste and errant wind. He left them with the instruction to practice their new powers every day. Unfortunately, they could not teach Richter their spells, but at least someone knew them, he thought. When he was done, he started walking down the hill. As Richter was turning away, Sion asked him, "What are you going to be doing, my friend?" Richter stopped his movement and instead placed his hand on his companion's shoulder. It's time to get stronger. Chapter 11. Richter handed his map to the sprites that would be sweeping the village and the lands beyond. Futen had already summoned 4 mistworkers that would accompany the sprites and retrieve the bodies. As he was walking down the hill, he asked Sion to join him in the Great Seal Room once he had retrieved enough herbs to get started on making potions. Hisako, Yoshi, and several other sprites followed him, intending to go into the catacombs to rest. Alma flew in lazy circles above his head, and Futon floated along behind. While they walked, Richter examined all of the combat prompts he had gained during the battle. Congratulations! You have received racial bonus, level 1 versus bugbears, plus 3% attack and defense bonus when fighting bugbears. Kill total, 100 bugbears to reach next level. Congratulations! You have learned the skill War Leader. Your presence will now be seen as a rallying point in war. Those around you will fight harder. Base distance for bonus is radius of 10 yards from War Leader. Take a prominent role in larger battles to increase this skill. Being a War Leader automatically qualifies you as a champion in battles. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in War Leader. Plus 1% effective distance. Plus 1% attack and defense for all allies. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached sub-skill level 3 in focus. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in light armor. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached sub-skill level 3 in grace in combat. Dodge increased by 12%. Congratulations! You have reached sub-skill level 4 in grace in combat. Dodge increased by 13%. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in earth magic. New spells now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in life magic. New spells now available. Your familiar has performed her special attack, Brain Drain. She can latch onto the mind of an enemy and drain its thoughts and experiences. The minds of other creatures are not meant to undergo this, and the affected creature will suffer an ongoing drop in health, mana, and stamina while she continues her attack. Additionally, the mental attack will cause confusion and disorientation. In already weakened or low-level creatures, it will create a stun status. Brain Drain requires her whole focus, however, and she will essentially be helpless while performing the attack. If the creature expires while the attack is in place, she will absorb 1% of its total accumulated experience. Her master will also receive 1% of the target's experience. You have been awarded 521 base 41,723 times 0.01 times 1.25 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Bugbear. The first prompt raised mixed feelings in Richter. Having it reported in black and white that he had taken more than 25 lives was not something he was proud of. At the same time, though, they weren't the first deaths he had caused since coming to the land. They most certainly wouldn't be the last. It was the last combat prompt that truly fascinated him, though. It raised some very interesting possibilities. If Alma could target some high-level enemies with Brain Drain, he could really power level. The combat play-by-play wasn't all that was awaiting his perusal. Apparently, the destruction the bugbears had caused made a measurable effect. You have lost the 100% of the constructed shelter for your people. This occurred during an attack, and so your people will be understanding. If you do not build another shelter within 1 week, however, the morale of your people will decrease by 5 per day to a maximum loss of 50. Shelter is a basic tenet of survival. You will not receive the bonus to morale that you initially did upon completing your shelter.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Richter thought to himself.
When they got back to the catacombs, Richter saw Hisako to his room to rest. Rather than leave, he stopped by the bedside. The other sprites also stayed because him, and Yoshi looked at him questioningly. Not wasting any time, he spoke. I am so thankful for everything you have done for us. I am equally sorry about the loss of life you have had to endure to do it. I have little to offer, but I would like to offer this. I will try to awaken air magic in you, he said to Hisako, and any of your warriors. She looked at him surprised. Even after seeing him invest his magic into his people, it had not occurred to her that he would make the sprites the same offer. The every man for himself philosophy seemed heavily entrenched in the land. Well, that was something he would change. He preferred the motto of enlightened self-interest. Richter wasn't a pushover, but he did believe that by serving the interests of friends and allies, he would ultimately be furthering his own interests. "This is not necessary, Lord Richter. We are allies. It is our honor to fight by your side." "I know, Lady Hisako," he replied just as formally. There was a time for friendship, but right now he was operating as the leader of his people. He was extending a potential weapon to an ally. In truth, he should have done this before. "I offer this freely." "You do not know how precious the gift that you offer is, however. It is not to be done lightly." "It is not, Hearth Mother. Will you accept what I offer?" She nodded her head in acquiescence. Richter walked forward and placed his hands upon the Hearth Mother. He soon felt the magic intertwine with her soul, and she opened her eyes an Air Mage novice. He smiled and was about to extend the same offer to the other sprites, but she caught his hand in a surprisingly strong grip. "I offer this freely as well," she said, her hands extended. Understanding what she offered, Richter bowed his head and bent down. "By the right of my power, I awaken your power," she breathed, and Richter felt for the first time what he had made others feel. Much of it was indescribable, but it felt like his soul was a house with many rooms. Some were darkened, but in one a light had now been kindled. Forever on from this day, he would be more. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Light Magic. Increasing your skill will allow you to cast more advanced spells. He thanked her profusely, and then they taught each other the spells that they could. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Simple Light. Creates a ball of white light that will hover above your head, moving with you. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 2 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown no. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Farlight. Creates a ball of white light that can be fixed to a distant surface. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 5 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 100 yards. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown no/A. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Mirror. Creates a 6 by 3 foot reflective surface. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 15 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown no. Once they were done, Richter tried to teach air magic to the other sprite warriors. Only 3 were able to learn, but Hisako was surprised even at that. She told him that seeing 31 of his people being able to become air novices was shocking. Apparently, magical affinity was nowhere near that common. Also, various races were known for a predisposition to certain magical schools. According to Hisako, meeting a dwarf aircaster, when air was the natural opposite to their racial predisposition of earth magic, was strange to say the least. The only explanation she could come up with was that it was due to everyone's exposure to the birth of the quickening. When they were done, Richter finally left Hisako to rest, and then walked back into the Great Seal room. "Futen." "Yes, my lord? I need help with identification." Richter pulled out the items from the Dark Mage. The gray orb flared with an inner white light, and then Richter re-examined the items. "You have found Ring of Health. Durability 12/12. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Plus 20 to health. You have found Ring of Minor Mana. Durability 11/11. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. plus 10 to mana. You have found Ring of Flowing Thought. Durability, 25/25. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Plus 20% mana regeneration. You have found Apprentice Dark Robes. Defense plus 8. Additional plus 12 versus magical attack. Durability, 18/20. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 2.8 kilograms. Plus 10% dark magic resistance. You have found Amulet of Minor Mana. Durability, 20/20. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.3 kilograms. Mana plus 10. You have found Wand of Dark Bolts. Attack 4/6. Durability, 17/17. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.2 kilograms. Cast spell Dark Bolts. Charge 0/50. Most of the items were no better than what he already had. He was already wearing 8 rings. In the game, that was the max that could be worn. Might as well test that theory now. Keeping an eye on his mana, he slipped the Ring of Minor Mana onto a finger. There was no change. He then took off his dungeon ring and tried again. His mana increased by 10 points. Well, that answered that. He rearranged his ring configuration and ended up wearing his 4 old rings of health, increasing his health by plus 120. He also put on the slightly inferior ring of health the Dark Mage had been wearing, increasing his health another plus 20. He kept on his Ring of Hidden Dangers because he no likey de traps. The Minor Ring of Healing also stayed put. Even though it only healed 30 health, the effect was immediate rather than spread out over several seconds, like his spells or potions. That made it invaluable. He also held on to his old Ring of Mana, which increased his mana reserves by plus 20. Last, he equipped the Ring of Flowing Thought. An increase to mana regeneration was just something he couldn't pass up. The amulet would be a definite step down from his Necklace of Scry Defense, so he just put all of the other items into his bag. Next, he quickly allocated the points and percentages from his previous level increases. His fingers almost tingled at the thought of being able to drop 24 points into his stats. The running and the fight had given him plus 1 to agility. Strength had been a neglected attribute for him so far, as most of his kills had been at a distance. This first larger battle showed that things did not always go as planned. He invested plus 6 into strength. With the plus 8 from the Sprite breastplate, he could put some real power into his melee attacks now. The same logic of investing in close combat went for stamina. It would be of greater importance in close quarters combat. He invested plus 3 in endurance. His dexterity was high enough for now, and he was also benefiting from the Sprite armor bonus. Constitution, however, would always be important. Higher-level enemies meant higher-level damage. He allocated plus 8 to Constitution. Last, something inexplicable drove him to do it, but he put plus 1 into luck. The other 6 characteristic points he decided to hold off on. Seeing as how he was going to be tackling a dungeon soon, it might be nice to have an ace in the hole. He did a quick check of his status. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 14, 21%. Health, 390. Mana, 300. Stamina, 200. Strength, 29. Agility, 18. Dexterity, 34. Constitution, 25. Endurance, 20. Intelligence, 23. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, Limitless. Gift of Tongues, Fast Learner. Bond. Skills, Herb Lore. Level 38, 91% to next level, 100% affinity. Alchemy, Level 1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity. Analyze, Level 5, 24% to next level, 100% affinity. Stealth, Level 4, 76% to next level, 100% affinity. Archery, Level 8, 18% to next level, 100% affinity. Imbue Arrow, Level 4, 62% to next level, 100% affinity. Focus, Level 3, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Double Shot, Level 3, 31% to next level, 100% affinity. Drill Shot, Level 2, 40% to next level, 100% affinity. Swordsmanship, Level 2, 29% to next level, 100% affinity. Small Blades, Level 1, 11% to next level, 100% affinity. Unarmed Combat, Level 1, 10% to next level, 100% affinity. Pressure Points, Level 1, 15% to next level, 100% affinity. Light Armor, Level 7, 5% to next level, 100% affinity. Grace in Combat, Level 4, 88% to next level, 100% affinity. Air Magic, Level 3, 82% to next level, 100% affinity. Life Magic, Level 3, 57% to next level, 100% affinity. Earth Magic, Level 3, 29% to next level, 100% affinity. Water Magic, Level 1, 19% to next level, 100% affinity. Dark Magic, Level 3, 64% to next level, 100% affinity. Light Magic, Level 1, 24% to next level, 100% affinity. Map Making, Level Max. Trade, Level 14, 52% to next level, 100% affinity. War Leader, Level 2, 43% to next level, 100% affinity. Marks, Master of Mist Village Blood Oath. Resistances, Air, 50%, Earth, 20%, Mental, 15%, Spiritual, 15%, Race, Human, Chaos Seed. Reputation, Level 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment, Neutral. Language, All. He was really getting an extensive skill collection. The page was actually starting to look a bit cluttered. He played with the settings a bit and was able to remove the 100% affinity that was on every skill. Better, he thought. Then he put the 100% of skill percentage points into archery, which was still his strongest combat skill. It brought him to skill level 9, only one level away from more sweet experience. Satisfied with how everything was shaping up, he addressed Futen again. A while ago, I was offered a quest to unlock more of my power, but I hadn't met the requirements yet. I have a feeling that now that I'm above level 10, you can help me to learn more about it. Yes, my lord, Futen flared, and a prompt came across Richter's vision. You have met the requirements of a previously restricted quest. Unlock your power. 2. Your village will increase your power, but you must care for it in turn. Go to a local dungeon and clear at least the first level. Reward. Unlock one of the powers. Yes or no? Choosing yes, he asked. You know where the dungeon is, I'm guessing? Yes, my lord. We will leave tomorrow morning. I need to rest. Help the villagers and summon mistwalkers as soon as you can. We need to get more trees to rebuild the longhouse, but that is only after all the bodies have been collected and buried. Do whatever Sumiko asks of you until it's done. Yes, my lord. Richter walked to the barracks and fell onto the bed. Alma curled into a circle, resting on top of his chest, and closed her eyes. In seconds, he too had fallen into an exhausted sleep. Chapter 12. He slept like the dead. It was impossible to tell time inside of the catacombs. but it felt like he had slept for a while. A quick check showed that Alma had left while he was sleeping. The first thing he did once he got up was to look for Hisako. She wasn't in her room or in any of the other rooms off of the Great Seal. He paused once to enter the armory and unload the gear he had picked up yesterday. Though the bag of holding decreased weight by 90%, it still felt nice to relieve himself of all the extra kilos. He was walking down the tunnel to check on his people when he ran into Randolphus. "Greetings, my lord." "Hello, Randy. I trust nothing else horrible happened while I was sleeping." "Thankfully not, my lord, but I do have some slightly unpleasant news." Richter gave a sigh and nodded. "Walk with me. You can tell me on the way to the quickening." Randolphus fell in step behind Richter. "The first thing you should know is that we lost 21 villagers in the attack. 7 sprites were also killed." Richter stopped walking and closed his eyes. He knew it was more than a few, but hearing how many had died made his heart drop. He opened his eyes and looked at his chamberlain. "I assume you have a list of dead?" Randolphus handed him a sheaf of paper. It had names, race, and age. Richter resolved to memorize each and every name. He scanned it quickly and was about to put it for later away when the last entry caught his attention. Petal, human, age 6. Richter had to resist crumpling the paper in his hand, but he still shook with rage. Randolphus showed supreme wisdom and experience by not disturbing him over the next few minutes. It took some time, but Richter composed himself, carefully rolling the paper up and put it in his bag. Those bastards were going to pay. "Thank you for preparing this, Randy. What else do I need to know?" "Unfortunately, my lord, the invaders attacked from the direction of the farmland. Most of the fields were ruined by them. The farmers still have seed, but they worry that by the time they till the earth again and go through the process of planting, it might be too late for certain crops. If that is true, then we would need to buy additional supplies to last us through the winter." Richter nodded, which Randy took as an indication to continue. "We have collected our dead and have taken them to the meadow north of the village. I thought that would be the proper place to bury them. They could overlook the village they had died for through eternity." Richter nodded again. He mentioned a thought he had had regarding a memorial, which Randy said he would look into. "What else, Randy?" "The mistworkers have gathered the bodies of the dead invaders. A large pit has been dug outside of the city walls. Lady Sumiko has been blessing them as they are brought over. I detailed some of the more stoic villagers to strip the bodies of anything useful. We will bring the weapons to the armory, and I will arrange for any other items to be brought to my office for cataloging. I will have Futon identify any unknown objects and make you a list, if that is all right with you, my lord." "Of course it is, Randy." They had walked outside and enjoyed the view of the setting sun. Standing at the top of the slope leading to the catacombs, the village looked like such an idyllic setting. It was hard to believe it had been the site of a potential slaughter just yesterday. The scene helped to calm his still raw nerves. Then he caught sight of the charred remains of the longhouse, and anger once again ruled his heart. He started walking and motioned for Randolphus to continue. "We still have a large number of logs prepared that were going to be used for other buildings. I am working on choosing another site for the longhouse, and will organize crews to take away the wreckage of the previous one. Housing will be given the utmost priority." "No," Richter said a touch sharply. He looked at Randolphus while they walked. "Priority must be given to building the smithy. I also want you to take Yoshi and our most accomplished smiths to the armory." Several doors in the first floor of the catacombs had required Richter to show his mark, which declared him master of the Mist Village, before they would open. He had discovered upon returning to the village from Eves that he could give privileges to anyone he chose to open the doors at will. He had given Scion, Tarad, and Randolphus access to most of them. He was still the only one that could open the treasury, though. Even though it was mostly empty, it held most of the wealth of the village. "I also want to see the smiths tonight. After I meet with Hisako, I want you to find them and bring them to me. The same goes for any of our crafters, casters, and hunters. Find out if anyone has experience with potion making, and bring them as well. We also need to decide who we can send on our trade trip back to Eve's. I need someone with high charisma and preferably a good level in the trade skill. Make sure they are smart as well, though. I don't need an ample chest and an empty head. I have a feeling these trade trips are going to be very important to all of us. I will also need a detailed list of the skills and abilities of everyone in the village. Randolphus opened his mouth to reply, but Richter cut him off. Yes, I know. You tried to show me that before, and I shut you down. I'll do better to listen to you, but we all need to be stronger. Even the weakest of the bugbears would have been a match for almost any of our villagers in terms of training, weapons, and armor. If it wasn't for the sprites, we would not have survived the night. That can't be allowed to happen again. Randolphus nodded solemnly. He didn't write down anything that Richter had said this time, but there was no doubt that everything would be taken care of. If there was a skill for government administration, Randy would be a master. What else? Richter asked. Their conversation meandered while they walked. There seemed to be a never-ending list of things to deal with. Richter was once again convinced that Randolphus just might be the most useful member of the village. The Chamberlain stopped speaking as they ascended the hill to the meadow of the quickening. Walking across the field, Richter saw several sprites along the outskirts of the tree. He knew Hisako must be beneath its boughs. Thank you, Randy. Is there anything else? Randolphus firmed his lips while he looked at Richter. The man looked uncertain, which concerned Richter. As far as he could remember, the Chamberlain had never seemed anything but confident and competent. Richter realized that the past day must have weighed on Randolphus as well. He softened his expression and asked, What do you need to say, Randolphus? May I speak freely, my lord? Richter nodded. It may not be my place, but I heard your confession this morning, and I witnessed the forgiveness the elders gave you. He sighed deeply before continuing. I know you let the attack weigh heavily on you. What I need to say is that it should have. More, you should have considered the gravity of the attack before you cast your spell. Because you were impatient, several of your people died, some of them children. Now, I don't know if we could have avoided the attack if the enchantment had stayed in place, but we would have had a better chance. You failed your people yesterday. Richter just stood with his jaw tight. Hearing this was rubbed salt on his emotional wounds. Randolphus wasn't saying anything that wasn't true, however. So he nodded and waited for the man to continue. Randolphus stared at his lord, seeing that his words were having an effect. He continued, I have served men of power for several decades and seen countless more in my position at court. Some of them have been strong, and some have been weak. Some have been wise, but far too many were foolish. One thing was true of all of them, however. They all made mistakes. Randolphus' voice softened somewhat, while Richter stood listening with unshed tears. What matters is what happens afterwards. You are not hiding from your errors, but instead are letting them inspire you to be better. What I have said was all true, my lord. It is also true, however, that I am proud to serve a man who values of the lives of his subjects. I believe you to be a man of honor. Randolphus bowed his head. I am in turn honored to be your chamberlain. A small bit of the tension and guilt Richter had been feeling alleviated. It wasn't much of a change, but it was noticeable. He put his hand on Randolphus's shoulder. Thank you for your words. I know that I could not do this without you. Please do not ever hesitate to share your thoughts or your counsel with me, especially if you think I am making a huge mistake. Richter wanted to lighten the mood with a faint smile, but couldn't draw one to his face. Randolphus looked relieved that his words had been received well. When he spoke his next words, he was once again the epitome of propriety. Of course, my lord. I will take your leave now, and put in motion what we have discussed. I will bring everyone you asked for to the Great Seal. The Chamberlain turned and left, and Richter walked under the canopy of the quickening. He soon saw Hisako and several of the other sprites. She had cast globe of light spells in response to the setting sun. Once again, the silver undersides of the leaves shone with the golden white light of her spell. As he got closer, He saw a look of wonder on her face. The expression was mirrored on the faces of the other sprites. They were all looking at the 6-inch tall figure flitting around in the air above their heads. When Allura saw him, she crossed the 10 yards separating them in the blink of an eye. She stopped and hovered a few feet in front of his face, and then curtsied while hovering in midair. She had somehow turned one of the leaves of the quickening into a flowing dress. The outside was soft white, but as she moved around, he caught flashes of silver from the inner hem. "Well met, my Lord Richter." The melodious notes of her voice stilled some of the agitation within him, and the formal greeting from such a small creature brought a faint smile to his face. He decided to mirror her tone so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. "Greetings, Queen Allura, but please, just call me Richter." "I'm sorry, I forgot. Thank you, Richter." Allura gave a small giggle at her boldness and then swiftly zipped back to hover above Hisako. Richter walked over to the Hearth Mother and knelt down so they were eye to eye. "Thank you for your help, Hearth Mother. If it wasn't for you and your warriors, I am sure we all would have been killed." His voice broke a bit. "Again, I am so sorry for the loss of your people." She looked at him with a serene expression. "Thank you, Richter. I know well the pain and guilt you must be feeling, because I have felt it myself too many times. All I can tell you is that over time the pain will lessen. What do you plan to do now?" "I need to be stronger. So does my village. I plan on clearing a dungeon and unlocking another one of my powers. I will leave as soon as I know my village is safe. Before anything else, though, I offer my time and my strength to you. You may ask for anything. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe you." "Shush," she lightly admonished. "You are the master of a place of power. You should have learned by now the danger of idle words. I asked you to take up arms against the bugbears. We are allies against a common enemy. It was always an unfortunate reality that some of us would die. Do not apologize again. Just continue to stand and fight with us." "That I can promise you," Richter said, with some steel in his voice. "Good," she said, matching him in intensity. "I have information for you. When my people were sweeping the area around the village, we found one bugbear that had been hiding. He was captured and questioned. I know why you were attacked. As my people have been looking for the main bugbear encampment, it appears that they have been looking for us as well. Apparently, they had greater success. We were followed by one of their scouts after leaving the hearth tree. He trailed us to the boundaries of your domain. Because of the mists, it could follow no further. The scout retreated, found reinforcements, and then returned to the edge of your defensive enchantment. They were waiting for the express purpose of laying an ambush once we exited the mists again. Then, two things happened." Hisako held up a finger. "The first was that the quickening was planted, and it sent the beam of green light into the air. It was as good as a beacon, giving them a fairly specific direction to move in." Richter nodded, as this had been what he had already surmised. "The second was the drop in the village's enchantment. With the disappearance of the mists, they moved forward in a broad line and found the village after only a few hours. At that point, it was the simple matter of creating a makeshift bridge to span the trench around your village. The only thing that saved us was that they sent a scouting force into the village first, as opposed to sending their entire force at once. Bugbears are adept at stealth, so under the cover of night, it is not surprising that they made it by whatever guards you had posted, and then killed them before they could raise an alarm. One of your villagers must have seen them, however, and raised the alarm. It made them attack prematurely, and you know the rest. The point is, Richter, we all share the blame for this attack. This is a war, and though you are only now just joining it, this is a war that has been raging for millennia on countless fronts. You do not owe me anything. I only ask that you do what you have already resolved to do. Grow stronger, follow your conscience, and oppose evil as you come across it." The perspective he gained from Hisako's recounting gave him some peace. He turned to Yoshi. "Where's the bugbear?" The sword adept pointed down the hill and past the village wall. "Waiting to be put in the pit. I had to asking some of my questions. Forcefully. There was no ambiguity to that." Richter could not muster any criticism of Yoshi's tactics. He and Scion had done the same to a goblin in the past. Even if he hadn't, the invaders put themselves in harm's way when they attacked. They got what was coming to them. Understood, Richter said. Well, you know my plans, he said to Hisako. What are yours? I will stay here for a time, if that it is all right with you. I wish to spend more time with Alora. She will bond to the tree soon, and I will want to be there for that. Besides, Yoshi doesn't want me leaving the protection of the village until there are more guards to escort me back. I trust that is not an issue, Yoshi asked. Of course, he wasn't really asking. No, you are all welcome here for as long as you wish, Richter said. I need to go take care of certain matters. Before he could walk away, though, Yoshi stepped in front of him. You are overdue for a sword lesson. You skipped the lesson yesterday completely. We were attacked. I got enough practice. Richter's voice rose a bit. I'll be the judge of what constitutes practice, the adept said. Tonight, practice will resemble our very first lesson. Richter's eyes widened, and all of the fire went out of him. The first lesson? His voice rose again, but this time in a most undignified manner. Yes, Lord Richter. A thick and quite hard-looking length of wood had appeared in Yoshi's hand. Yes, well, as I said, I do have quite a few duties to attend to and people to speak to. They will wait, the sword adept said, advancing. Richter looked to Hisako for help, but she seemed to be finding something completely engrossing in the exact opposite direction he was standing in. Yep, this time he was sure she was smiling. When Richter looked back, Yoshi's face was only inches away from his own. The half-human lowered his voice and said softly, Why don't we get started? A toothy grin was on his face, and a manic gleam had made its way into his eyes. Richter said the only thing that came to mind. Chapter 13. Goddamn half-blood sadist son of a bitch. This was the first utterance Richter made to the collection of skilled people that Randolphus had gathered at his request. More than 100 people were crammed in the chamber of the Great Seal. He was sitting at the head of the table that his chamberlain had brought out of one of the larger rooms on the first floor of the catacombs. Alma lay curled in a ball on the table in front of him. After his training with Yoshi, standing during the meeting was out of the question. Even sitting would have been beyond him if Hisako hadn't taken away the worst part of his pain with a spell. He was still left with minor to medium aches and pains, however, which had elicited the aforementioned expression when he had turned too fast and felt a painful spasm in his back. There wasn't even any point in casting another healing spell. His health was full. He was just sore. Sorry about that, Richter said. I have gathered you all here because I want us to be working in the same direction. First, we need to speak about rebuilding the longhouse and finishing the smithy. The smithy will take priority. There were a few murmurings at that, but Richter held up his hand until they died down. We were woefully unprepared during the attack. We have a very small amount of guards and fighters when we examine our entire population. That will be fixed, but in the meantime, we will balance it out with better equipment and training. So we get the smithy finished as quickly as possible, and then the longhouse. After that, I want to switch to building with the quarried stone as opposed to just wood. Let the chamberlain know if you need anything else. He asked the builders and carpenters if they had any questions. They merely said they would need a great deal more stone and more mist workers. Randolphus made a note of it, and they moved on. Next, he turned to the hunters. You need to range a bit more afield. I don't want the hunting grounds near the village to be depleted. But the bugbears are out hunting for us, so be especially careful. No one hunts alone for the foreseeable future. If you find an enemy and can make a kill safely, then go ahead. If it is a larger force, send one person back to notify us, while the other follows from a safe distance. The 7-strong force just nodded. He went on to the next item on the agenda. For this next question, he addressed the entire room. Why aren't there more enchanted weapons? No one spoke. They all just looked at one another. Finally, a high elf spoke. Analyze showed. Name, Gloran. High elf, level 14. Health, 210. Mana, 320. Stamina, 150. Disposition, friendly. The elf's stats were normal for his level, but he had the profession of crafter. Richter really had to learn more about professions, but now was not the time. Without getting into specifics, Lord Richter, it is expensive and not many have the expertise to enchant. It also requires specialized items that are rare and difficult to acquire. Several people around the table nodded in agreement. Do any of you have skill with enchanting? Richter asked. I cannot speak for anyone else, but I have some experience, my lord. I made enchanted jewelry in the past, Gloran replied. So what do we need specifically? Richter asked, undaunted. If there was one thing that his years of gaming had taught him, it was that the right gear was crucial. Even more than training, enchanted items were a force multiplier and really could turn a person into an army of one. First, you need a captured soul, my lord. Someone needs to give up their soul? Richter couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gloran laughed. No, my lord. The souls of most sentient humanoids cannot be captured. For instance, none of the races in this room could be captured. All creatures have souls, however. If a spell like Soul Trap is cast prior to a creature dying, then its spirit will be captured if you have a soul stone. Richter sighed. Well, then how do you get a soul stone? They are made, my lord. It is a relatively simple process. Any stone can be made into a soul stone, even simple rocks. Well, that's good news, Richter thought happily. Those soul stones would only be sufficient to catch the souls of simple animals, though, like rabbits or deer. Even the soul of a large bear could not be contained in such a low-level gem. Well, that news is not as good, Richter thought sadly. So how do we make better soul stones? Richter asked, afraid that he already knew the answer. Gemstones are used, sir. The higher quality of gem used, the stronger the soul that can be trapped. And I'm guessing that stronger souls make stronger enchantments. Yes, my lord, Gloran replied. He must have seen Richter's crestfallen look because he added, even cheaper, semi-precious jewels can make soul stones strong enough to trap most basic monsters. Richter nodded at Gloran's last statement. That was helpful information, but he was just adding up how much outfitting his people was going to cost him. This world seemed dedicated to bankrupting him. The chest of jewels that was his nest egg just didn't seem like that much anymore. He really needed to sell those potions of clarity. He told Gloran he would need some soul stones made later that night, and the man assured him it wouldn't be a problem. Not wanting to get bogged down in his own economic woes, he continued. Okay, so that covers the soul stones. Does anyone know the spell Soul Trap? Zar, the Earthmaster Mage, spoke up. Every branch of magic has a version of that spell, but it is well acknowledged that of all of the basic elements, life and death have the strongest versions. The other casters in the room nodded. Richter looked around confused. Basic elements? The ley lines which cross under the earth are ribbons of power, Lord Richter. There are 8 different types of ley lines. Life, death, water, fire, earth, air, light, and dark. These are the 8 basic elements. Each has different strengths and weaknesses, Zar said. Earth, for example, is excellent for defense and construction. Dwarves have a natural affinity for earth, which is why we build such strong citadels and craft the best weapons and armor. Mountain dwarves in particular. He said the last with a smirk, and the comment was answered by some grumbling by the other races present. It all seemed in good fun, though. From the back of the room, someone yelled, "Gnomes rule!" Richter was happy that his people could smile with each other. It meant that the attack had not broken their spirits. All right, I will ask Sumiko to teach me the spell. So if we are able to capture a soul, what's next? A dwarf from the back of the room spoke. His beard was black, but well threaded with silver and white. Despite these signs of age, he stood straight, and muscles bulged from his arms. This is all well and good for making cute baubles to look at as you sit for afternoon tea. But what you need for a strong, enchanted weapon is good metal and a better smith. The iron that has been harvested here is good enough quality to make steel, perhaps even a bit of high steel. What we want, though, is quicksilver, cobalt, or mithril. That is how you make a quality weapon. How do we get access to that? Richter asked. Analyze gave the dwarf's name, Crom. Well, those damn mists of yours kept us from searching the mountains to the north. It doesn't go underground, but we couldn't even find the rotten entrance to the rotten tunnels. Now that your lordship has given us all immunity, we can search for veins of rarer metal. We will sell them to the village. Plus our standard search fee and finder's commission, of course. Crom had a wide grin on his face. Knowing he was about to get fleeced, Richter opened his mouth, but Randolphus spoke up. We will come to agreeable terms. I negotiated the long-standing contract between the old King of Eves and King Gromhold of the Serrated Mountains. I am well versed with the customs of dwarven negotiation. Gedurt Rikud Alam Betren. The smile faded from Crom's face. Richter realized that his chamberlain had said the last phrase in the language of the mountain dwarves. The best translation Richter could come up with was, "Never bet against a Sicilian when death is on the line." Haha, score one for Randy. Richter was going to have to get him whatever the land's equivalent of a Klondike bar was. Sure that Randolphus would handle the finer details, Richter turned back to Crom. Keep a lookout for any gems as well. Now let's say that we get the soul stones and the metal. Is there anything else I need to know about the requirements? Just that the quality needs to be average or better. You can't just enchant any old trash. Can you make average quality weapons? Richter asked him. The dwarf's chest puffed up. I make superb quality or better. Who do you think you are talking to? Not wanting to get sidetracked by the dwarf's ego, Richter redirected to the original topic. So when we have all of that done, what enchantments can we make? Crom's chest lowered, and his expression took on a rueful look. I am the most advanced smith in the village. I am a journeyman in my smithing skill, and have reached apprentice level in earth magic. I am known to make strong and durable weapons. I have also almost reached journeyman level in enchanting. The knowledge of how to create magic weapons is jealously guarded, however, and my old master only taught me a few enchantments. I can improve damage by +1, increase durability, and I can make armor with +2 defense. Crom stopped speaking and shook his finger at Randolphus and Richter. Even those enchantments won't come cheap. They can make a real difference. Damn greedy dwarves, Richter thought. Well, how can we learn more? Only masters or adepts can pass down those enchantments without a skills book. Masters can even make new enchantments, or alter existing ones. Learning enchantments is actually one of the tasks a journeyman smith must undertake in order to one day be recognized as a true master by the dwarven people. Even if your skill level gets to 100 and you can technically be called a master, without 10 enchantments to your name, you will never be recognized as one by the other dwarf smiths. Okay, Richter said with some impatience. That's fascinating and all, but what does that have to do with us finding more enchantments to put on our weapons? Hearing his tone, the surly dwarf snapped back. Because only one dwarf is recognized as a smith master by the mountain dwarves each year. Because the competition is so fierce, no journeyman would make a skill book for another, and we only trade in rare circumstances. Masters tend to stay in one place, so you have to go to them. Even then, you must devote years of service to pry even one enchantment from them. Richter was growing frustrated. Not only was it going to cost a great deal to make magic weapons, but it seemed that they would be relegated to crappy little enchantments. Is there no other way to learn enchantments? No, Crom said definitively. Well, not unless we can find a magic forge. The dwarf started laughing. And I only know of 7 of those south of the wilds. Not even you, Lord Richter, could afford to use one of those. This guy was really starting to get on Richter's nerves. First, the dwarf had tried to rob him with a smile on his face, and now he was getting all prickly. Well, how would a magic forge help? Speaking slowly as if to a toddler, Crom said, Magic forges can deconstruct other magic items. The item is destroyed in the process, but the forge has a chance to learn the spell forever. The more a smith uses the forge, the greater the chance he can learn the enchantment, and then make more items with that enchantment. Because of that, it costs a minimum of 100 gold coins to use a forge for even one day. And as I said, even then it's not a sure thing that you will learn an enchantment. Then how do we make a magic forge? Richter asked. It was quiet for a moment. Then all of the dwarves and even some of the elves and gnomes started laughing. The laughter seemed to feed on itself and only got louder as they all saw each other having a chuckle at Richter's expense. Shouts started to ring out. Make a magic forge? Why don't you make your bed first? Was his mom here? As if magic cores just fell from the sky. Gnomes rule! After a minute or two, the laughter died down and Crom spoke again. You need a magic core to make a magic forge. Magic cores are relics from the time before the gods were banished. They cost more than a king's ransom. I tell you what, if you find a magic core, I will enchant for free. Richter put an uncertain look on his face. Well, that doesn't seem fair. You would still be getting to learn new enchantments without having to pay for them. Crom laughed even louder. True enough. Then I would pledge myself to you, as I would a dwarf chief, to serve by your side in war, to make your clan my own, and to work to increase the power of the village. What do you say, lads? What will we give Lord Richter to let us use his ancient relic of power? Crom's voice was more than mocking. The laughter started up again, followed by shouts. We will give up half our finder's fee. Serve in the militia. 2 casks of Mathagan red ale. Gnomes rule. Richter still couldn't see who was saying that last bit. Almost 100 people were now shouting what they would give if Richter could produce something as wondrous as a magic core. Laughs and catcalls were mixed in. Fighting a losing battle to keep a smile from his face, Richter quickly added one last point. And you would all teach your skills freely to other villagers, so we may all get stronger? Aye, came a shout from all in the room. Gotcha, bitches, Richter thought with extreme satisfaction. He reached into his bag of holding and took out the magic core he had obtained during a quest. He placed the clockwork sphere on the table. Red and white light peeked through the gaps in the mechanism. The silence in the room was so profound, Richter could have heard a pin drop. Looking at Randolphus, he asked, Did you record all of that? Randolphus smiled broadly. Oh yes, my lord. Negotiating pay for services should go quite well here on out, in light of the promises that have just been made. Richter was quite pleased with himself at getting so many to agree to reduced rates. Apparently, the universe agreed. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 3 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling per level. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 4 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling per level. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 5 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling per level. Congratulations, you have reached skill level 14 in trade. 0.5% bonus to buying and selling per level. You have received 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Trade. Congratulations, you have advanced from novice to initiate in Trade. You can now smell when there is a deal to be made. You can now make trade agreements with other settlements that you have an ally relationship with. Well, started from the bottom, now I'm here indeed, Richter thought, seeing the cascade of windows. He dismissed each quickly, as they were all basically the same. It was awesome having that bump from leveling his skills again, though. But he hadn't taken a potion of clarity in the last 24 hours. Damn. He had to remember to ask Randy about the experience from skill leveling. Maybe there was a way to power level more skills. It looked like he could enter into a trade agreement with the wood sprites now too, he realized with a smile. He would have kept enjoying the shocked looks on the faces of his villagers, but the silence only lasted for a few moments. Then it was pandemonium. "My lord, don't waste the core on a forge. We can use it to make a golem," a gnome shouted. "No, no, a creation table. The core can power a shield for the village. Gnomes rule. Just let me study it." Richter held up his hands for quiet. At first, no one seemed to want to follow that direction, but Randolphus stood with a thunderous look on his face. He slammed both hands down on the table and shouted, "Your lord called for quiet." The tumult died down as everyone looked at Richter expectantly. He hadn't known there were so many uses for the core, but his priority was arming his people right now. He also had something important to deal with. Turning his gaze to Crom, he rested his hand on the magic core. "Well, Crom, what do you have to say?" All levity had left his voice. As much as he needed the dwarf's skills, he wouldn't force someone to work for him. "I will not put the lives of my people in your hands if you do not wish to be here. If you say the word, I will release you from the promise you just made." Crom stared back at him, and a series of emotions that Richter couldn't read crossed the smith's face. He looked back and forth between the magic core and Richter's face several times before speaking. "You would truly release me from the deal I just made?" "Yes, Crom. You need only say the word." Crom started into Richter's face for another full minute, searching for something. Then he went down on one knee and bowed his head. In a formal voice, he said, "I pledge my fealty to Lord Richter of the Mist Village. I will raise my hammer for him in war or in service, and never against him. If you maintain faith with me, I shall never break faith with you. Will you accept my pledge?" Richter didn't know what he had been expecting, but it wasn't this. He had hoped that he could maybe get a better price out of the dwarf. He paused for a moment, and the room was once again dead quiet. Words came almost unbidden to his lips. "Do you accept the position as Smith of the Mist Village?" Crom looked up, surprise evident on his features, but he didn't hesitate. "I do." Richter stepped forward and pulled the dwarf to his feet. "I accept your pledge, but I require those who serve me to stand, not kneel." Crom looked him in the eye and nodded thanks. "Your relationship with Crom has improved from friendly to loyal. Congratulations! You have uncovered the first job of your village. You have filled the position of smith. Your village will benefit proportionally to the skill of whomever you have chosen. The level of your smith is journeyman. All weapons and armor produced in your village, 8% more effective." Richter read the prompt and smiled. It looked like this meeting would get him more than just a boosted trade skill. "I will grant you access to the armory," he said. "Let me know what we can use, and what can be melted down for new weapons." "I will see to it, my lord," Crom said in a respectful voice. "And one more thing," Richter said. "No need to be so formal." Then he did what he had seen other dwarves doing with their friends. He headbutted the smith. Now what normally happened is both dwarves laughed and clapped each other on their shoulders. That is what Richter fully intended to happen. What actually happened is that he felt like he had slammed his head into a boulder. Richter promptly dropped down onto his butt. A stunned icon floated in the corner of his village. Then a hand reached under his armpit and pulled him up. Laughter echoed, and he heard scattered cheers. "We will make a dwarf chief out of you yet," Crom shouted. "Isn't that right, boyos?" Shouts of "Hear, hear!" punctuated the revelry. Richter found himself being led back to his chair, his head still spinning. When he sat down, he said, "Okay then," still blinking far too often. "I need to speak to Shavona. The rest of you can go. Gloran, speak to the other villagers and make a list of the enchantments that you can place on items. And Crom." The dwarf looked at him. "Make my forge," Richter said, holding out the magic core. Crom came to take the core with no small amount of reverence. They filed out, but not before Richter heard Crom say, "That's why he's my lord. He is smart to hand off a task before he works himself to death. But just to be sure, He keeps a woman around to bring him back to life. Ha 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 ha. The only people that remained in the room were Richter, Scion, Randolphus, and Shavona. Richter started stroking Alma's scales. The dragonling gave a contented purr. I am going to say this simply. I want you to build a Kaitachi vessel. Can you do it? And if so, what type of soul would you need? Shavona looked at him with surprise. That is not what I was expecting you to say. What were you expecting? He asked. Maybe some sort of joke about the motion of the ocean? Richter looked at her form, curved in all the right places. Scion was laughing freely, and Randolphus had given a hard cough at her words. Not today, Richter said with a smile. My stomach still feels a bit queasy from all the blood that was spilled. Oh, I can understand that, she said. But how does your mouth feel? Scion stopped laughing and stared at her in shock.
Randolphus's cough now threatened to bring up a lung.
Pretty much all of me is closed for business right now. Your loss, she said with a smirk. Now, if you're serious about making a Kitachi, some monsters are better than others. Water-based monsters are generally the best. Like what? He asked. Loch Ness Monster? Piranaconda? Sharknado? She said to Randolphus. It's almost like he's trying to be funny. Looking at Richter, she said, No, sweetheart. I mean like a water dancer, water elemental, or a kelpie. Okay, so how soon do you need it? Richter asked. Not until I finished with the boat. It would be dangerous to attach a spirit to an unfinished vessel. You mentioned inspeling jewels and attaching them to hull. Would that work with the defense +2 that Crom had mentioned? I don't think so. First of all, you can't forge a ship. His skill with making enchanted weapons won't translate to building an enchanted ship. Even without that, and I don't know much about smithing, but it sounds like he changes the quality of the object he works upon. Something like that would not mix well when you're going to bind a spirit to the boat. Just trust me, Lord Richter. You don't need to worry about the boat. If you give me 5 or 6 jewels, then I'll handle the rest. What you need to worry about is who will sail it. One of the reasons Kitachi vessels are not often made is that it takes an extremely strong will to pilot one. Ideally, someone with the sailor profession would captain her. They get a bonus to ship-related skills. Theoretically, anyone with a strong will could force the spirit into submission, but if you lose the battle, what happens? Richter asked. If you lose the battle, you run the risk of spiritual damage. You could have a piece of your soul ripped out. You could be killed. You could even be possessed. Whoa, Richter said. You didn't mention anything about possession before. Now that he was thinking of it, possession might be one of the only ways to permanently kill someone like him. There have got to be ways to minimize the risk. There are, she assured him. I just have no idea what they are. Richter felt less assured. I told you that I can build your Kitachi vessel. I never told you I could captain one. My lord, what I recommend is you just let me build you an enchanted ship if you can spare the gems. Whoever you choose to crew the boat can cut their teeth sailing this first enchanted vessel and improve their sailing skills. I also will fulfill a quest of mine by working on these boats. Speaking plainly, if we wait to build the Kitachi, I can build you a better boat and you'll have more experienced people to sail it. You make a good argument, he said. Okay, we will hold off on the Kitachi right now. I need the first ship built ASAP. How quickly can you have it done? You said I could have 1 mist worker per day. Can you spare another? After the armory, building the ship is the top priority. How about 4 a day? More than I need. Just make sure I have 2 at the start of each morning, if you please. Richter nodded. How many gems do you need? And does it matter what type? Mid-level gems will work for this. I need 5, though 6 would be better. I can have the ship ready in a little over 2 months. Richter looked at her with some surprise. You said it would take 3 months when I asked you a few days ago. She shrugged. Things are a bit different now. She offered no further explanation, so Richter just shrugged in return. If he could get his ship faster, then he would take it. Richter pulled out the appraisal sheet Hafiz had made for him. After a quick check, he removed the gem chest from his bag of holding. It was what he kept his gems in. He selected 3 agates, 2 tiger eyes, and 1 malachite. Shavona caught a glance at the wealth of gems in the small chest and gave a small gasp. Leaning in, she breathed words softly into his ear. After the first few sentences, Richter began coughing. Whatever Randy had must be catching, he thought. When she was done speaking, Shavona stood up slowly and gave him a smile full of promise before walking out of the room. Sion looked at him quizzically. I didn't know that someone your color could blush. Chapter 14. Randolphus, Sion, and Richter talked over a few more items. Richter resolved to include Tarad in future discussions like this. Even though the true significance of companions was still unclear, Richter knew in his heart that they were important. He needed to spend more time with the man and figure out how he fit into this new society. He didn't think he would be including Alora in discussions yet, though, he thought with a smile. Giving birth to a new race had to be hard enough. Sion gave an update on his task. He told Richter that he had the components to make health potions of various strengths. The other sprite that had helped him with collecting herbs, Fudave, was an apprentice in alchemy, and the arcane gnome that had spoken up, Bayan, was a journeyman in alchemy. Apparently the gnome knew several useful potion recipes, including mana replenishment. It took at least a day to prepare, but several mana potions would be ready by tomorrow. Sion gave him a smile and told him a few other potions would be ready as well. When Richter asked what they were, the sprite just waved off the question. Richter told Sion that he intended to leave in the morning to unlock his next power. The sprite said he would be ready. Sion left, and only Randolphus and Richter remained in the room. And Alma, of course. She had flown to rest on a sconce set into the ceiling when Shavona had started getting naughty. The Chamberlain and his liege sat together in silence. Richter was pretty sure Randy was feeling the same thing that he was, relief and satisfaction at being able to just sit and do nothing for a moment. Randy started scrawling some more of his endless notes. To Richter, it seemed the perfect time to learn about a few topics that had been confusing him. First, the topics of moral and loyalty. He, of course, understood the basic definitions, but it seemed like they had a specific and quantifiable meaning in the land. He checked his village interface. Once again, the sprawling forest of pull-down menus filled his vision. He chose City Mechanics. Sure enough, there were 2 subtabs next to each other. Choosing Loyalty, a timeline appeared in his vision, but instead of dates, it had words: traitor, faithless, disloyal, unreliable, neutral, dependable, loyal, faithful, and unto death. Each had a certain number assigned to it, and productivity bonuses or penalties as well. Right now, dependable was highlighted. Apparently it took plus 250 loyalty points to reach this tick on the timeline, and it offered a plus 25% productivity bonus. Morale showed a similar timeline, but the grades were rebellious, hateful, angry, unhappy, neutral, happy, delighted, joyous, party every night. Happy was highlighted. The associated factors for morale were productivity, population growth, and something called fighting spirit. Apparently, because his people were happy, they had a plus 10% to those 3 elements. And if he got to party every night, 50% bonus to all 3, including population growth? That's the kind of party he could live with. He would surround himself with fine leather-bound books and make sure his room smelled of rich mahogany. All jokes aside, there were clear benefits to increasing both morality and loyalty. Richter snapped his fingers. That must be why the ship would be completed faster now. He made his choice. You have chosen the tenet, an honorable ruler. 1. Loyalty plus 0.5 per day for all inhabitants. There were other subtabs under city mechanics: health, commerce, statistics, and that was just to name a few. Two more specifically caught his eye. One was science. It was grayed out, however, and nothing happened when he mentally clicked on it. The second was faith. It wasn't only grayed out, it also had a deep, irregular gouge through the word. Of course, clicking that tab also accomplished nothing. It was interesting to see it, though. The other thing he needed to know about was the bonus experience he received from leveling. "Randy," he said, breaking his Chamberlain out of his work focus. "Yes, my lord?" "I leveled my trade skill recently, and before that I leveled herb lore. I received experience for both." "Yes, my lord." Randolphus sounded unsure as to what Richter was asking. "So why did I get the experience?" "Ah, I apologize for my confusion. To most people, this is common knowledge. When leveling skills, you will receive a bonus every 10 levels. It starts with 2,000 experience points, and each level gives you an extra 2,000 for every 10 levels. At level 20, you would receive 4,000 experience points, and so on, until level 100 when you receive 20,000 experience points. Richter did some mental math. +4, then carry the 1, so that was another 110,000 experience points for making it to the level of Master. Richter had been taking his skill leveling at a rather relaxed pace, but now that he knew it could provide so much experience, well, that changed everything. Richter would have to set aside some time for skill grinding sometime soon, but not until some other things were done. They spoke about other sundry items. Richter asked if Randolphus had a good candidate to go on the trade mission. The Chamberlain said he had found the perfect man, a human named Basil. Apparently, he was naturally gregarious and had managed a successful business for years in the Kingdom of Eve. His success had unfortunately made him a target for one of the king's noble friends. Basil was given an offer he couldn't refuse to sell his business for coppers. The man certainly had an axe to grind against the current government of Eve. It made it easier for Richter to trust him. More importantly, from Richter's perspective, he was a long-time personal friend of Randolphus. The Chamberlain personally vouched for the man's honesty and said he could be trusted. Richter wanted Basil sent as soon as possible to rendezvous with the ship captain. He removed 200 potions of clarity and set them on the table. He also placed 500 gold on the table for any expenses that might arise. Randolphus protested the sum was too big, but Richter disagreed. If he was going to trust Basil, then he was going to trust him. Richter didn't believe in half measures. Randolphus nodded his head, saying he was honored for the faith he was being shown. Richter waved it away, uncomfortable with the older man getting emotional. He focused on what he needed done. Richter had a list of things he wanted to be brought back from Leaf's Crossing. It included another 2 months of food rations, more vials, paper, and a dozen other little items. Richter instructed Randolphus to poll the villagers and sprites to see if there was anything specific that they needed. He promised that he would take care of it. That just left one unfortunate item to discuss. Have the arrangements of the funeral been made? Yes, my lord. I have arranged for the bodies to be taken up to the meadow. I was actually going to suggest that we leave now. Richter nodded and stood up. Together, the two men walked to put their fellow villagers to rest. The funeral went smoothly. There were tears to go around, but the villagers pulled together in support. Hisako and the other sprites were present as well. Sumiko had cast a spell on the fallen sprites. It left their bodies wrapped in golden threads like a mummy. Richter was told that it would halt decay until they could be returned home to be buried in the custom of the wood sprites. The Hearth Mother recited a small speech in the language of her people at the end of the ceremony. No one felt like saying much after that. They all went in separate directions to retire for the night. More than a few walked to the quickening to sleep under its canopy. Richter couldn't blame them. The sense of well-being that exuded from the tree was palpable. Richter walked up to the Hearth Mother. She was surrounded by Yoshi, Scion, and the other sprites. I am leaving tomorrow morning. I need to finish my quest, he said. Will my son be accompanying you? She asked. Richter looked at Scion, who seemed confused by the question as well. Yes, Richter replied. Do you not want him to? I am not saying that, but I well remember how dangerous my own quests to unlock my powers were. My son must follow his own path, and it will be as the forest wills. I have a request, however. Anything, he said immediately. I would like you to take Yoshi with you. Both Richter and Yoshi began to argue against that at once, but she raised a hand to stop them. I am quite safe here behind the enchantments now, and I have recovered fully from the battle. We will be working and fighting together quite a bit in the future. It will be to our advantage if two peoples are familiar with each other's weakness and strengths. There is no better way to accomplish this than working together to complete a quest. Yoshi waited for her to finish speaking, then immediately said, I cannot leave you alone, Hearth Mother. These mists are not foolproof, as you well know. Anything, enough, Yoshi, she said sharply. She seemed to immediately regret her tone, because then her voice softened. I know you worry for me, but we must all take chances in the coming days. There have been more incursions into the forest by those with evil in their hearts than any time in recent memory. Do not forget, if not for the efforts of Scion and Lord Richter, where we now stand could have been the heart of a goblin stronghold. Instead, she sighed and looked at the quickening with satisfaction. We are sitting in the presence of a celestial tree. Most importantly, the other half of our souls has been returned to us. Instead of new enemies, we have new friends. She patted Richter on the shoulder with a smile. She looked at Yoshi again. Please be ready to leave with Lord Richter in the morning. Help him accomplish his quest. The sword adept bent his head in acquiescence. As you wish, Hearth Mother. Daniela, will you go as well? This quest could benefit from someone with brains, Hisako said with a wry smile. Of course, Hearth Mother, the cute sprite said with a smile of her own. Scion gave a faint groan. Then we leave in the morning, Richter said. Scion, finish preparing the potions. Yoshi, let's do some sword practice. The look on the sword adept's face was almost worth the pain that followed. Yoshi decided that this time, practice would consist of multiple sparring sessions. Richter first sparred Scion, both of them holding stout sticks. The sprite soundly trounced him up and down the meadow. His companion was, of course, trash-talking the entire time. Unexpectedly, Yoshi had saved him by saying that Scion needed to work on his own forms, and they faced off against each other. It was Richter's turn to be amused, as Scion was whacked in the backside more than once. Then entered Daniela. With a cheery smile, she asked if Richter would like to spar. He made a mental promise not to hurt the small woman. He soon found out that his promise wasn't necessary, because apparently she had already resolved to beat him like he owed her money. It wasn't the most humbling experience in 2 lives to be beaten soundly by a 3.5-foot tall woman, but it was up there. She moved like a ghost. Her 2-blade style was strongly reminiscent of the sword adept's fight with the bugbear raider, leaving no doubt who had trained her. He face-planted at least 5 times. At one point, he was pretty sure he shouted at her, "Stop laughing at me!" That may have been a hallucination, though. Richter was relieved when she finally stepped back and thanked him for the exercise. That relief only lasted until he saw the other sprites standing in a line, patiently waiting for their turn to spar with the master of the Mist Village. Richter was nearing the end of his patience as he sparred with the last sprite in line. Yoshi had been watching his practice silently. When he started his fight with the last sprite, however, he started ordering Richter to use certain forms. The names came faster and faster, and Richter's training allowed him to follow. Before he knew it, he was standing over his sparring partner with his stick pointing at the sprite's chest. A cheer rose up from the other warriors, and even his vanquished foe smiled ruefully before accepting Richter's help to stand again. They shook hands and parted with no animosity. Yoshi just walked up and said, "That was less horrible." Then he walked off. Richter's mouth dropped open in shock. He spread his arms wide and looked around as if to say, "Yeah, boy." Scion just shook his head and turned away with a laugh. Daniela followed close behind him, already restarting her constant monologue on the sprite's many faults and how he could improve if only he would listen. Laughing quietly as his friend's stoic demeanor, Richter walked over to Hisako. He made a quick request to which she readily agreed. Thanking her, he decided to keep moving before the heat left his muscles. Prior training sessions had taught him that as soon as he slowed, his muscles would cool down, and then the aches would begin. He collected his map from the sprites, and then began to jog down to the village. While he was moving, he saw a minimized, unread prompt. He had advanced his sword skill by a level. Pleased with his progression, he made his way down to the village. The sun was going down, and he wanted to speak with Sumiko and Gloran quickly before passing out. Luckily, Futen showed up while he was jogging, and Richter sent him to gather the High Elf and the Life Master to await him at the Great Seal. When he got closer to the soon-to-be site of the rebuilt smithy, he heard raised voices and arguing. Sighing to himself, he jogged over. Crom and 4 other dwarves were shouting at each other. Every word uttered got louder and brought the arguers closer together. Anyone could see this was about to come to blows. In fact, judging by the lack of other people around, Richter was the only dummy running towards this conflict. Whoa, what's with all the hubbub-bub? The dwarves stopped fighting and looked at him confused. Richter sighed. Damn colloquialisms. He tried again. Why for art thou fighting? Crom immediately started talking again. Why the hell did that work? Richter thought. These short-sighted fools want to just shove the core into any old anvil. Richter just looked at him. When the dwarves started arguing again, in Dwarvish this time, Richter held up his hand again. Hey, somebody tell me what the problem is. He pointed randomly at one of the dwarves. You, what's the argument about? Well, your lordship, the core can be combined with any anvil to make a magic forge, but it will combine with the highest quality metal it is touching and change the entire anvil into that metal. Thereafter, any weapons or armor made will have special traits based on the metal the forge is made out of. Richter had to take a second to process that. So you are saying that if you put gold next to the magic core, then you could turn an entire anvil into gold? Yes, my lord, but gold would make a horrible anvil, one of the dwarves responded. This guy didn't get it. And we can do this over and over, he asked. Richter was already dreaming of a factory churning out gold anvils by the dozens. He was going to invent both the car and Grey Poupon, just so he could drive around handing it out. The core can be taken out of the magic forge, but the anvil would return to its former metal. Richter sighed. He guessed that would have been too easy. We would also lose any levels or spells that the forge had learned, the dwarf continued. Yes, Crom spat. And that's why we need to do this right. The material that is used in the anvil will convey certain properties to the weapons we make. Right now, we only have common metals, and these blockheads want to waste a magic core when we don't have anything stronger than high steel? Even orichalcum would be a better choice. But I would sooner make love to an anthill in winter than use the metal of those accursed bastards. Wait, Richter said, raising a hand to hold off any more of Crom's tirade. What do you mean, levels? The forge could get stronger? Another dwarf spoke up. That is the other reason magic forges are so valued. They will absorb the skill of those who work upon them. Each weapon that is made upon them, and each weapon that is deconstructed on it, will add to the experience of the forge. When it has enough experience, it will level, the dwarf smiled. And that is when the really amazing things start to happen. You see, my lord, Richter held up his hand for the umpteenth time. He was too tired to get a lesson in smithing right now. He turned back to Crom. What metals are there, and which one should we use? Crom's face lost much of its animosity as he started thinking of a topic near and dear to his heart. Well, iron and steel, of course. bronze, or its base metal copper is also possible. But only a blockhead or backwoods tribesman would make weapons out of bronze these days. High steel can be made by combining molten steel and xanthite. Glass is stronger, but only those crazy islanders know how to forge it. Moonstone will make you a nice, light armor. Quicksilver will give you something even better, though whoever could find enough quantities to make even a decent dagger is someone I would like to meet. Cobalt will make you a fine piece of medium or heavy armor, and ebony will protect you from almost anything, though you will need to be as strong as a bear and probably hung like one too if you want to move around in it. My pappy used to talk about red duranium, but I've only seen it once. Of course, mithril is the dream of every smith, but you might as well wish for a great dragon's scales or adamant while you are at it. Richter was shocked that such a long-winded and thoughtful discourse had come from the hot-tempered dwarf. It was clear that there was more to Crom than just the barroom brawler persona that the smith initially exuded. Crom wasn't done, though. So, if I had my wish, it would be duranium or ebony. I suppose in a pinch, quicksilver or moonstone would do, though. That's why. Crom's voice regained its previous levels of derision and annoyance. I'll not hear about wasting the core on high steel. From what Richter had heard, he agreed with his new vassal. Even though he was eager to have the forge made and to start constructing weapons, he had always been a measure twice and cut once kind of guy. Previous girlfriends might point out that certain IKEA desks or tables had been left a bit wobbly because he had refused to read the directions first, but that's not the point. Richter had a question to ask before he made his decision. How much metal will we need? Crom answered, Well, I have never done this before. The only information we have is based on fables the oldsters would tell us, but I remember is my mam telling me a story about Frederico the axesmith. Holding one globe of silver mithril and one sphere of red and white, he brought the two brother orbs together and unleashed his hammer's might. The magic forge was created. To manifest the axesmith's will, he swore to forge to save his people, and never just to kill. Educational dialogue and now poetry? Richter smiled at seeing the softer side of the cantankerous dwarf. So it needs to be the same size as the core then, he asked. The clockwork sphere was about the size of a large grapefruit. We think so, my lord. The problem is, even if you could find someone selling that much precious metal, an ingot of pure quicksilver would cost near 2 gold coins. Ebony at least 5 times as much. Also, to be completely honest, the Kingdom of Eves regulates the purchase of higher-level metals. All known mines that produce them are either owned by the kingdom, the nobles, or one of the mining guilds that wouldn't risk breaking the law just to sell to us. Some could be bought on the black market, but you would need a high skill-level tradesman just to find one. Metal costs that much? Richter thought incredulously. He supposed it made sense. In medieval times on Earth, it was only the upper crust that could afford to wear armor. A knight clad in full plate was literally wearing a fortune. The kingdom's stranglehold on metal also meant only their soldiers would have access to the best gear. One of the other dwarves piped in loudly. That is why we should not wait around for something that we will probably never find. Quit flapping your sausage wrappers, Crom shouted back. Turning back to Richter, he asked in a respectful tone, Can you get us a high-quality metal, my lord? You have been offered a quest, the right tool for the job. Your smiths are arguing over which base metal to use when making the magic forge. You have been put on the spot to solve the problem for the fractious dwarves. Weapons and armor made on the forge will have special properties based on the type of metal that is used. The benefit of gaining a better forge must be weighed against the difficulty of finding a higher metal and delaying the production of arms to defend your village in a dangerous world. Failing this quest will lower the regard the smiths have for you. Reward: a magic forge that gives better traits. Do you accept? Yes or no? Richter thought about it for a moment and ultimately based his decision on the boon of the quickening. The level 2 bonus provided a 25% greater chance of finding rare resources. There was a real chance that they could find a high-quality metal in the surrounding lands. Richter knew he would always kick himself if he just took the easy path that was right in front of him to get a quick result. If he only applied himself, he could get something so much better. It was the same reason he never paid for sex. It wasn't really so much about being moral as it was about believing in himself and having good fiscal sense. I agree with Crom. There is a good chance that we might find what we need around here. Search the iron mine. We might discover a previously unseen vein of precious metal. Also, carefully go through the armory, Crom. There might be weapons made of what we need. If we don't find anything after a time, we will reach out to our trader friend in Eve and see if he can help. Richter quailed at thinking about how much the tubby but shrewd trader Hafiz would charge. It didn't matter. The magic forge was worth investing it. It had to be invested in. The dwarves seemed comfortable with that decision, and they walked off, still good-naturedly grumbling amongst themselves. Richter stared after them. Now he was getting quests from his own villagers? That possibility hadn't really occurred to him before. In some ways, he had just viewed the village and the people now living here as macro extensions of himself, like an arm or a leg. Even though he knew that this wasn't a game, his thinking had unknowingly shifted back to those thought patterns. He supposed it would be good to remember that each new member of his community was an individual, real, and distinct. Richter resumed his jog over to where everyone had gathered to eat. A large bonfire had been made from the wooden remnants of the longhouse, and the villagers circled it. The overall demeanor was not joyous, but neither was it depressed. The people ate and spoke quietly. Richter was pleased that he saw a few smiles here and there. He was pleasantly met by his people who made room for him to sit. He begged off, saying there was no rest for the wicked, which earned a few good-natured laughs. He piled some food on a wooden plate and made his way up to the Great Seal. Sumiko and Gloran were sitting in a small room that had also had a table set into it. They seemed to be laughing about something, but both rose quickly at Richter's approach. He waved them back down, futilely tell them again that things like that weren't necessary, and then came to the reason he asked to see them. Sumiko readily agreed to teach him the spell Soul Trap. Congratulations! You have learned the spell. Soul Trap binds the soul of the target to this plane, preventing passage to the beyond at the time of death. They will instead be pulled into any nearby empty soul stone you possess of appropriate size. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 30 mana. Duration 2 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown N/A. Richter was thankful for the new spell, but the short duration and range were not ideal. Sumiko told him that there were other spells like Soul Trap with increased stats, but his level in life magic was still too low to learn them. She further told him that the basic Soul Trap spell only lasted 60 seconds if learned in another school of magic besides life and death. Richter thanked her again and spoke to Gloran. The High Elf had already prepared several dozen low-level soul stones using pieces of the marbled quartz he had found near the cliffs. Apparently, it served as a better template than he had thought it would. Gloran explained that there were multiple levels of soul stones: weak, basic, common, higher, special, resplendent, and absolute. The marbled quartz had made basic soul stones when he had only been expecting weak. Each level captured higher-level souls. Gloran couldn't give him a specific breakdown of which monsters went into which category, but he did tell him that resplendent-level stones were required to capture high-level angels or demons, and absolute could capture anything. When Richter asked if an absolute gem could capture a human or elf, Sumiko's face tightened. She said in a scolding tone that only the most perverted magic could be used to make a gem like that. Richter took the rebuke easily, but he still thought about it. Call him cold, but he knew that at some point he would face other chaos seeds. If he needed to put one down, Richter wanted him to stay down. Richter took the basic soul stones from Gloran and looked at them. None were overly large, and Richter could fit several in one hand. He had expected them to look like the original stones they were created from, but none resembled the white stone of the cliffs. Each was the color of amber and formed a perfect six-sided gem. Holding them made his hand tingle. Richter pulled some gems from his bag that he had put aside earlier. He had taken Shyvona's reaction to heart and wouldn't be flashing the contents of his whole chest again. Not that he expected Gloran to start whispering sweet nothings into his ear and make a move, but better safe than sore. He put several jaspers, a turquoise, a topaz, and a few opals on the table. He also placed one ruby, sapphire, emerald, and diamond on the table with the other gems.
What can you make these into?
Gloran's eyes had widened at seeing so much wealth so casually strewn in front of him. Are you sure that you want to use all of these, my lord? Wealth should serve a purpose, Richter told him. The primary purpose of my wealth is to make us safer and stronger. So what can you do with the gems? Gloran pushed the diamond, emerald, and ruby back towards Richter. My old master told me that these can be turned into resplendent soul stones, but my skill level in enchanting is too low to make them. I can turn the sapphire into a special soul stone, and the other gems into common or higher level stones. Can you have it done by the morning? Richter asked. I can do it now, my lord. It is a simple spell of light magic. It just also has the requirement of possessing the enchanting skill. Gloran placed his hands over the gems and murmured a few words. A green glow shone down from his palms, and the image of each gem wavered, like air over a hot desert. Each gem grew a bit larger, and when the glow vanished, more amber jewels sat in their place. Gloran identified the largest as the special stone. The slightly smaller gems were higher-level soul stones, and the common gems were smaller still. Easy enough to figure out which was which. A soul will go into the smallest appropriate soul stone available. Be careful not to run out of low-level gems, or a weak soul will use up a valuable higher-level gem, Gloran cautioned. Richter asked if he could turn more quartz into soul stones by the morning. The enchanter bowed his head in agreement. Richter had one more question. I want you to look at something else. He reached into his bag and pulled out the depleted wand of dark bolts. He placed it in front of Gloran and said, I found this on one of the attackers. It doesn't have any charges left. Can you fix that? Gloran picked up the wand, examining it. The procedure to recharge the wand is fairly simple. Just place a filled soul stone next to it and will the wand to be replenished. This wand, though, is not completely empty, my lord. Richter frowned and took the wand back from the enchanter. When he examined it, he saw that Gloran was right. You have found Wand of Dark Bolts. Attack 4-6. Durability 17/17. Item class Uncommon. Quality Superb. Weight 0.2 kilograms. Cast spell Dark Bolts. Charge 2/50. I don't understand, Richter said. I was sure that it had 0 charges when I examined it earlier. Gloran nodded in understanding. The enchantment that made this wand was a charged enchantment, my lord. That means that unlike your armor, which gives a constant bonus, the wand has a limited number of uses. After that, it just becomes a stick with a weak attack. The charges can be restored by using filled soul stones as we discussed, but it will also slowly recharge over time. So if I just wait, then my enchanted items will replenish? Gloran nodded again, but warned that it could take a long, long time. Richter thanked them and said goodnight. His muscles had started locking up from his sparring session, and he wanted nothing more than to fall asleep. Chapter 15. Richter's dreams were full of shouts of sword forms, and the pain of Yoshi correcting him when he made a mistake. Forest wind. No, left leg back. Crack. Ah, you bastard. Cat swatting at mouse. I told you to find your center. Crack. Son of a bitch. Richter blinked the dreams away, waking in the barracks. He thanked God for the improved healing of the land. When he had finally laid down for the night, his body was racked with pain from the numerous bruises he had suffered while sparring. This morning, though, he barely felt stiff. The villagers filled the other bunks, most still sleeping. A few spoke softly to one another, but no one had left their beds yet. At the start of the tunnel leading outside, there were 3 large bundles and a cloth bag. Checking the bundles, he saw the arrows he had asked Hisako to create. The sprite arrows were still the best projectiles he had encountered since coming to the land, with their +1 to damage and accuracy. The bag was full of basic soul stones. He slid the 3 bundles of arrows and poured the soul stones into his bag of holding, and then walked outside and greeted the day. Alma had swooped down from the arches above the Great Seal and settled on his shoulders in what was becoming her customary perch. The darkness of night had just fled, and the clouds above were lit with peach and orange hues. The forest was waking up around the village, and distant animal calls could be heard. He had always enjoyed the stillness of mornings. He just stood there with his familiar and watched the sky lighten over the treetops. After a time, he saw 3 figures walking from the meadow north of the village, and the forms resolved into Sion, Yoshi, and Daniela. It was time to go. Richter was wondering how to find Futen when the remnant floated along. "How do you always seem to appear when I want you?" Richter asked. "Because you will it, my lord. I can sense your desire." Well, that's not at all creepy, Richter thought, but still, good to know. "Take us to the quest site," he said. "Yes, my lord." Alma rose into the air as the 4 adventurers started following the remnant out of the village. They went east, following the foothills of the mountain above. The path was initially the same as that which Richter had taken to unlock his first power, but after an hour, Futen began to move in a more southeasterly direction. They walked in relative silence. One of the things that Richter shared with the sprites was an appreciation of nature and its beauty. After fighting a pitched battle barely a day ago, the forest's sounds and scents were a form of spiritual healing. Sion handed out the potions he had been able to make. Everyone got 2 healing potions. He gave Richter 3 restore mana potions, keeping 2 for himself. Everyone also got a restore stamina potion. The potions were all classified as minor, restoring a base 43.6 points over 6 seconds. Sion explained that the potion had a base healing of 40, but the bonus in his alchemy skill made his potion 1.5% more effective per level. That made Richter wonder about the bonus from his herb lore skill. Herbs were supposed to be 3% more effective per level, so he should get a 114% bump now. He pulled a sprig of forest sage, one of the common healing herbs that grew in this region of the forest, out of his bag. Forest sage. Ingesting this will restore 21.4 health points over 30 seconds. You also get the feeling that this is a component of cure poison potions and will make a savory dish to boost stamina. Still not as good as potions, Richter thought, but a definite improvement. The restoration potions were all useful, but not what Sion was excited about. He handed over 2 more to Richter. "You have received Potion of Bottled Fire. When smashed, this potion will create a 5 by 5 foot circle of intense flame. Anyone inside the AoE will suffer 30 health damage per second. Duration, 20 seconds. You have received Bottle of Pure Light. Shake potion vigorously to activate. Will emit an intense light that drives back creatures of negative alignment. Activation will render potion inert. Duration, 10 minutes. Richter congratulated Sion profusely. The sprite looked embarrassed for the first time Richter had ever seen, but was clearly pleased as well. He warned Richter that he wouldn't be able to make other high-level potions unless they found more crystal. Richter just looked at him in confusion, and Sion explained that powered crystal was an important resource in making magical equipment and arms. Richter shook his head. It meant just one more thing that he would have to take care of when they got back. He would have to ask Randolphus about it. How was he supposed to remember all of these things? Just then, Futen caught his eye, though. "Futen, Remind me to ask Randy about finding more crystal when we get back to the village." "Yes, my lord." "Ha! I may not be Master Chief, but I do have my own Cortana," he thought. Alma glided above them, often flying off to hunt squirrels or other small animals. The dragonling never seemed to get enough to eat. She would then come back to circle above their heads or fly down to perch on Richter's shoulders. At least the familiar was fastidiously clean, Richter thought, happy that he wasn't getting bloody bits all over him. He was walking along, letting his mind drift, when he noticed a change in an icon at the corner of his vision. The black dragon indicating Alma had a small gold cross affixed to it. He focused on it, and her status window popped up. Name: Alma. Level: 3, 78%. Health: 130. Mana: 130. Stamina: 130. Unused level points: 2. Abilities: Psybond, level 1. Points until next level: 1. Psyblast, level 1. Points until next level: 1. Brain Drain, level 1. Points until next level: 1. Can use: Air. Magic resistances: Mental, 100%. Air, 50%. Race: Psy Dragonling. The screen was different from his own status page. For one thing, it was lacking all of the characteristic points that were on his or Scion's pages. It also looked like he could invest in his familiar's abilities. The question was, which ability to invest the points into? He thought about each choice. The Psy Bond was already useful, in that it let him speak with Alma. Who knew what further benefits there could be to deepening the bond? The value of the Psy Blast was obvious as well. During the attack by the bugbears, Alma had been able to break up their lines of defense. The battle could have gone very differently if not for her. Richter had always been one to play the long game, though. When he was gaming in head-to-head matches, while other players skirmished and scavenged for as much territory as possible as quickly as possible, he had always built up a solid and defensible base. From there, he would strategically increase his holdings while keeping his defenses intact. The ability that gave him the best chance of a long-term yield would be Brain Drain. Even though he didn't know exactly what would happen when the ability increased, the extra experience would make leveling a lot easier. He allocated 1 point to Brain Drain. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, Brain Drain, to level 2. Successful kills will now give 2% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 6 and below. Richter had been right. This was going to come in handy, he thought with a smile. The next level up for Brain Drain would require 2 points. So he left 1 point unused. He also chose to be notified by prompt of any increase in his familiar's level in the future. They traveled until about midday, and then Futin stopped. Yoshi and the other sprites stopped walking before Richter, who had been lost in his own thoughts. He bumped into a tree before he noticed that no one else was moving. When he looked around, though, he didn't see anything except more trees and some ivy-covered rocks. "So where are we going now?" Richter asked. "We are here, my lord. The entrance is hidden behind the rock in front of you." Richter and Scion walked up to the vine-covered rock they had stopped by. He started pulling at the thick vines. The strength of his new body was enough to pull them off easily. Yoshi and Daniela joined them. Richter used his dagger to cut through thicker vines and roots. Nothing was seen except for bare gray stone until Daniela called him over. A small circle of clear glass had been set into the rock. Smiling, Richter raised his left wrist, willing his mark to show. Then he thought about how he wanted the entrance to open, just as Yoshi shouted, "Wait!" That was the last thing Richter heard before the ground dropped out from under their feet and they plummeted down into darkness. Chapter 16. Richter came to with a knot on the back of his head and a throbbing headache. The only light was from the hole 30 feet above them and from Futin's soft white glow. It was just enough to illuminate Yoshi's angry face. "Stupid Gyoti." Richter looked over at him. "You kiss your hearth mother with that mouth?" Yoshi just started pacing and muttering under his breath. Gyoti was sprite speak for irritating fool. Cyan had called him that a time or two. Is everyone okay? Daniela spoke up, saying she was fine. Cyan groaned and then questioned Richter's parentage. He took that to mean that his companion was fine. Yoshi's pacing back and forth was coupled with a quiet monologue that had a fair amount of cursing. At the very least, it reassured Richter that the sword adept had avoided serious damage as well. Richter had lost 18 points of health, but it could have been a lot worse. Where was Alma? A gust of air right in his face answered that question. Dumb, she thought at him. He couldn't really disagree with her statement. Yoshi turned and verbalized his ire directly to Richter again. You don't just push buttons and activate magical locks. They can do anything. Do you realize there could have been spikes at the bottom of this pit? Richter nodded to show he had heard, and then apologized. Yoshi just repeated, Gyoti, and then started muttering and pacing again. Richter looked around. A new prompt stated, You have found Time-Worn Dungeon. Futon, give us some more light. The gray orb increased its inner light until it was easy to see the details of their new surroundings. The prompt had said, Time-Worn. That meant the dungeon they were facing was anywhere between 1,000 and 10,000 years old. This was not going to be easy. They hadn't just fallen into a sinkhole, they had dropped into an antechamber of some sort. The floor was made of square blocks of brown stone. The walls were made of the same material, but the blocks were more rectangular. The surface of each was rough like sandpaper, and the stone had a porous appearance. Crumbling mortar filled the cracks between the blocks, leaving all surfaces pockmarked with holes. Along one wall was a doorway. The double doors and the door frame were made of black iron and were almost completely corroded through in spots. Despite that, the door was solid and rang loudly when Richter rapped it with his fist. This, of course, earned him another glare from Yoshi, which he ignored. When he started examining the clear circle set in the center of the left door, though, Yoshi half drew one of his swords. Richter decided there were other things to examine in the room. Cyan was looking at the wall opposite the door. Loose rocks were strewn around on the ground, and a series of protruding bricks could be seen in a rising line along the wall. They almost looked like stairs. Richter realized with a drop in his stomach that long ago a staircase had extended out of the wall. All that was left now, though, was the rubble on the ground. From the resigned look on Cyan's face, he had come to the same conclusion. We won't be leaving this way, Cyan said. They all just looked at each other. Richter pointed at the door. We need to go forward then. No, Yoshi said sharply. We are in this hole because you acted rashly. After the attack on your village, I would have thought you had learned your lesson. Richter opened up his mouth to angrily retort, but the truth of Yoshi's words and the guilt from his latest mistake combined to keep him silent. Yoshi continued, There are cracks in the walls. With the climbing boost in our armor, we can reach the top. Richter looked at the walls doubtfully. He had seen Cyan scamper up a tree like a squirrel, but he had yet to test the climbing properties of his own enhanced armor. He was also lugging a lot more weight around than the 3.5-foot tall sprites, and even more than Yoshi with his half-human frame. We are here to beat this dungeon, Richter said. We can't turn back at the first little bump in the road. I am not saying we give up, Yoshi said. I am saying that we get to a safe place, ideally outside and 30 feet above our current position. Then we can approach this quest from a position of strength. At the very least, we can tie off a rope and climb back down. Then we would have a ready escape if we needed it. Richter was about to concede the point when Daniela shouted and pointed behind Yoshi. Faster than Richter could follow, the sprite had one of his swords out and slashed downward. The creature that had jumped at him from one of the holes in the wall fell in 2 pieces. Yoshi leaned over to look at it and called out, More light! Futon was in another corner in the room and did not move. Sighing, Richter said, For the duration of this mission, Do as they say, Futin. Richter didn't wait for the remnant, though, and cast simple light. A white ball of light appeared about his head. The insect, because it was clearly somewhere along that particular branch of the genetic tree, was about 1 foot long. The black carapace reminded Richter of a cockroach, but it was split into 3 distinct segments. The mouth was framed by serrated pincers, and sharp teeth could be seen lining its jaws. It had 6 thin legs, and its blood was green. The fluid steamed slightly where it dripped out along with white viscera. Yoshi swore as soon as he saw it. "Open the door!" The sword adept had drawn both blades. Once Scion and Daniela saw the bisected insect, they cursed as well and knocked arrows. "Why?" Richter asked. "What's going on?" "Open the door!" "What's the problem?" Richter asked, confused. This bug thing had been easy to kill. "They are coming! Listen!" All Richter heard was a low buzz. It was getting louder, though, and pretty quickly, and it didn't sound like a buzz anymore. It sounded like scratching, like maybe the scratching of countless sharp legs on stone. Richter ran over to the door and held his mark to the glass circle, willing the portal open. The doors started opening inward, but then they ground to a halt. A squealing of gears created a head-splitting racket. The horrible noise had to compete with the skittering and scratching sounds that were now horrifyingly loud. Then the holes in the wall exploded with the bodies of hundreds of the foot-long bugs. They squeezed through the small spaces like roaches through a small crack in the floor. They looked exactly the same as the last one, and they were swarming towards Richter and his comrades. Richter threw his shoulders against the doors, trying to get them open another few inches. It barely budged. Scion and Daniela were firing imbued arrows at the high speed of 1 per second, but it was like trying to stop a flood by throwing rocks at it. Yoshi stood in front of them, ready to strike any that got too close. Alma helped by sending psychic pulses into the swarm, but the damned things jumped. She was having to weave in the air to avoid being brought down and torn apart. Richter threw his shoulder against the door again. It moved a bit, but not enough. The gears were rusted shut. If only he could oil them, or... Quickly, Richter cast grease, not on floor, but on the wall that held the door. He wasn't even sure he could cast the spell vertically, but thankfully the familiar brown, gravy-colored slickness coated the wall and the hinges. Richter slammed his shoulder into the door again and felt it give a little. Another shove, and it flew open, making him sprawl on the floor of the tunnel beyond. The loud boom of the door against the inside of the wall, coupled with the impacts of the sprite's imbued arrows in a confined space, robbed Richter of all of his hearing. The sprites had rushed in after him, still firing back into the antechamber. Richter looked up confused. His bell rung from hitting his head on the ground. Yoshi shouted at him, but it sounded like a far-off sound heard while underwater. The sword adept spoke again, moving his mouth in an exaggerated fashion so Richter could read his lips. He still couldn't get what Yoshi was saying. All of a sudden, the sound came back, like someone had unplugged his ears. "Door!" Yoshi shouted for a 3rd time. Richter stumbled to his feet and put his back to the door, trying to shove it closed. He was wondering why they hadn't all been eaten by now, and saw that there were 3 factors contributing to their continued survival. 1. Scion was holding a vial that had bright white light was coming out of. It was forcing the insects back. The ones in back kept surging forward over their hesitant fellows to in turn be driven back by the light themselves. 2. Daniela's was still firing imbued arrows into the swarm of bugs. Each strike momentarily cleared a section of the antechamber floor, but it would immediately be filled again with more of the giant insects. 3. The attention of the bugs was divided between trying to kill the party of adventurers and eating their own wounded. As Richter tried to yank the door closed, he had one thought on his mind. He really hoped he had been down on the ground less than 30 seconds. That was the duration of grease, and if the spell ran out, well, then they were all about to become termite shit. Both Yoshi and Richter strained against the door to no avail for several seconds, but once again, when it started moving, it slammed shut quickly. Several bugs were crushed between the doors, and others were left in the same side as Richter and the others. They were saved from the majority of the ravaging horde of insects now locked outside in the antechamber, at least momentarily. The sprites immediately started dispatching any of the giant roaches locked on this side of the door. Before all the bugs killed, Richter analyzed one. Esurient beetle, level 2, health 40, mana 0, stamina 50. Disposition, N/A. Esurient beetles are a plague upon the land. Also known as hellbugs, eaters, or the scourge, these voracious creatures perform only 2 actions, eating and reproducing. Highly territorial and aggressive, every sentient species, no matter the alignment, hates these creatures and will kill them on sight. Entire regions have been lost to these swarms of esurient beetles. Fortunately, their queen has a short lifespan of 1 year, after which that particular nest will not resurge for a century. Unfortunately, that 1 year is enough to turn forests into wastelands. God, if those things had been able to bear any of them to the ground, or Alma. Alma, where are you? Here, she thought to him soothingly. He looked up and saw her clinging to an empty torch bracket set into the side of the tunnel. He exhaled in relief. There were only a few eaters left on their side of the door, Yoshi having dispatched the rest. A thought occurred to Richter. Wait, he called out. The sprites pulled back from the 5 remaining insects. What? Yoshi said, irritated. The bugs were clustered in a corner, gnashing their serrated teeth in anger, but not willing to rush the dangerous sprites. Stun them, Richter thought. Alma swooped to the corner where the bugs were and let loose a psi blast. The bugs fell over in a stupor. It appeared her attack worked well on the simple creatures. Thank Abrams and Whedon for small favors. Disable them, but don't kill them if you can help it, he said to the sprites. It was a relatively simple matter for them to cut the eaters' legs off while they were disabled. By the time the bugs could respond, their mobility was gone. Richter consumed a potion of clarity and then looked up at Alma. Curious what would happen, he offered her a potion of clarity as well. She took the end of the vial in her mouth and then put her head back, letting the potion slide down her throat. Richter gave a vicious smile and then said, "Drain them." The dragonling let loose an excited cry and pounced on the first eater. Richter cast Soul Trap on each in turn. She took less than a minute before moving on to the next. As she finished each, a ribbon of multicolored light flew into his bag of holding. While he watched her kill the beetles, Richter re-enabled his prompts, showing experience from kills. He had disabled it soon after coming to the land because it was too distracting. With each kill, though, his experience went up by 75 to 90, depending on the beetle's level, not including the 25% boost that the Potion of Clarity gave. He also received a second prompt because of his familiar's brain drain ability. Depending on the level of eaters that Alma consumed, he would get between 30 or 80 experience as well. The awesome news was that experience from brain drain was increased by his potion as well. True, these monsters were low level and didn't give much experience, but it boded well for the future. He disabled the experience prompts again before he forgot. Those things were seriously distracting and cluttered his notification log. While he was waiting, he also looked at the backlog of experience prompts from the frantic fight with the eaters. Just like the battle with the bugbears, it seemed that he got experience even from the sprites' kills. A quick question revealed that the sprites got experience from his kills as well. Yoshi explained that in group battles, everyone that contributed to a kill would get some decreased experience. The more people involved, the less the individual experience each person got. Up to a party of 5, though, everyone got an equal and unreduced level of experience from completed quests. It seemed the land followed old D&D rules. Most people accepted that the ideal party size was 4, but you always made a party of 5. That way, if someone had some bad low main, and subsequently was spraying dark miso soup out of their bottom, you were still ready to rock with the 4 who made it to your mom's garage. Richter had been slightly concerned that the sprites would have a problem with what Alma was doing, but they just looked curious. Yoshi asked about what was happening, and when Richter explained, he just nodded in agreement. Any opportunity to get stronger should be taken. It was clear he was still irritated with Richter from the way he spoke, though. Once Alma was done, they took stock of their surroundings. Sion's bottle of pure light had gone out, and if not for Futon, there would be no light in the subterranean tunnel. The stone of the hallway was different from the antechamber. It was gray slate, and the blocks were expertly laid together. Most importantly, there were no holes in the walls. After seeing the eaters speed out of holes that should have been too small to accommodate their bodies no less, it was a relief to know that they wouldn't be swarmed from all directions. The tunnel led on into the darkness. Futon's light only extended about 20 yards. Past that, nothing could be seen. Alma had perched back on his shoulders when she was finished killing the eaters. Yoshi was cleaning his blades, and Sion and Daniela were shouldering their bows and checking their arrows. Other than the quiet sounds the 4 of them were making, the tunnel was as still and quiet as the grave. "Well, how do we get out of there?" Yoshi asked. It was quiet for a moment until Richter realized the question was directed at him. "How should I know?" he asked. "That internal map that you have been bragging about," Yoshi said sharply. "Find us a way out." "It only works on places that I've already been." "Only works on where you've already been? Not where you are going?" Yoshi asked, putting emphasis on the last word. "You do know that's the exact opposite of the purpose of a map, right?" "Oh, is my magic map not good enough for you?" Richter asked loudly. Not giving Yoshi a chance to respond. "Well, let me just check and see if can tell us anything." Looking. Wait, I was wrong. It does say something. Yep, it says right here that we're fucked. Wait, let me check again. Yep, we're fucked. Before Richter and Yoshi started wailing on each other, Daniela pulled the sword adept away, whispering urgently to him. Richter walked up to Sion, who was checking his quiver. "What is wrong with that guy?" Richter asked. "Well," Sion replied, "he's just kind of in a bad mood. Probably due to falling down a pit, then nearly being eaten, and now being buried alive." Richter was quiet for a moment. "Well, yeah, but what's his problem with me?" "Well," Sion said again, "all of that happened because you activated whatever was set into that stone." Richter was quiet a bit longer this time. "Yeah, well, that's still no reason for him to be a total twat." Sion sighed. "I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing if there were reasons to be a total twat, then being dropped down a pit, almost being eaten alive, and then being trapped in an underground tunnel would all be pretty good reasons." Richter chewed on Sion's words and realized his companion might have had a point. He looked over at Yoshi. "Hey, Yoshi, I feel partly responsible for all of this. I want to apologize." The adept looked at him with squinted eyes, and then half raised one hand. He did something peculiar with his fingers, though, with only the second and fourth ones extended. As soon as he made the gesture, Daniela grabbed it and pulled it back down. Richter looked at Sion. What did that mean? Sion looked back and forth between the two men. It means he accepts your apology." He quickly redirected Richter's attention from the Yoshi's blatant insults. "If we are going to be trapped in here long, then we might be in trouble. I just used a third of my arrows," Sion said. Daniela chimed in to help with the distraction. Walking over, she said, "I used a bit less, but if we run into more hellbugs, my arrows will deplete quickly." Richter looked at the two sprites, quite sure that hand gesture did not mean, "I accept your apology." But seeing Yoshi leaning against the tunnel wall, clearly pissed, he decided to let it go. This was at least partly his fault, after all. "Not a problem," Richter said. "I asked Hisako to make me more sprite arrows before we left. She went a bit overboard." Richter pulled out one of the bundles Hisako had left for him near the Great Seal. Each of the three contained hundreds of arrows. The sprites replenished their stores, and Richter put the rest of the arrows back into his bag. Richter also took the time to give them 10 potions of clarity each. Yoshi scowled initially, saying he could not afford them, and despite Richter's insistence, he continued to refuse. When Richter repeated Yoshi's own words about not missing opportunities to get stronger, though, he finally accepted. So those things were eaters.